Hey, hey, hey. Hello, hello, hello. GOG, Appison, Rack Your Brain, Wolflow, Patchider, Legend of Kage. Very concerning farmer clip. Hey, Cable Guy, how you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Professor Che, Rivelinar, Xanaful. What's the concerning farmer clip?
Listen, we have no look like ass. I'm not even trying to be mean. Listen. Fuck. Listen. We have no ascendancy campaign weapon. Like the monk is not supposed to look good like this. We're trying to get a feel of like how the
Is this monster level 73? Okay, so this isn't like he's deep into maps, right? Is he gonna get killed again?
the character, how it feels to play the character.
Got the old back-to-back. Oh, perfect. That's what I like to see. Hopefully, martial artist doesn't carry him too hard. Because he is practicing with Chonk, and Chonk's way worse than the martial artist, I think. My ox. Yo, Captain Badger, appreciate the sub. Lance just got my first sub 55 on Mac 1. Hell yeah, dude, that's fantastic. I barely am faster than that. I think I've gotten a couple, like, 50 minutes. I haven't gotten sub 50, but you're basically as good as me right now. We're going to try to keep improving on that, hopefully, but we'll see how it goes. I did tell DM that I was going to yap with him about companions. So I'm going to pull up Discord. We'll pull up Discord and let him know that I'm done eating burgers.
You might be able to fit in the extra at that point. Path of travel, yeah, basically. Like it's a fairly significant travel.
Hello.
Yo, what up, dude?
Yo, what's good?
Oh, big chillin'.
I was liking what you were saying. What you were saying earlier when you're explaining to chat correctly, so that companion is different than minion.
I mean, they're completely different in like pretty much every measurable way.
I was like, you know what? He's got a point. They are completely different.
They're much more ethical.
Oh, hell
also,
yeah.
Like, they're, you know.
Hell yeah. I mean, up until everybody realizes the monkey one-shots everything, at which point their ethicality will wear off a bit.
Yeah.
But
well, you know, that people are sleeping on the monkey, dude. I'm telling you. Everyone's like, monk this, monk that, you know. But like, you can have your fists of stone and be punching shit all you want, and then do a million different things to make your whirling assault do something. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna have the monkey.
Dude,
it's gonna one shot in AOE the entire screen.
We're gonna have just pure vibing gameplay where we just kind of just chill, and everything's gonna be dying, hands free. You know.
That's right. One hand in my burger, the other hand
in your
on
pants.
The mouse.
Oh yeah, I guess you do have to.
Yeah, that is fine. Yeah, I was gonna say I gotta walk, you gotta move, you know. What do you think the absolute most bait boss minion is?
Like it's got to be the shark, shit. Dude. It has to be the 100%. Shark.
100%. I mean, have you seen his moves?
He just goes under the ground the entire time.
He just leaves.
Unless they disable the shark from doing that, like that would be rage-inducing having that as your minion, and companion. Having that as your companion, and he just leaves. You know, for 80% of their gameplay, he just goes on the ground and does nothing.
I think there's a chance a bunch of them are bait, bro. Like I think there's gonna be a few of these this way. Like I think that you're gonna watch that dumb worm do the same thing. I don't think the worm's gonna do very much either.
Any of them that don't have like a pretty standard like attack skill set are cooked. Like that bird you just showcased right now that goes up in the air. Yep. Like, what's he doing? He's wasting just 2 seconds to fly in the air and do nothing.
They're not doing fucking anything. That's why I was thinking maybe they retune these a bit. Like, I think there's a very solid chance they are not, like, they're not one for one the boss. Like, they're going to maybe handcraft a bit of this.
I think you're expecting too much. I don't think they're gonna.
You think I'm copium?
I think you're coping.
Every single fucking glove in the game for the monks. We don't.
I think you're gonna show up. You're gonna say, "Oh, let me capture the shark today." and the shark is going to proceed to go underground.
Okay, yeah, he's going under. He's 100% going underground. But like, you don't think they tune some of the numbers, to make it a little bit more playable? Like, or you think the raw dog? It's like a specter. Like they're just like, here you go.
I think it's gonna be raw dog. It's they'll have some sort of like conversion to the numbers to like what their baseline values are or whatever. But I think their moveset's gonna be like 1-for-1 identical.
That'll be good. Maybe they don't look too much. The Eye of Sauron like misses Samwise and Frodo. And then we can sneak in with something that's maybe a little like unethical.
That's what I think it's gonna be. I think there's gonna be a couple of them that have like a nice consistent move set that are gonna outperform, and they're gonna have balanced based on not the overperformers.
I can tell you exactly the one I think everyone's sleeping on, dude.
Which one do you think?
It's this guy. It's the Pelican dude. Like
The Pelican dude?
The scourge of the skies. I'm telling you, dude. People are sleeping on this guy.
Are you talking about the fat bird?
Yeah, the fat, slow piece of shit.
Oh no, man, no, dude.
No. Here, hold on. I tell you
there's no way. There's no way.
No. I'll prove.
There's
right
no
now.
shot.
I think he's.
Yo,
I think
Manny,
he's
appreciate the
insane,
raid. I'm chatting with DM.
Like, I know.
Manny stream.
But just hold on here. Let me log into my character. That's
All right, yeah. Upsell me on it right now.
Let me run there. I think he's disgusting, and because like what? Tell me this. What's your reasons you think he's bad?
Okay, so reason number 1: every time you walk, he's going to be stuck behind you. He has like no movement speed. Like, have you seen him try to like chase you around an arena?
No problem. That just means you weapon swap resummon. Like we already are doing that for Infernal Legion every 55
dude,
times a second.
They just need to give us like freaking convocation or something, dude. I hate the weapon swap stuff.
We have a better version of that already. Weapon swap is like fucking free.
Dude, I guess maybe I will just have to keybind weapon swap. I'll have to just forgo
put on
my
your
morals.
Scroll wheel or some shit. I don't know. But here's okay. So that's the first thing people say every time I bring this up. Everyone's like, the movement speed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, that's no problem. We
okay.
can solve that.
Okay.
Like,
you forgo your morals. You start weapon swapping. Fair enough.
Exactly. 100%.
Problem number 2 is I feel like his moveset's pretty like slow. Like he has like I feel like some shotgun projectile stuff. But he like does like this like animation that like takes forever for him to even like do a lot of his attacks. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking. I've spent some hours sitting here in this zone, like watching him attack me. So I know exactly what the fuck.
You spent hours?
I've been here, dude. I spent some time here.
Let me check your chat. Is he lying? Is he lying? Anybody in chat? Can you guys confirm?
We've spent some time here. Chat, right? Back me up here, boys. I've been in the weeds. Here, right? You guys watched me here for multiple days, even.
I mean, I'm not really seeing much confirmation. I mean, there's one guy that's saying you never lie, but that guy's definitely lying for sure.
No, that's just classic paid chatter. Hold on, I'm almost there.
There are like 5 people saying you never lie. How many chatters did you pay?
Dude, I got my back. They know.
Okay.
Good job, boys. Free subs for everybody.
Oh my word.
Okay,
blatant.
I'm gonna prove it to you though. Right here, I'm almost there. It's wait for it.
Did you play Twisters all the way to Act 4?
Yeah, because I was trying to figure out what the fuck to level. It's like as soon as I'm level 22 and I can tame the beast, I'm just dropping all of my points. And my pets are gonna do everything.
You said hold, slow it down a bit for like 2 seconds there. You said tame the beast at level 22.
Yeah.
Did they confirm that in your interview? I haven't gotten to watch it yet.
They did in fact confirm it in the interview. So I asked specifically. I said, "Hey, follow up, Ziggy D."
Like they're making the tame beast a lower level, or it's like tied
it's a level
to
7 gym. It's a level 7 gym now. So that confirms 2 things. First of all, it confirms that it is in fact the tame beast gym is what claims it. Because some people are saying, well, it's going to be like a unique, mechanic or unique skill you get. No, it's literally the tame beast, which is really good because it means we can actually weapon swap different tameable uniques. You can only have one summoned at a time. So that way we can have a single target and an AoE one, right?
Yeah, that's actually really nice.
Yep, really big. But the other thing is as soon as we ascend them, we can go get one. So we can get something in Act 2. Which also means we can Infernal Legion one immediately. Okay, so here we go. Here's the Pelican, right?
Yeah, I see
Okay,
him.
now first thing you don't want him to do is you don't want him to do that peck because that thing is fucking worthless. I mean, this is like, you know, he's dancing with me here. This thing is dog shit, okay? But what we do want him to do, hold on, you got to hit him a little bit to get him to... Okay, so the shotgun's like, okay. The shotgun does some damage, but this thing right here, look how big of an AoE this is, and look at this crazy degen. This AoE right here is what I want him to do. Because that thing, once we scale the AoE of that, is just going to melt the entire screen.
Can we even get that much AoE for them, by the way?
We can get some AoE, and we can socket it. It's not, I can put AoE on, I can put magnified area and all that. And very well increase this AoE.
So you think you're going to be able to pop that blood slam?
I think
it's going to AoE. It's going to be that.
I think I can fill this entire nest with that AoE. That's what I think. I think I can get some gems. I can do, you know, I can do.
I mean, there's like one gem, right? It's just magnified AoE for like 40 AoE, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I also got, you know, we can put some jewels on there. You know, we'll figure it out. But I think I can make that AoE as big as this fucking circle.
Okay,
that's one.
So the thought process is you're hoping he does that, nukes the whole screen.
Nukes the entire screen. Number two is there's the spikes from the ground, right? I mean, these shotgun, so on the bigger hitboxes, the other part is, look, it puts up multiple ground degens at a time. The cooldown is fairly short, and the degen lasts forever. So we can have multiple of them too, and they overlap, so we can nuke a boss that way also, okay?
It wouldn't stack, though. It wouldn't stack.
Surely it would stack.
No, dude, you're dreaming. You're dreaming.
Why would it not stack?
Why would it stack?
Why wouldn't it? It's two different damaging effects, like both hitting them. Whether ground degens, they're both hitting them.
Like you're talking about you're talking about that slam right twice over, right?
Yeah, so two of those overlapping. Why would that not damage him twice? Like the ground, like when you kill a mob and they summon two on death effects AoE, that sure as fuck shotguns me. So why wouldn't that?
If it's two degens of the same kind, you're only going to take the degen once.
Well, you're thinking of ailments, though. That's an ailment thing, right? Like, why would the degens not stack? No, you know, like, okay.
I can't think of any instance where they make like a pure degen from a specific skill where you can stack unless it like is specifically built into that skill.
Is there no dot degen like degen shit that we can think of ever in PoE 1 where it stacks either, if it stacks like that?
Like for PoE 1, the only example I can think of that like disobeys this rule is like Scorching Ray of Immolation on totems.
But perfect. Like there's our example. So that proves it.
No, but that's like specific to that skill.
Oh, well, no, I know. When anyone brings up the point about this not working, I'm just going to say, well, how about totem?
No, that's not a point for you. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was trying to. Okay, so like, forget about that. You know what? Forget about that point. All right, that's not relevant or important here. How about another point here, which is, wait for it. Hold on, and let me get him to do the other move. So this one, these shotgun, the little spikes from the ground, those shotgun. Okay, I think that's gonna slap. But then the real move. I haven't hit you with my trap card yet. My super ultimate.
The summon the bird thing. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, the bird's dog. The bird's absolutely fucking bait. Like he has this little like minion of my minion. Like that's not.
That's not what you're going for?
No. The one that matters, he hasn't done yet, okay? Which is like kind of a bad omen because it takes him like 5 years to do it. But okay, here, this one right here. Look at this shit. Look at that. Now that's the real juicer.
And how hard does that move hit? Does that move hit very hard?
Insane. It's insane, and it hits 1,000,000 times. The thing is, it does giga damage.
But it might have a really bad cooldown.
Maybe. But he's proccing it based upon damage. Like his moves only come out depending upon where his life is, and there's no way that is how they do it.
For
like,
they probably just instantly have their whole move set. I would imagine.
Exactly. So in that scenario, if he casts that shit, you have ground degen, which is dotting, and then he casts that move. Okay. The other part is we can weapon swap, right? Confirmed. We already know that. So because he can weapon swap, I can ground degen with this guy. That ground degen is long as fuck. And then I can swap to my other guy to do damage also. So here's my plan, okay? I got ground degen on the boss. I got 2 companions with the new companion mode that's not that dog shit. And then with the Infernal Legion on one of them. So I got the Infernal Legion dinosaur that is burning the whole time. On top, I got this guy laying the ground degen. Then I swap to the monkey, and then the monkey's slamming
lays
in,
the
from
boom.
the top rope. Exactly.
I can see the potential. I can see the potential. But what if you take out the middleman of waiting for this bird to put down a degen, waiting for your Infernal Legion, and the monkey just one hits the boss?
I mean, I like that too. I also like that also. I mean, which I think is going to be the reality of the situation. We're going to both cook up builds so good that the monkey just kills fucking everything.
Yeah.
But in the terrifying scenario where somehow the game is broken again and we have Alba Tempo level of mobs from this Runes of Alder thing, we're going to have 55 billion DPS per second. And in that scenario, I'm going to need to do some swapping around, juggling gems where, you know, one boss comes in and then Charizard go, and then he goes and Flame Breast, and then, no, Bird, I choose you. Like, I'm going to have all their moves. Hot swap, baby. You know, I'm summoning in and out. It's actually going to be real good. The weapon swap part makes it way more interesting because then you kind of are like, you know, come back. Now your turn. It's gonna make it better.
I'm hoping I don't have to weapon swap too much, but I'm partly accepting the reality that that's probably what I'm going to need to do to get the things to move no matter what.
I think that's exactly what it's going to be. I think we're going to have one that's a clearer and then one that's a bit of a single target damage probably.
Did you see any of the beast bosses that you looked through that seemed like they had any projectile mechanics?
Yes, Bramble. How about Bramblegast, where he throws the orb that then does like the Eye of Winter cycling shit? Yeah.
Which one's Bramblegast?
He's the guy in Act 1, Clearfell, or not Clearfell, Gelswood or whatever the fuck.
Is he the Devourer?
Where you go out. No. The purple guy. The guy no one ever fights. The guy who does the big 2 mace slam, like the double purple slam in the middle. You never fight him. The purple guy it's like the wood tree dude in the Grellwood.
There's a purple tree guy in the Grellwood?
Holy shit! Wait, hold on. I'll show it to you. Hold on.
What are you? The hell are you talking about?
Bramble boy, tree boy. He's so forgettable. You don't even remember him. No one ever fights him, bro. But he's a beast, and he's got a cool moveset. Look, I'll show you.
The only purple guy I can think of in Act 1 is like the Mist King.
Nah, the purple here. I'll walk you through this one. Okay, so I've already leaked you my
Grellwood. Okay. I think I do know how you're talking about.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the freaking the place you go after Grellwood that's underground. I was getting Grellwood confused with Grim Tangle.
Well, when you're like me and you spend half your campaign in Act 1, then you get plenty of time to discover all these mechanics.
Okay. And this guy has a beast tag? This like root monster has a beast tag?
He is, and he has some cool fucking moves. Wait, hold on, let me show you. He's got a Giga Slam. I'm surprised no one even brought this guy up yet, okay? But I have had 39 days of Stallathoning, and we only have 6 days left, so I've thought about literally every one of these.
You lose your mind a little bit?
A little bit. Okay, I got to find him here. I don't know any layout in any of the maps, so this is why I have
my chat's always like, it's a diamond, and then it's like always.
I've never. That's so fucking horseshit. I've never seen a diamond once.
Yeah, every time it fuels me with rage.
Okay, look, this guy right here. Okay, check this guy out. Beast tagged. You can see it. He's a beast. And look at the moves he's got. Okay, first of all, he's pretty. He gets active. Okay, so he's got a couple slapperinos, which are kind of a little debatable. Where's my thorns damage coming from? Hold on, I gotta turn this thorns off. Okay, so he's got a couple debatable ones. Okay,
I mean those swipes will, if he has some AOE, should be okay. Clear, right?
It's here. I gotta put my thorns back. I gotta lower his health. It's the health thing again. Like the way they have the boss is like
can't use his moves until you do some damage to him.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. That way for him to like actually take some damage here. Come on, guy. Okay,
this is the Thorns POV, by the way. This is
so you have there's the slam, but then here you go. This is the one. Look at that. You see that?
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
And then he's got these. He's got the little swipers.
Eye of Winter.
And these slap, and they stay up. Look how long they stay up. So I could have the Pelican guy leave the ground degen, swap to this guy, summon all of the slappers, swap to the monkey from the top rope, swap back to a different. I could have all the main. Look how long that lasts. They're constructs. They're perma. So that's ramping damage.
Wait, those things don't go away.
Oh well, only if he resummons them. But look how long they last.
Yeah, they basically are permanent until he summons them more. Can you
And then
do those things die to you, or they take no damage? They just permanently up.
they can take damage. They can take damage.
Oh, okay.
Like, they have pretty low health pool. Actually, let's see how much damage they actually do here.
I mean, they're not getting killed by the thorns, right? Or you took your thorns off.
I put it back on. Put it back on. See, look, he died. Resummon. But this thing right here, this thing hits a bunch.
Yeah, okay. So those things like insta die
Yep.
if the boss does anything, right?
And he's got the flame breath. There's a little bit of the big slam.
Because what I was thinking about the projectile thing is they added the ability to add like +1 proj to things, and if you could get the rare mod on bosses, you can get +4 proj from that as well. Like if there's any boss that does
Shit.
projectile attacks, like be giga shotgunning. But I was like, I don't think there's too many
Wait,
projectile
You
ones.
mean +1 proj, like he's going to shoot 2 of these, or +1 projectile skill?
Like on the showcase where they did went over the breach stuff, they showcased mods for minions, and one of them was literally 100% surpassing.
Yeah, the suppress. Oh shit, that's a good point actually.
Yeah, which
Um,
that's like an insane mod if you can find projectile mobs for it.
wait, I didn't even think about that in relation to the mod. That's a great point. Well, if he lets me throw that orb out twice.
There's
That's pretty
no
good.
way, because that's like Eye of Winter, so it probably just increases the spinny projectiles that come out of it. I would think.
I mean, probably.
But if it did though,
But I mean, you can't. I think this slam is going to hurt too. To be like, I think that slam fucking hurts in Act 1. So I think there's something there. But this guy, I'm telling you, there's something with swapping these bosses around. You get 2 that have some kind of DJing going on or something.
or an ability that lasts like these tentacles, or yeah.
Yep.
I can see the vision. I'm still on Team Monkey, that I'm thinking like just the classic Unga Bunga slam hits scales well with the Katha's blessing, probably the best.
So how about weapons then? Because I'm thinking Giant's Blood, 2-handed weapon, or if I can't solve the attributes, I literally just bring Bringer of Ruin, slot it on, say fuck having any
There's
defenses
no
at
way
all.
Bringer of Ruins the play. There's no shot.
Okay, but what is the chest plate doing to give you more damage? Like, I mean, you get you get 6 spots for IOs for 60% increase, or would you rather have like a Marui or whatever?
I mean,
equipped,
do you want to get one tapped everywhere you go? You want some defense, right?
I don't give a fuck about defense.
No,
I want my
don't
monkey
say
to
that,
hit.
DM. You don't want to just die to random stray, just projectiles.
I will die as many times as I need to make sure my monkey has what he needs. Okay, I am a good pet owner.
He needs a master who doesn't fall over every. He's gonna be like, all right, let's charge into battle, and you're gonna die. He's like, all right, well, I guess
the monkey will protect me, and I will save the monkey. Right? Oh yeah, or Vertex. People are talking about Vertex. Yeah, they didn't remove the
attribute requirements.
True, yeah, that's true,
I don't know if you can do Vertex because you give up like +2 minion helmet. I'm guessing the gem levels are gonna be pretty freaking worth.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I think it's literally just heroic tragedy, grab a bunch of strength everywhere. ES OP, mace good.
You're gonna make me click energy shield nodes again, my dude.
I mean, you don't lose any of the value of heroic like the downside of Giant's Blood is losing half the value of strength. That doesn't apply to the ES from heroic tragedy.
I mean, you're not wrong, but then I lose the self-respect of running yet another energy shield build. Like, we're already being as ethical as possible by playing the monkey.
Yeah, the monkey's not ethical. Okay, don't kid yourself. The monkey's gonna be OP, man.
Well, I mean, it won't be. No. It's ethical, but you will make it unethical by how smart and intelligent of a build creator you are. That's the real angle. It's not that the monkey is good; it's that you're good.
Oh yeah, I'll take that. I'm gonna make sure clip that, save that for later. Use that in arguments whenever people start talking smack. Well, DM said I was good at making
sub notification sound. Yeah, put it everywhere. Yep.
I mean, the showcase they did with it, I really think they. I don't. You thought this too, right? When you're looking at that, they were just sandbagging the showcase of it.
They always do. And plus that juicy spear, there was absolute fucking dog shit. Like I was like, are you serious?
I think he said that he was saying that as a joke, 100%. Like he was just.
Of course, yeah, yeah. It had to have been because I mean it was pretty fucking bad. Plus
Yeah.
they're doing the zoo thing, like, and they have a dog shit scepter. They have +4 the levels, and surely we can do better than +4. I mean we can get +3, +2, +2, or +3, +2, +3, +4, right? I don't think they nerf scepters, right? So I mean, what is that? We should be able to get like 32, 33 or something.
I think you can get higher. I think you weren't counting Prism of Belief too, right? I'm pretty sure Tame Beast can work with Prism of Belief. Am I crazy?
I did not think about Prism of Belief. You
Is
are
it
right.
called
I
Tame
mean,
Beast or is it called something else? I don't remember what the mod for Prism of Belief is called. Prism of
I don't know,
Belief.
but if you keep bringing it up on this stream, all of these people in here that are playing the same dog shit bill as I am are going to be buying
Well,
that,
I
and
mean,
you're
come
driving our
on,
prices
dude.
up by the second. So
It's literally one of the 2 new things in the game. I think if you believe they're not gonna be driving the price of it up, then you're dreaming.
no, you don't. You don't understand. Of course, they're playing it. You can't tell them about the items. We have to buy the items first. And then I'm like, guys, you won't believe this cracked item I found. Well, holy shit. If you get this item, your build's way better. And then you sell the item. Really, the item's dog shit anyway. You paid your audience so that way you have all the money. Then you make the real build that's good ahead of them. Then you take that money, you buy the items for that build with it ahead of time. And then you're like, actually, guys, I found a better build. I cooked this one up for you guys. Look what I just made. And then you sell the items back to them with their own money.
That's some crazy projection. I have never done that in my life. Okay, that is some bad practice. Okay.
What do you mean bad practice? Just look,
Yeah,
the best player in this
I have
game
it
of all
on
time
stream
was a
right now.
billionaire.
There is a +3 to all tamed companions. That is a real thing that does exist.
Really?
Yep.
Shit.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
So that would be +3 there, +5 sanctified scepter, +4 sanctified amulet. Those numbers are going up. 21 gem.
I mean, that means if you can get to level 40, let's just say you get level 40 for some crazy reason, then that's we get 168% more damage. I mean, wouldn't Infernal Legion just be nuts at that point?
Yeah, they didn't nerf Infernal Legion that much, right? Like, I don't want to think about it too much because it's like it's the dark side of like if this character's bad, it might be my like fallback, but I don't want to go down that road. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
it's if I start putting Infernal Legion on the character, I have agreed that the Tame Beast is not good. That's what that means if I've decided to put that on my character. I feel like a little bit.
Well, but see, here's the thing. Why not both? Like, okay, so if you take this node down here, the new trusted kinship, we can just have 2 companions. I mean, why have one when you can have 2? And then you get one that's Infernal Legion burning. The other one's your minion monkey slamming, right? Or excuse me, companion monkey slamming. And then you have both at the same time. And then you can even get the dino that has not only increased AoE, but you can have the dino that's got like extra physical aura or something that's buffing the other one, and then it's a circle jerk.
I mean, we're gonna go trust the kinship 100%, right? But like,
100%.
I'm just saying, if I put Infernal Legion on and then it instantly does more damage than the boss tame, I'm gonna be salty. You know what I mean? So that's like part of the like
I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, I just don't want to go down that road if I can avoid it.
Why are people saying that you don't get the +1 anymore? You still get the +1. Look,
They don't think you get the +1 what?
They think you don't get the +1 minion. You still get the minion.
No,
they
just took off the horrible downside and added an upside.
Yeah, they didn't. No, it no longer provides 30% less defenses or companions have +1 to each defense. It doesn't say it no longer has the companion, like +1 companions. You still get the +1 companion. Or else ask yourself this question: what the fuck does it do other than the reservation sheet?
Yeah, no, that keystone's honestly really good now.
Yeah,
I was like thinking about going into the league. I was like, I'm gonna have to eat this 30% less defense, and it's gonna suck. But now I'm like, yo, it's gonna make my reservation easier. I'm gonna instantly be able to have multiple.
Percent.
And so you're gonna go for the swap at level 22 then right away.
Yeah, because I mean, let's be honest. The most fun we're gonna have with this thing is trying to defeat the
The
campaign
bosses and stuff. Yeah.
with the fucking monkey and stuff, right? Like, I mean, we're gonna try to get through the campaign with the actual tame beast. Like, that's gonna be the most. It's not gonna be walking around the fucking maps like clearing the millionth breach with the monkey. The fun is
Yeah,
beating the
that's fair.
campaign with the
That's
monkey.
fair. I'm like, part of me is a little bit concerned about the swap that early because like your first 15 passives are going to be travel. Do you
Yeah, I
think?
mean, you're not wrong.
Do you think they're going to add any companion damage to like the starting nodes at all, or it's just these
I
clusters?
think they might. Like they said, 19 companion nodes. So here's what I'm hoping: is that some of these nodes are like 10% attack damage and 8% companion damage, like these nodes here, like right at start, or maybe the main node is also like 10% companion damage or something. So that way, when I also take this node, companion damage affects you. I double dip and I get more damage here too.
I'm kind of worried it's not that. I'm worried it's just they added like 3 clusters, and then you're starting.
I mean, okay, reality. Okay, look, bro, don't kill this for me. But if we're talking reality, probably what it is there's a cluster right here in the middle, has 4 nodes, and each one of them is parry magnitude 3%, plus your minions have 18%. Like,
no, they're not going to
to
put parry on it because they know you're using a scepter plus a spear. That's what they showcase. Right? There's no way they're combining it with parry wheel.
I mean, look, dude, look some of these nodes. Like they have faster revive
have you
of all your
look at
minions.
that companion wheel that you didn't click on? Have you read that notable, right? The one up north.
Which one?
Right above the jewel socket. You're right next to it.
Oh, the
no.
strike. Wait, which one? Are we not talking about the culling strike one?
Yeah, the culling strike one.
Yeah. Culling strike against beast while your companion is in your presence. I mean, fuck yeah, bro.
This wheel
is
is an affront to God and nature. Please tell me this wheel's gotten changed because it literally has nothing to do with companions. It doesn't help your companions at all. It's the worst.
I thought it was your. To be honest, I thought this note said your beasts have culling strike. Is what I thought it said.
No, it's you have culling strike against beasts only, while the companion is in your presence. To double conditional. That note is horrifying. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read that.
Yeah, oof. Okay. Well, that is game changed. 100% is game changed.
I don't know, man.
I'm hoping these ones don't get changed though. I like these nodes.
Like the reservation ones, the ones that are actually good.
Yeah, because these ones have 30% more reservation efficiency. So I'm thinking like, what if they end up like changing some of these? Like, because now this has 30% more, and they were like, well, I'll get your reservation efficiency here, and then they turn this into like, your life flasks are 18% more effective against, like your beasts or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think those are staying. And they said they're swapping one notable for like a faster revive or whatever. The faster revive is swapping place with the flask node from the other wheel. The claw looking wheel. That was in the patch notes at least.
Also, dude, the minion jewels you get can be actually cracked because they can have companion and minion damage on them. So you can have like a 5-liner minion damage, minion crit, and then you can also get companion damage, companion attack speed with the abyss modifier. Like you can get some.
You can't get companion on a cobalt, right?
No, it's green. It's green.
Yeah, and then but you can't get minion damage on a viridian or an emerald. Am I crazy?
You can get. I just looked at this. I thought you could. Let me.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you have the abyss mod, but you can't get like both those together, which is like the awkward part. I think it has to be basically cobalts because that's where you get the attack speed.
You can get minion. You can get minion stats on this. I remember though. So I just bought a 300 divine one of these.
All right, show it.
And then let's see here. Okay, like here.
Lance can't give up his ES. He wants the cobalts. Okay, that's not the only reason.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. It's cobalts. You can get both. Yeah, you're right. It's cobalts. I thought this was because I had the companion on it here, but you have to have you can get the companion abyss one on cobalts, but you can't get the companion like base rows.
Yeah.
But you can get minion damage, minion crit, companion damage,
Yeah,
companion life, even, which is cracked. Like these are gonna be pretty cracked.
that's what I think it's gonna end up being is cobalts or sapphires. They're not even cobalts, sapphires. Why did I forget to change the jewels on us? Like, what the hell, man? They're the same thing, kind of, but not really.
That Odds is here. Says, are you converting to a martial artist main on? No, hell no, bro. I'm Pokemon Master all the way. Me and Lance are both carrying the torch for the Pokemon Masters, dude.
It's gonna be good.
Minion, gonna be full on companion build.
Yeah, not minion, different companion.
Not minion, totally different. All right, well, I think that's a wrap for my stream today. Good comms. I'm doing short ass streams until launch, bro. Cause I'm getting all my sleeping now. I'm about to go ham.
It's a struggle in these dude. What the hell is this 3 week? 3 weeks of just torture.
It's pretty fucking rough, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad. Luckily, we only have like 5 more days to go, and I have like a couple WoW raids between now and then to like hold me over. But I have about a bajillion things I have to do before launch to get ready.
Well, right on. Good luck with your launch. I expect to see some clips of you like one-shotting Jomnaro with a companion on day one.
All right, perfect. I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be watching your league. I'll be doing mine, and I'll send you the best snippets of my monkey like doing ZDPS.
Dude, there's no way it's battle launch. I refuse to believe they made 2 new things and they just let one of them be really bad. There's no way.
Nah, you're gonna make it good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro. No matter what you do, it's gonna be amazing. You're gonna see the power is with you, sir. You know,
I appreciate the vote of confidence. I'm just coping that GG's got my back and they just made it OP.
Surely. All right, bud. I'm sending them over to you. I'll yap with you later.
All right, you take care, man.
Great, so I can copy it and actually do that damage.
We'll see.
Okay, later, dude.
See ya. All right, I was chatting with DM, a fellow companion enjoyer, which he agrees with me that companions are not minions. And you might be thinking, Lance, previously you said out loud, it's a subset of minions. And you know what? I'd like to formally take all of those statements back and move back to the resolute thought process of it being totally different. They're Pokemons, exactly. They're basically Pokemon. But for legal reasons, I don't know if we can call them that. Okay, minion buddy. No. They're gonna be good. Excuse me. Yo, appreciate the raid, DM. Oh, no, dude, why am I sneezing? Okay, sorry. Appreciate the raid. Welcome everybody from DM stream. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Good luck on your prep. 5 days to go. We need to watch, speaking of DM, we need to watch DM's interview with the devs, because I didn't watch that yesterday. I was just finishing up the bear run right when it started, and then I had to take my wife on a date, so I completely missed. Dude, what is going on? My lungs are assaulting me right now. Breathe. I'm going to stop sneezing. All right. I only sneezed like 2 more times. I'm muted though, so technically you guys have no proof that even happened. We're gonna look at the podcast though. We're gonna take a little look-see at the podcast. Apparently, in this podcast, big confirmation is that we get companion earlier. Let's take a little look-see here. YJ? What the hell is that? Is that Jonathan sipping on wine? Did he do that in this interview? He did that in this interview, didn't he? You're welcome. Holy.
So, welcome to Tabber Talk. Thank you for having this conversation with us, talking about 0.5, the reveal. You got.
He was drunk. There's no way. Are you guys messing with me? In this interview, you think he was just straight up? Nah, I don't believe you. He's looking lucid as hell right now. He could walk a straight line. I guarantee it.
Guys have showed and some other things. Today, I don't know the number of the podcasts we're on, but it doesn't really matter. So we're
Big
going to
J
get
was
started
hammered.
with some opening questions. So I'll just pass it off to Gazi to kind of get started with the icebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just start off with obviously 0.5 being the largest patch, quote unquote, ever, right? And just curious about the nerves and excitement of levels of that leading up to the reveal trailer itself.
It was pretty crazy because the development honestly felt very scattered because they were working on so many things at the same time. Like normally we're working on like there's usually one focus, but because we're working on so many leagues at the same time, it was just really, really hard to bring together. So I would say it's honestly been one of the tougher development cycles in terms of just like getting the studio to be able to handle everything. Because like even just like a review session,
cohesion,
we would go through one and have a look at a bunch of stuff, and then be like, oh crap, we totally forgot about this total other area. Like honestly, like so many times I'm like, we've forgotten how much content is even in this damn release. We would just miss stuff, and then so yeah, like it just made it really, 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 really difficult. But also, yeah, when there's so many different scattered things, it is quite stressful because you're like, you just have this feeling of like, am I forgetting something?
I mean, did they forget something? I don't know if it's really forgotten because Abyss is like one of the better mechanics, but Abyss and Expedition over here are like nothing changed basically. They forgot the balance. Okay, I mean there probably could have been some more balance changes. I mean, they did. I think they did decent in terms of balance changes based on what the meta was going into, like the 0.4, right? I think they hit the builds that were popular in the first like month of 0.4. Basically, they hit the leech that supported cast on crit, and then they didn't hit cast on crit. I don't know. They talk about it in this interview. All right, right on. Do you think Calamity Bear is good for a first-time player? I think Bear is pretty friendly for a first-time player. I think it's a very easy play style. Like the Bear gameplay is swipe, swipe, slam, and that's pretty much it. Versus like a lot of the other archetypes, you'll have to weave in a lot more combo potential to achieve your damage, essentially.
All the time.
Don't stall.
Yeah,
all right,
real
stop.
tough one. But
Sorry.
The thing is, like, in the last, having that extra time between the announcement and the release has actually been really, really good because we've kind of getting everything back together again. Like, we can sort of see it as a cohesive thing again. And that's honestly been really, really important, especially for doing an in-game release.
Did there come a point when you guys were developing it where you kind of were like, hey, okay, we have too much on the scale, like this is where we have to stop? Like, because I remember in one of the interviews Mark was saying he was looking at notes and you had so many notes that you got to a point where you're like, I don't even remember making these notes, you kept cooking so much.
The problem that we had is that because we wanted to really make sure that the message was like the end game has totally changed, on some level we just had to do sort of everything. So yeah, even though we might have liked to make it smaller, we kind of honestly couldn't.
I'm praying
which isn't to say there wasn't like a bunch of stuff that we didn't end up cutting anyway, but still it's been we sort of had to do something. And then like it kind of led to this fact that then we're like a month later than we would hope would be and that kind of thing as well. So like there's been stuff like that that's kind of definitely been downsides, but overall I think it is really important because it's just a really important change. Like it really does very fundamentally change how the in-game feels. And I was even seeing recently like there are just a lot of people who they wouldn't play the end game of PoE 2 because it just doesn't have a like you need something to sort of like give them some direction, and we just didn't have that. And so now I've got people who are like friends, so they've like played through the PoE 2 campaign, but they've never really been an end game player, and all of a sudden they're like, oh okay.
I wonder if that's gonna end up actually making an impact of like getting the people that would be like, oh, I just like the campaign because it has quest objectives, versus the end game's just like do whatever the hell you want, and now it actually has the storylines to go with. I'm still not gonna pay attention to the lore, but I'm down. I mean, I think the thing I'm excited about is we just got a boatload of new boss fights, which hopefully will be interesting and fun. 100% it's going to be a huge impact. Yeah, I guess there's probably quite a few players I would fall into the category where they'll like that. I definitely get asked a lot about like, Lance, how do you play so long leagues or whatever? And my answer is always is like, I have a goal in mind, and this will give goals for people for sure. You have a game plan yet for the new league? Spirit Walker, Companions. We're going to play the unique tame, hopefully as early as possible, which apparently...
I actually going to play this, like that's been a thing that I've seen, so it's something
stay
that
away from Canyon?
like, that I think was really important to do.
Do you think that that's primarily like the reason they didn't play the in game was because of a level of confusion of like what do I do next, or do you feel like you didn't have enough like things in it to make it interesting? Because I remember something you come back to like pretty continually when this point gets brought up is like if an area feels like too big or like uncomfortable, that
Right.
a lot of times it's an indicator of not having enough things in it.
I think that can be the case, but I do think in this situation it really was more the direction. Like you got to the end game before it opens up, and it's like, okay, well now I can just kind of go wherever, right? Like there wasn't really you do need a quest line, like you do need something there, just to give you some form of understanding what to do. And I find even myself, I'm like way more interested in doing end game stuff right now than I was before.
Holy!
Yeah, like it is.
Jonathan
it helps a
Endgame
lot.
arc has
Would you
arrived.
say that this is a focus more of the idea of creating a getting off point, or is it more towards just creating a sense of direction? Like which one matters the most, or is it like a mix of the two?
It really is a mix of the two. Like both of those things are important, and we did. I think before we got to developing 050, we were mostly talking in terms of giving people direction. But during 050 timeline, when was it? There was a moment, I can't remember when it was, Mark, but there was some moment where we were kind of like, where we realized like the problem with PoE 2 right now is that you don't know when to stop playing, and therefore you have the situation and people just get like more and more bitter about like the fact
Wait,
that
no,
you know
that's
they're just doing
PoE1.
the same thing again. Like there just wasn't, yeah, that getting off point thing was just super important. So yeah, that was definitely an 050 time horizon when we realized that, and that's also been one of those things where we sort of somewhat later in development, we realized that we had to make the time it took to do the stuff shorter. Like it getting longer and longer was actually a problem as well. Like we actually had something where the amount of time it would take to finish it was too high. And that's even been something we've changed in the last like few weeks even more. So previously we kind of assumed that it would be fine to have like, I can't remember the number there was. There was probably like 25, 30 maps, something like that in each of the...
Am I missing something? Why do you guys keep referring to Jonathan as Big J? Just out of curiosity here. Is it just because he was sipping on wine during this interview? Did I miss something? Just watch. All right.
the areas for the individual leagues, and you had to do all of those in order to get all the points for a league tree. And we were kind of like, that seemed fine at first. Like we sort of thought that would be okay. But actually the amount of time that an average user takes to do 30 maps is actually quite long. And in practice, when you're playing it, it just kind of felt like there was too much there. So then what we decided to do is make it so that when you kill the Pinnacle boss, you get an extra 6 points. So basically, and you can effectively not do 6 of the maps. And then if you go into the infinite and get more keys and kill it again, you basically get 6 points. So you can effectively complete it 2 ways. You either do all the maps one by one, or you kill the Pinnacle boss more times to get more points that way. And effectively, that means that the time taken to actually do one of those league trees has been reduced. And so we're really focusing on basically just making sure that it doesn't feel like it takes too long to do an individual league. So you can make sure that you the cleanup phase part does not feel annoying.
Sure. We I think we're now at the where I see it discussing with others, but I think I'm the same, where I'm going to get to the Pinnacle boss, kill the Pinnacle boss, I'm going to get fast.
You're kind of cutting out a little bit there. I don't know if it's just on my end, but you're kind of cutting in and out a little bit on your...
me as well.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Seems better.
Everything working here, testing? Yeah, not sure. Anyway, we're at the point now where when I'm playing, and I've seen this a few other more high-end players in the office as well, I think we really wanted to get to the point where we, as a good player, you should think, okay, I'm going to get to the Pinnacle boss, kill the Pinnacle boss for each league, including the Fortress, and then go into the Infinite. There's something about wanting to do that, and when the completion time for everything was so long, there was like, okay, this is starting to feel too grindy, and I want to get out there. I want to get more Pinnacle kills and all of that, and yet I'm feeling like I'm having to. I guess it's that not wanting to have to turtle for too long.
Get the
that
passive
same thing
points
the original
first.
tower mechanic had, and it started to feel that way, where it's like I want to get out there, but I can't, and I want to move to the next league, but I can't, and so yeah, it's at this. Like I think the number of towers when we first did the presentation to was 8 on the Fortress, and each tower meant every time you killed the Arbiter, you could complete a section of maps. Now it's 5. So like we've been shortening that, and I think the number of maps, I think the total number of maps you have to run to finish the Fortress if you were to just shortest path, then go farm the Infinite, is now like it's probably actually less than if you were to finish the whole fortress, which is interesting because at first I was like, surely doing the whole fortress should be less maps total. But actually, just due to the fact that you don't have determinism when out there, and you're finding other things, you're on other little kind of effectively side quests. It does end up being that you kind of want it to be less maps overall because you're constantly having to do all these other things while in the infinite. So it's at this nice fine line now where it is balanced. It's feeling a lot better. Whereas like before, it was definitely, and immediately from a handful of our staff that were playing, they're just like, holy crap, this is taking forever. So it's in a real good spot. And then, yeah, as Jonathan said, now just even all the leagues have the same thing. So only the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree. It's feeling really good, for sure.
Every single one of the leagues has the shortcutting. Did I hear that right?
And the leagues has it to some degree. Had the shortcutting, like Jonathan said. Now just even all the leagues have the same thing. So only the Fortress had the shortcutting, I guess you could say. Now every single one of the leagues has it to some degree.
So there's going to be a way to essentially progress the trees or the league mechanics faster if you just force the bosses as fast as possible, type of thing. I wonder what kind of timetable you're looking at if you're just able to force T15 difficult content right away. Every node in the league area, yeah. Okay.
It's feeling really good, for sure. And yeah, hopefully we'll have to see, because it's that kind of thing as well where when you play it a second time, you're going to have a little bit of a different feeling about it. And so we'll have to see how that comes as well once we have another league start at some point.
Is that sort of
But
what?
that's usually how it...
Go on,
Sorry.
bud. Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, like, yeah, that's kind of like the whole cadence of playing something for the first time, because I think that point one was the early access launch was like one of the most exciting things ever. Everything was new. We got to experience everything. The second time we play through it, that's when we go nitpicking. Like, you know what? That area is a little too large, or that issue there. You start being, you know, seeing the downsides of things you got annoyed with on the first playthrough, which was overshadowed by the positive things. I'm just curious if this is the reason you guys kind of want to have both of the last acts coming for 1.0 instead of sooner. Is that the same kind of reasoning there?
It's not. That isn't the reason. Although
Alert new video. Is there like a teaser that we need to watch before this interview? GOG. Free cosmetics. Okay, we'll take a brief look at the new video. We'll take a brief look. But then we'll get back to the interview. Sorry, Gazzy, in the middle of your question. Sorry. All right, let's take a look here. What do you got for us? Maximum quality.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
Big J.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Big J.
On May 29th, we'll be launching our next content update for PoE 2, The Return of the Ancients. But not only that, Path of Exile 2 will be free to play for the weekend. And for the first time, we have a 50% off sale if you want to buy a key.
Holy!
If you've been waiting for the right time to jump in, this is it. Players on PC, Steam, Epic...
50% off! Did I hear that correctly?
Exile 2 will be free to play for the weekend. And for the first time, we have a 50% off sale if you want to buy a key.
Now that's
if you've
the
been waiting
deal.
for the right time to jump in, this is it.
$15
Players on
game, by the way.
PC, Steam, Epic, and Xbox will get 3 days of free access to our biggest update yet,
Let's
as well as
go.
a new league, the Runes of Elder. By playing Runes of Elder during the free weekend, you'll also be able to earn some cosmetics for your character. In the league, you'll carve powerful runes into ancient remnants. But why stop there? Reach Clearfell Encampment to unlock the Ezomite Runescar's character skin that covers your character in bloody runic markings,
it's uncomfortable.
inspired by Ezomite ritual traditions. Probably best not to attempt this one in real life, though. Themed around the gothic atmosphere of the Chapel of
That's
the
gonna be
Fallen in
portal.
Ogham Manor,
Candle
the
boy.
Candlemass portal effect transforms your portal into one befitting the living rite. A worthy reward for those who can defeat Count Geonor at the end of Act 1.
Hell yeah. Oh, that looks good, man. I want that.
These microtransactions
That's
are
a
purely
free
cosmetic
portal?
and do not affect your character's power in
that
any
looks so
way.
good.
We hope you enjoy the Return of the Ancients, and we'll see you on May 29th.
Hell yeah. Watch it again. One more time.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
J.
Game Director on Path of Exile 2. On May 29th, we'll be launching our next content update for PoE 2, The Return of the Ancients. But not only that, Path of Exile 2 will be free to play for the weekend. And for the first time, we have a 50% off sale if you want to buy a key.
Wait, is the base? It's been so long since 0.1. Was it $30 and this is now 15, or was it $20 and it's now 10? What kind of value are we talking here? It was 30 and now this is 15. Log in, man. Log in.
If you've been waiting for the right time to jump
I
in,
spent $4.80.
this is it. Players on PC, Steam, Epic, and Xbox will get 3 days of free access to our biggest update yet, as well as a new league, the Runes of Elder. By playing Runes of Elder during the free weekend, you'll also be able to earn some cosmetics for your character. In the league, you'll carve powerful runes into ancient remnants. But why stop there? Reach Clearfell Encampment to unlock the Ezomite Runescar's character skin that covers your character in bloody runic markings,
good.
inspired by Ezomite ritual traditions. Probably best not to attempt this one in real life though. Themed around the gothic atmosphere of the Chapel of the Fallen in Ogham Manor, the Candlemas portal effect transforms your portal into one befitting the living right. A worthy reward for those who can defeat Count Geonor at the end of Act 1.
Yeah, dude, that looks freaking good, man. That's a good looking portal right there. That's a good looking portal right there. Do you know what video showed a 15% movement speed in implicit chest? There's a 5% movement speed in implicit chest. There's a 15% with somewhere. I don't remember seeing that at any point.
These microtransactions are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power in any way.
Candlemas isn't a beast, is he? I feel like he could be a beast. Maybe. Probably not. Apparently it was a bug. They clarified it. Oh, okay. They corrected it on Reddit later. Oh, okay. Visual mistake was made.
Epic.
Probably a construct. You hate to see it. Yo, K Quick. Appreciate the sub, man.
Guy's character skin that covers your character in.
Yeah, it just looks uncomfortable. I'm a big fan of the portal, though. And we just get it from doing the just Act 1.
None of the Ancients, and we'll see you on May 20.
Freaking cool. They're probably going to do drops too, I'd imagine. So we'll have these MTX, and we'll have some drops they'll probably announce in a couple days for League Start. Something like watch 2 hours of a stream, and here's a armor set or skill effect or something, whatever it is, right? They talked about getting the command gem earlier in this interview. They haven't talked about it yet, but I've been informed from, because I was talking to DM. He said that he had talked about it in this interview.
That will be an advantage, I suppose. But the actual reason is just that we think that 1.0 needs to have something that, you know, like is like, there's a lot of people, especially if you're talking about the sort of more casual audience, who the thing they're interested in is campaign stuff. And so by finishing the campaign in 1.0, those people are just going to be attracted to sort of make that release like a good release. And at the same time, I don't think there's like a lot of risk there for us in terms of like, we know how to make an act now, if you know what I mean. Like, it's not going to be one of those things where we're like, you know, we have to make sure we're testing this because it's gonna, you know, it's gonna go off the rails or something like that. Like, we know we can do it, so therefore we feel quite safe just putting something like that in 1.0. So yeah, that's kind of like ultimately it comes down to that. And also, like, right now, the other thing as well is, like, if we hadn't have added the interludes, we'd probably be feeling pretty differently about this. But because we've got the interludes there to kind of mean that you don't have that whole thing which we originally were going to have during the entirety of early access, which is where you'd have to repeat parts of the campaign. Because we don't have that, it kind of means that, like, we don't have that thing dragging us down and making the early access feel worse as well. So but I think the thing that has been interesting, is like all that sort of campaign replayability stuff as well. That's been something that I'm really hoping that people will see that we've made some pretty big strides there this time as well. Like the replaying thing, the more times you replay it, the more annoying certain things get. And I saw some freaking short recently that DM made with you like being like, oh yeah, I hit it as soon as Act 3. And actually, that was the moment, by the way, when I saw that. Is like, I'm gonna fix this freaking lever thing that everyone's complaining about.
Holy. DM got to him. DM got to him with a short. He got YouTube algorithmed into DM's short of DM complaining about the lever thing, and Jonathan's all right, pressure pads. Let's go. It's working. We do make a difference.
You know, it's actually so
Hell yeah.
you know, because I'm like, I don't want that to be the video that I'm seeing again. You know, that one. So yeah, then that was like one of the few things in the campaign replayability section I patch noted specifically because
I know exactly what Shorty's talking about too. Do you guys know what Shorty's talking about too? I guarantee you the short he's talking about is the one where DM is making a graph. And he has like, you know, like act 1, act 2 or whatever. He has like this stuff, act 3. And he has like on this side, it's his enjoyment. And then he's like this. And then pff, I'm pretty sure that's exactly the thing he's talking about. Show us. How hard would it be for me to find that? Okay, fine. Let's take this. This won't take long. This won't take long for me to find this. Easy. Darth Micro. Shorts. How hard would this be to find? There's no way it's going to be that hard to find, right? It's boom, right here.
I find myself right around Act 3 starting to get like, oh, come on. My mood always brightens up the moment I get to Act 4, do 100%. You guys ready for this? All right, fun, time, Act 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Start a new character.
This is the one.
Flatlines a little bit in Act 2. Act 3 drops like a fucking rock. Immediately right back up. Interludes, mid. That's the campaign right now. This right here is like actually waterways.
That is what got the waterways fixed, dude. Salute to DM for making a difference. In Jonathan's mind, who actually decided to change it. Let's freaking go. Good.
I was like, people can be happy
value
to see that
short.
thing. But there are stuff like that all around the place, right? Like we're improving a bunch of things around, and like then there's just some areas that were there were some areas that were too big and stuff like that, and like sort of annoying layouts. I mean, like just some simple examples is there was like after you kill Viper, there was like a little bit of extra level after killing Viper, and now after you kill Viper, it's like directly onto the exit to the next zone.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird killing Viper and then having to wander around some more to find the next door. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
And it's just
good change.
It's just stuff like that all over the place that we're doing, you know, just streamlining and smoothing and stuff like that. So I'm hoping Act 3 will feel a lot better now than what it has in the past. Like I think it's a pretty significant improvement.
Let's go.
But the other one as well is like, and this one, so I had an interesting experience recently where the build that I was playing was like not good. And it's been a little while since I played a really
too
bad
familiar,
build.
Jonathan.
And like the monster density and the interludes when your build is bad is actually pretty damn terrible in terms of like the ability to clear through them. Like it was oppressive. And at some point I realized, like I was playing in an area called the Stones of Searle, which is like that one with the standing.
Okay, wait. Let me get this straight. Previously, when they introduced Huntress, Jonathan was like, he was saying he was playing Twisters. Am I crazy? So he was playing something that was probably pretty OP at the time, going like, these noobs they're not getting their regals. Do you guys remember this whole conversation? He's like, these guys aren't getting their regals. Meanwhile, he's playing Twisters. Freaking meta as hell. Oh, it's because they don't have the regal orbs. Now he's playing a bad build. Now he starts to understand what we're going through. Bug Twisters, were they better before? Did they get nerfed or something? They were bugged back then. Was it bugged in a good way or a bad way? I don't know the history here. Were they like more OP? I just remember him talking about these people I need to do a regalist, or I need to do a non-disenchant run or something like that. It was more OP. Playing the OP build, not suffering like the rest of us. These guys aren't getting their regals. Of course.
And I was like, at what point did we get it to the point in the interlude where you no longer have to move? Like you never use movement. Like every single thing you're doing is just attacking. And then because there's so many monsters, like you're just attacking your way from one place to another, and it just like never ever ends. And I'm like, this is actually kind of like this is a grind. Like this is actually not good. Like campaign should not be like this. And so then it sort of forced me to be like, okay, there's some serious issues here. And we actually found this one's actually a little bit. I don't like fully know that this is why this happened, but I think what happened was that there was some things about the pack density in campaign where we had like the last few areas get to a certain density. What used to be the last few areas being like, the last couple of areas of Act 3. And then some of that stuff kind of continued on like deeper into the campaign than whereas it should have like dialed back again after being higher in those last few areas. And so I think that's probably what happened. But it just meant that some of those areas but especially Interlude just got ridiculous. And so that's something that I don't think I would have realized if I wasn't playing such a crap build. Because but I suspect that a lot of players are getting that experience. So that's been something I really want to try and address a little bit more.
Say
I
what
think
build
there's
he's
even
playing?
some of that going on at the start of Endgame as well. Like there's a few things there that that if you're got a crap build, like you don't notice it if you don't if you've got a good build, but if you've got a bad build, it can actually be really oppressive. So like another one recently, I don't know if you want me to talk about this, Mark, about the whole poise thing with powerful bosses. Like, are you good for me to mention that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so here's an example of something. So I was playing something that required freezing. It was actually it was the werewolf freeze combo, right?
Oh,
And
he's playing Wolf.
I encountered but as I said, my build was crap. I was not building.
Wolf confirmed garbage by Jonathan himself, which I have been suspicious of this. The people that have been saying Wolf is good clearly have been lying. That isn't a bad build, says Albion. See, that guy in chat, he's lying right now. Okay, Jonathan tested it himself. Wolf is bad, confirmed
It well
by Big J himself, exactly.
I got to a powerful boss to get the map upgrade, and I was like, okay. Normally, plus 100% life would kind of like, sure, it makes the boss fight twice as longer, but for some reason I was hitting this powerful boss and it made the fight feel like 3 times or worse. Like it was like really, really hard, like way harder than I expected. And it took a little while of asking around to try and find out what was going on here. But effectively, because my DPS was so
Bad.
dependent on getting the freeze, and we had a thing where when the boss gets life is doubled, effectively the poise thresholds, which we use for calculating, like resistances to things like getting frozen, got doubled as well. It meant that effectively my DPS was getting like maybe not halved, but something like halved due to the fact that I wasn't getting the freeze. So my damage was half. The monster had double life, so it's effectively taking me 4 times longer to kill this boss than what it would normally take. And I was literally running out of flash charges. And just like not being able to beat this thing. I'm like, I've hit a progress blocker upgrading from like T1 to T2 maps here. Like this is a bad situation. And I'm like, yeah, sure, my build's crap and I could fix that. But like, why? Like my crap build should be able to do this, right? Because this is one of those things where, like if you're talking T1 maps, like this is something that an average player should not find as the roadblock, And yeah, so it's like seeing there's still things like this around that we haven't realized that we just need to uncover and improve. And like this.
I'm just looking at Mark with his get good face. That's not what Mark's saying. He's like, yeah, we'll make it so the T2 maps aren't a roadblock. I'll ease up the early progression a little bit. I don't know. I feel like PoE 2 has the situation like it leans pretty heavy into the if you're winning, you win more. If you're losing, you lose more. Because a lot of the combo stuff, it like feeds into itself, right? Like if you're getting the procs for your things, you get to inflict even more damage. But to set up for those procs, you have to play something that its baseline can deal the damage to proc the things, right?
This is one of those things where it really is quite context dependent in the situation where you find something like that. And like, and to give you another example of a random one I ran into just yesterday, is okay, so the boss in the Bloodwood.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did I just read? I did Wolf in 2.5 hours to do Act 1 and then Act 2 Sludge. Albion, is that supposed to be a bad time? That's well above average. Albion, are you being for real right now? Okay, I was joking earlier when I said Albion was lying about the Wolf being good. But if you're doing Act 1 in 3 hours and going to yourself, that's above average, therefore good. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
I was fighting it, and I was talking to my
Act 1 and 2. Oh, okay. If it's Act 1 and 2, then I take everything I just said back. I thought you said just Act 1. And I was like, that's crazy. If it's Act 1 and 2, then yeah, that's pretty fast.
friend was sitting next to me who was, like every weekend, he'll come over and we'll talk about various things. And I'm like, he was like, oh, that boss health bar is really long. And I'm like, well, how long should it be? Like, how long should it take to kill a boss? This kind of thing. This was the conversation. He's like, for this boss, I'd say, because it doesn't have any interesting abilities at all, that it should be a lot shorter. I'm like, this boss does have a bunch of abilities. This is the Devourer. Like, what the hell? And then I realized, hang on a second, the Devourer and the Bloodwood, none of its freaking abilities are working. Like, it just sits there and freaking attacks you, and it doesn't like do the moving around thing. I'm like, how did I never notice this before? Like, and like the problem here is like someone
because you're one-shotting it, Jonathan,
the markers in
with your twisters.
Assuming, right? I haven't actually looked into it, but I'm assuming they just forgot to put the markers down that control the place where that boss can move. And like you look at something like that, and you're like, and it's like it's so easy as a higher end player to fail to notice stuff like that, because it's one of those things you only run into when your build is crap and when it's taking you longer and that kind of thing.
Yeah, when you don't
so yeah, it's so hard as a developer to notice this stuff, quite
things.
frankly. Like, and you just lose sight of it. So yeah, the hope is just that that we can actually find all this stuff and fix it. Like it does. It just it just takes a lot of iterations to sort of actually end up noticing stuff like that.
So I want to follow up on. I want to follow up on.
You go with first.
Yeah. I want to follow up on one point you said there, because I'm actually really interested about, which is you said you realize you had a bad build, right? And then you were feeling swarmed because you got a bad build. And you're getting swarmed by mobs, right? So how do you come to the diagnosis of when it's like, okay, my build is bad, but also like part of the problem is I'm getting swarmed, as opposed to like, okay, maybe some of these skills aren't really in a position where we feel like they should be in order to clear the mobs. When do you decide that it's the content is the issue as opposed to the skill you're utilizing?
Question. Good
my
question.
first reaction there was to compare effectively default attacks, because the werewolf build I was using was like shred, and like there's stuff that like there's stuff that I should have done for supports in order to make that better and so on. But we just sort of like looking like the first port of call was go to go to designers who know about like getting the numbers right, and basically say like, is my build okay? Is the numbers right in terms of comparison? Like you just have to get that information right. And like we decided, like it is like what you've got here with your build isn't good, but in terms of the underlying skills, it is okay. Like the numbers are fine. So like that was an investigation, and then there's the question, okay, like your build is bad, but are your items just bad? And no, they were, your items are fine. It's like, here's a look at your passive tree, and it's like, okay, so my passive tree was like bad in the way that like you could definitely be a lot better, but I was kind of on purpose this time taking a bit more of a defensive approach. Like I was like, if I'm the kind of person who's going to allocate way more defenses and way less damage, and just like sort of see how that goes for me, that was like kind of part of what I was doing there.
Like your 10%
so
damage
yeah, like I wanted to
it.
make sure that it can be okay even in that situation. There's also this other situation where if you're a good player, then because you're hitting the whole screen, like the amount of monster density in a situation like that isn't necessarily, or at least like depending on a build, right? Most builds that are good have some kind of, they've got big AoE clear, right? Like they have the ability, like it doesn't necessarily matter whether there's like 40 monsters on screen or 15 monsters on screen in terms of like their ability to clear that content. So it sort of matters more for a build that doesn't have that as much, which I wasn't doing as much. So, in the situation where you're a character like that, then the only thing the extra monsters are really doing is just giving you more drops in experience. And so we sort of have to make sure that like we're able to make sure that that's not broken. But I do think that we don't need, quite the level of spamminess that we had, in terms of just like tiresomeness. Like even something as simple as like there's a moment between one fight to the next where your energy shield can recover, just literally something as simple as that can be like something that can matter a little bit there. Like if it's just absolutely continuous, then there is a problem there, especially during campaign.
One other follow up about this point, then I'll pass it off to Ghazi. Is you said you were kind of purposefully taking a more defensive approach, and I'm kind of curious at what realizations you came to. Like, what was your conclusion about making the build? And like, I'm going to heavily, more focus on defenses this time, as opposed to damage on the tree. Like, what was your experience like with that?
Well, I mean, the thing with defense that's really hard to solve is that it's way harder to appreciate defense when you allocate it than damage.
It's tied to your gear. That's the thing. Like, you just don't have, like, the only thing you can like afford to really focus on while you're going through the campaign is upgrading your weapon. That's like where I put all my gambling into, is just trying to upgrade my weapon, because you don't have damage, you're just gonna have a miserable time. And so it's like you grab an armor node, but you don't have any armor on your gear, it's worthless essentially. Because it's scaling your gear, and your gear is nothing in the campaign.
Like it can be quite like, it does save you, but it's really hard to know that. And you know, actually, you know, I've got another thing a little bit with Runic Ward here as well, which I noticed as when I was doing this, which is that so I had some Runic Ward, and Runic Ward, obviously, you know, you get to 1 life, and then it saves you and so on. But that's another one of those things that's really hard to appreciate. And I'd look down at my life sometimes, and I'd notice that my Runic Ward was like halfway filled. And I'm like, okay, so at some point there, I would have died, and I just didn't know that. Because, like, you know, I'm like flasking or whatever, so I've got like, you know, I've got like a half health at the point where I look. But yet my ward is down as well. It's like, I actually didn't appreciate the fact that that ward had saved me. So then I was thinking about this, and I'm like, we actually need something like an audible, like, oh, my ward, I've lost my life, my ward is broken. Like, we need some kind of sound to indicate that, to sort of say that, like, you know, you actually got to the point where that ward helped you, so you actually can appreciate the fact that the defense worked. But then I was like, hang on a second, why do we not have a sound for energy shield breaking? Like, how have we gotten to this point and we don't have a sound like that? And then I actually looked into it, and it turns out we do have that sound. There is a thing there. It's just that because it happens when you get hit, and because when you're getting hit, there's a lot of sound going on. There's immediately this like the thing where effectively you don't hear it, right? You might as well not hear it. And what we really need is a sound that's more like when you get heavy stunned. You know, there's like, sorry, not when you get heavy stun. When you heavy stun a monster, there's like sort of sound that's quite distinctive that kind of cuts through everything that you sort of like learn to hear. I really need to sound like that when your energy shield breaks, because that's a moment when you should be thinking, oh shit, you know, like you need that moment. And I think that having that audible sound, like, we actually do need to lean into a little bit more of those kind of things. But like, there's not like an
Is this the real energy shield nerf? Am I gonna get spammed with an annoying sound from energy shield? I'm a little bit nervous about this. Okay, there's certain situations where I play a build, and the audio makes me not want to play that build. Example. This is just the example that always comes to my mind, is I tried to play a Necromancer TR build at one point that spammed a bunch of offerings, and I liked the whole, like, all the building blocks of like getting these offering procs on my own character, and it worked well, but I absolutely hated the sound of the offerings going off, and then I was like, I'm not gonna play this.
necessarily
Hopefully it's
realistic
not a
sound, but
bad
it needs to be a
sound.
sound that can cut through all the other stuff that you're
Cut through
hearing, so
my
you just sort of
ears.
know that you've hit that moment. And that's the kind of thing that can really make you appreciate defensive layers, is like just more of those cues. Now, I'm not sure how you do that for something like armor or like, you know, things like that. Like there's like evasion, even like ideally you would be able to feel when you had more evasion versus not, and right now you just kind of can't. But I do think that is something that you need to do to make those defenses be more appreciated, because they do work. It's just that you often don't appreciate that they do.
I have a few things on your build, by the way, which I honestly think your passive tree is 100% fine.
Yeah.
I don't even think it could be that much better. I think it's completely good.
Holy.
Your gear, completely fine. And by the way, and like because I was looking at your character, and I was like, when you're clearing, you're quite tanky. It's appreciable. It's fine. And then so I was like, okay, the gear is good. The tree is fine. Like, sure, it could be
Say
better.
the skills are
Like,
garbage.
you know, on a level that honestly shouldn't be necessary. I was like, you are defensive. Like, when you're playing, your character's not just like, you know,
You
up
say
and down
skill
in life all the time. It's like quite consistently, you know, you're on full life, and it's certainly you have decent armor, decent energy shield. It's working. But yeah, it was interesting. I think you said to me at that point, because I was like telling you, I was like, you're fine. Like, what are you talking about? And then you were like, what did you say? You said, what? Okay, if it's not my character, what do I have to change as a person in order to be able to do this content? I was like, wow.
Now we're getting to the problem.
The biggest flaw you had was just your support gems. That was the biggest actual issue. But it's like you didn't do the wrong thing there. You just didn't do necessarily the right thing. Like, you just did what was intuitive. And so there's some highlighting there, and you know, it's like, because you said you followed the recommended supports for Shred.
So that is
And
the
I
thing
was
that I was
like-
doing specifically, yes.
The recommended supports are so garbage. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Sorry, I'm just gonna show this right now because it just annoyed me at some point. All right, I don't have a support gem, but I kid you not. If you go and you click a tier 5 support gem, I had to relearn this a second time because I forgot about it from the first time I played Bear because it's been 4 months or whatever. In the tier 5 recommend support gems, it tells you to use Rage Forge. You put this thing on, and instead of spending 10 rage when you initially cast the skill, watch this. Every single meteor this thing does eats 10 rage. It is an unusable support gem. It just deletes all of your more damage from rage. And it recommends that. And there's some bad examples of recommended gems. This has got to be one of the worst recommended gems I've ever seen in my life. Whoever clicked it as a recommended gem never used it on the skill. Never at one point did they use it on the skill because it literally makes it unusable. Sorry. All right. Anyways.
And I was like, you did?
And I fell for it twice because I did that on League Start and I did it again when I was doing this character and I never got my fourth link because I drop a support gem, I use that, and then I realized it didn't work. And then I went for another support gem it recommended, Hourglass, and then I grabbed this because I didn't remember why I stopped using this, and it doesn't freaking change the tooltip. It doesn't even like freaking apply or something. Anyway, sorry. 2 support gems in the Walking Calamity like are non-functional on the. Anyways.
But you were also the developer that said what they were. And so you could have made. There's a question of did you make a wrong decision as a player or did you make a wrong decision as a developer? And there's an interesting thing there of trying to assess which of those went wrong. And so then it's kind of like, okay, sure, those fixed and made it a bit better, but we did make a pretty hyperactive set of changes based on your play experience. Because when you were like, yeah, what do I have to change as a person? It's kind of like, well, honestly, you should be able to kill this boss. You should be able to get further, and this is too hard and isn't working correctly. And then there were a number of encounters, and it was actually quite interesting to because I just watched you play for like 4 hours, and I was just like writing stuff down the whole time of just like, because it is true. I don't have a relatable.
This is one of their work days. He's just backseat taking notes on Jonathan's gameplay. He's like, this is the new player experience or something.
Personal experience to what was happening there. Like I would normally be
test subject 101,
substantially better position to just have a bit either via more planning or again I don't put in the wrong supports. And even when you were like, what are the right supports? I was like, just search for this, and then it's like, how do you even know to look for that if you didn't know to look for that? So
you don't.
There's a bunch of interesting things here where it identifies when you are watching someone with a bad build.
Holy,
be it an in-game or IRL.
Back that up.
I
Back
guess
that
I
up.
can't.
I saw that. What was that? Yo, Big J. Let's go. 9 a.m. by the way. Listen, it's Sunday in New Zealand. Okay.
Bad build. Be it an in-game or IRL one, I guess. I can't really. You kind of like, what's actually wrong here? And it is true that it is quite hard to relate with, especially on like a personal level. So I'm quite good at, when I observe, I'm quite good at seeing things that people often don't see.
Wait a second. Was that the only sip in the entire interview, or does he sip on it more? was that just one sip? Is he doing more? He does. Okay. I was gonna say like
as well, and but yeah,
4 or 5 already. Did I miss other ones?
Fun amount of like really looking at the early in game, really iterating on it, and I've had the same from a bunch of other developers as well. A bunch of the designers that Jonathan's also been talking to, where they're just like, it's been really fun just getting like, here's the list of problems every day that Jonathan's run into, and then just iterating on them, and they're all so fundamental. They're all like,
dude,
and I think this is something I want to stress, and goes back to it's something I mentioned to Ziggy as well with respect to like even just the defenses on the tree. Like there's just fundamentally missing things. Like, and this is a really important thing that I would say the in-game not having goals is a fundamental problem, but I would go as far as the things like the balance go, the basics, the life, the PoE, all that thing that Jonathan was talking about. We honestly haven't hit the fundamentals, and this is why, and in the monster density, and this is why it's really important between 050 and release, that we're not like adding, and we can actually go, okay, like we need to just make the baseline actually the quality it needs to be. And it's really, really hard to do that when you're making what we just did for 050. Like, you'll notice I don't want to say it's void of balance changes, of course, but it doesn't reach the standards of probably what people expect.
I think
that's just because
that's fair.
We were making
void of balance changes. Yeah, we need
so
more.
Hopefully now with everything, Phil.
I hope he kind of feels that way about the patch, like that he wants to do a lot more balance, because there is a lot of balance that can be done.
Everything in, we actually get to go back and assess all of those fundamentals about the passive tree. You start with the really core things, the base skills, the base passive tree. They're like, you don't get into too much of the nitty gritty straight away and all the multipliers and combo pieces that come together of what makes a build crazy. It's like really that baseline life of monsters, damage of monsters, defenses of the player, and via the passive tree, base items. Like, I honestly think that the base items of, like, say, weapons aren't in a good enough spot. There's just a bunch of implicits that a weapon has an implicit and its damage is penalized, and the implicit is just trash. And it's like, why is this even here? It's not interesting. It's not fun. It's just a bad weapon to find.
Just bad
and
weapon,
there's still a bunch of that. And it's just like, that's our lowest level thing. Like, everything else is built on top of that, and we haven't even got that base thing entirely perfect yet. So we have a bit of a plan, and we're going to go a bit feral with it. But I really just want to make sure, we're addressing all of these fundamentals now that we've got, which hopefully will make, I don't think Jonathan should have to change much. I think the balance is just wrong. And I think that he should be able to kill that boss, and now he can, by the way.
And Wolf's just trash.
We did address that immediately. But it's like, it seems like such an obvious thing, and it's like, how the hell have you not done this? But just because we've been producing so much content, like, and I don't even just mean for this patch, it's just been like crazy developing this game, the amount of stuff we're making. It's really hard to actually go, okay, now let's get it to the right spot. And a lot of people compare it to a lot of people compare it to PoE 1, and they're like, yeah, but the PoE 1 tree has this and this and this, and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, but I remember iterating on that for like 8 years personally.
You gotta love that, right? He has to compete with his own product. It's not, but what does D4 do? It's, but what does the game you've made? That's freaking, dude. That's gotta be kind of a good feeling, right? That the thing he has to compete with is the thing he made.
So it's like, there's a bit of a time disparity here, like with our new philosophy. So we will be able to do it. We'll be able to do it pretty quickly. I'm not saying it's going to take 8 years, and we'll be able to get a hell of a way towards perfection, I would say. That balance is ever perfect, as I like to say.
Success,
But yeah, it's going to be bloody nice now that we've got this absolute behemoth of a patch, coming to a conclusion. Not to say there won't still be stuff to fix around that, but that's part of that as well. And to be able to actually go and look at, okay, let's figure out what kind of person, what kind of build, what kind of character actually should be able to get to what point of the end game, the campaign, etc. Like, what are the mistakes people are making? What is the flaws in their builds that shouldn't be flaws? Be it the recommended gems, be it the base skill damage, be it itemization, passive tree, everything, and just getting all of that as refined as possible. Which is exciting, by the way, because I find that stuff to be some of the more fun work. So it's kind of...
What's the... Go on, Gazi.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, listening to the both of you talking about this, it's obviously we're expecting this, but it really sounds like there's a ton of minor adjustments from the veterans players' perspective, but might be large changes for newer players' perspective that is coming to the 0.5 update that is not necessarily in the patch notes. Something I was really curious about to hear from the both of you was, what portion of this update do you guys predict to make the largest beneficial impact for the player's experience? Because we heard from Jonathan talking about his situation there. Are we talking about changes in that sense in the campaign playthrough, or are we talking about the Infinite Atlas? I just want to hear your thoughts on your prediction on the most beneficial beneficial impact for new player experience.
If you're talking about just for new players, I definitely think that it's going to be the sort of early, like the early in game, like monster density, like things around there, like like late campaign, early in game monster density, things like just. I mean, we were just talking today. Okay, so here's another random example of a thing that we want to try and do. I hope it'll get an 050, but I think it's going to be a big deal, which is that like. There's another one of those realizations of like, I'm fighting a rare. It's got like a shit ton of mods on it. And I'm like, if I just stop like fighting for a second here, just like put on God mode and just watch this rare. Like I'm just going to look at what this rare is doing right now. If I'm not killing it. And there is a fucking endless amount of bullshit spewing forth from this rare. And I'm like, there actually is no capability to have any gameplay, like counterplay to this thing beyond just tanking it. You know what I mean? I'm not really able to dodge it. There's so much crap coming out of this thing that like effectively my defenses have to be good enough. And there's really nothing else that I would be able to do about it.
The Abyss rare had to be, right?
And like essence monsters in particular, I believe it was an essence monster that I was looking at the time. Stuff like that. And it's like, okay, we need to do something here, right? Like it shouldn't be that when you get a bunch of these mods on there that so right now there's all the different effects that can happen. So we call them daemons. They're like the things that that sit there and cast like like when you get like the circles of lightning damage or whatever the hell it is, just like various things like that trigger from a rare. Like every time you add one of those, it doesn't like slow down the rate of the others, and that's like a thing we want to do. Effectively make it so that the more of those that go on the monster, like it doesn't. It's not that it like that it casts the same number of them as what it normally casts. Like it would have to increase, but it shouldn't increase where like you get 2 mods and now it's double the number of those effects, because otherwise there's just no ability to get any kind of counterplay with that. So we need some kind of thing that can control like when lots of mods go on a rare, that it doesn't just turn into an absolute shit fest of like random spam. And so like this is another kind of one of those like fundamental things to identify. And like we'll try to get that info 050, but I think that one of those things is those are the kind of things that I really do think affect new players, because there is a level beyond which of like screen like covering crap that you just kind of give up on it, and now it's like, it really is just a build check. Like I'm not going to dodge this. I'm not going to actually try to even do that. It's like, so now my build just has to be able to tank it, or that's it.
Yeah.
So that's
die.
Once again another thing another one of those fundamentals like that.
This came up a while back. This came up a while back for essences more so because again, it is a thing then veteran players are noticing a lot more, where they're like, okay, especially that Silent Caverns, I think it is unique map, right? And you're like, okay, there's now,
essence one.
There's one monster with 6 essences, and we're like, yeah, what we should be doing is implementing like a system where there's like, one or two of the daemons, as Jonathan explained it, one of the kind of more hidden skills that are outputting, the effects that are going on, they occur on a specific cooldown, and the more there are, the longer the cooldown is, and there's some whole system for it that we wanted to do. But like that was an example of where we checked the obviously the more extreme case, but then if you actually just come back to fundamental monster mods, like it's even a monster that only has 4 mods, for example, and 3 of them happen to be something where it's like just spamming a bunch of stuff. And the other thing is each of those just has their own independent cooldown. And so the monster, and let's say it happened to get 3 and each of those cooldowns is say 10 seconds. Well, it's going to do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds and then do all 3 and then wait 10 seconds. So that gets a different thing where at least you get the wait. But if it happened to be that, let's say there was a 5, a 10, and a 15-second cooldown, or some numbers like that, it's all of a sudden now it's like just skill, and then you're like, okay, well, when do I actually get to DPS? So it kind of varies a bit, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's also just resulting in a bunch of just spam all over your screen. And it gets so much worse at the high end, like to the point where, and this is part of what contributes to the, like, as you said, you just need to be able to survive it. And if you can't, and it results in these things where like, I died to something, there was effects everywhere, and now I'm dead. Something happened. But honestly, again, that's just because, okay, we're talking about 3 or 4 mods. Well, you can get more than that. So obviously, right? And so all of a sudden now you've just got this barrage of onslaught of immersive, flashbangs going on your screen, and hopefully you survive. So it is a problem, but it's one of those things where it's really easy to look at the extreme cases and just be like, obviously we need to address this. And when we come up with some plan, and then you kind of go, well, it is affecting only the top end, you know? So is it as important as these other fundamentals? But then you actually go, okay, let's look at this problem from not the top end perspective, and you're like, oh yeah, it's definitely still a problem. And so that's a good one to get highlighted, and then you can address it, and addresses. It turns out it just fixes it for everyone. So
That's good to hear. That's really nice to hear that they want to address some of this stuff. Alvin, I know you're saying that you're worried they're going to make the game too easy. I think the game difficulty does not have to be I can't see the screen anymore. It can be other things, like for example, there being a harder, more difficult boss, something with a rule set that it plays by rather than just a build check. Because that, like this sort of scenario where it's just the thing that covers the whole screen, that's just a build check. You either one shot it or you have an immortal build that just doesn't die and can stand in everything. There is no like level of dodging if the whole screen is just covered. No matter where you're standing, you're in a bad spot. That's just pass fail build check.
yeah, we're hoping to
Bringing up
even
the-
do something about that this week specifically.
on
like
the
what
on the same topic of that is like, here's another one I just happened to notice recently as well, which was that like I was playing some maps and I realized, hang on a minute, I feel like in the last 10 maps I've run, every single one of them had a mod in it that caused curses to be going off. Every single one of them. And I'm like, so that just means that your entire experience of the map, even when you're not fighting anything, there's just like circles appearing on the screen all the time. I'm like,
I like
and so
this
asked someone
Big
about
J
this, and they're
mapping
like,
arc,
oh yeah, the
dude.
reason for that is because there's a
The
bunch of
Big
curse
J
mods,
mapping
but
arc
because
is
they're all
goated.
weighted the same as all the normal mods, it means that like the overall weighting of just any curse, if you look at it that way, is very high. And so the answer is just divide all the weightings of those curse mods so they're just less common, right? So now you don't have that thing, because like I feel like it shouldn't necessarily be that every freaking map you're running has got these circles appearing like that. So like there's just stuff like that. Like it's just there's just lots of little things like that. But I don't know why it's like it can be hard to notice that stuff unless you're really thinking about it. And like when you're going in with the mindset of like, okay, like what are we doing to reduce the spam? Like when you're actually playing, you have to, and it takes a little while of appreciating it as you go through of like what is actually the cause here. Yeah, like there's a lot of things we can still do. So yeah, that is a bit of a kick that we're on right now.
You
Is
guys
to
play
like
your game? Yep.
try to reduce the spam a little bit. Ideally without sort of hurting the top end cases where people want to make sure that they're getting the monster hits that they need and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that part of what also brought it to a head a little bit is that because the tree adds so much now, we have to be really careful with the with the stuff, because it can get out of hand pretty quick. So that's something that we have to care a lot about.
We've definitely had to reevaluate what our base levels are versus what our, without like really going, okay, we just want everything to be, meh. Like we still want the excitement, you still want the thing where you can spec into all these things and create these crazy situations to happen. But yeah, with the tree being a lot larger and the Atlas Master system and all of this, it's like we've certainly had to reevaluate the base simply for that, just from a like, okay, if we had just kept the same base and added all that, then all the investment would end up having to be quite low, because you just can't have every single map being an absolute clusterfuck. So, reevaluating all of that is also helping, honestly, with that just onboarding into maps thing anyway, where you're not just like overwhelmed with like 8 things going on that you haven't even seen before. You're like, what the fuck is even happening? Like, what's this purple thing here and this blue thing here and this green thing here and this yellow thing here? And you're like, you don't even know what they are because nothing's told you what they are necessarily. So, I think going back to your actual question you had, which was the onboarding for new players, even though it's weird to think about new players in the case of Endgame, but our hope is that they can get there. What I did see, and I've seen this with personal friends, even my brother and stuff, they got to Endgame. He's like, all right, I just ran a couple maps and now I'm done. I guess I'm finished. So I'm hoping that they get there and stick it out and actually have that goal. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't immediately run into brick walls, and can actually play through and finish the campaign, finish the end game as if it was just a continuance of the campaign, honestly. Like, there kind of doesn't necessarily need to be a like break in the story necessarily so much, where they can just be perceived as the same thing ultimately.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because one of the topics we wanted to cover in this interview was about the Fortress and Endgame Atlas. And one of the initial questions we had there is to talk about the fortress. You talk about onboarding people to the end game, right? And the fortress itself, it has its areas inside the fortress. They're sort of pre-juiced, and the fortress is required for gaining your Atlas passive points, and also has some Pinnacle bosses in it. Like, is this area what you envision players to head to first when they go out there, clear it out in its entirety, then go out to engage with league mechanics? Or is it intended to be your sort of first endgame focused type of content, but you can deviate away from it? And the follow-up to this would be, is this supposed to be an extension of the campaign to be sort of a tutorial of the endgame before people are expected to go to the Infinite Atlas?
Well, there's a few things going on here. So number one is I do expect that the Fortress is going to be the first in-game system that people engage with. It doesn't have to be, but I think that it will be. And that's seen by the fact that it's the first quest we give you, and it's kind of like the largest visible thing going on, right? So the very first thing you get is like there's a tower that pops out, and Duyani's like, hey, go do that. And that's like 3 maps away, right? So like it's guaranteed the tower is the 3rd map that you do, assuming that you head in that direction. And then it's like 3 or maybe 4 maps more than that until you get into the fortress. So like it's pretty, like we're onboarding you pretty easily into that thing. So I suspect a lot of people do that. And yes, the pre-juicing is definitely a nice thing because, the nice thing we get to do there, by the way, is that so in the fortress, like it's not most of the maps, but it's like a very large percentage of them, because you can pick where you go. Like you effectively get like pre-juiced maps, but the nice thing is it's like 1 mechanic at a time. Like when you get those mechanics in those maps, it's like because it's at the start, you have an allocated Atlas point, so it's not happening all the time. You get a situation, you get to experience the feeling of like, okay, here's what it would be like if I like had a bunch of wisps, and here's what it would be like if I had a bunch of strongbox and that kind of thing. You get to sort of experience that right away. But yeah, as I said, 1 at a time. And then as you go through the fortress, you're obviously adding more of that content that once you've experienced it to your maps, you get to kind of like juice it more yourself. And so by the time you're done with the fortress, you're going to have like, the not necessarily, probably not the full Atlas tree, because I don't think that you're going to just grind out every single map in the fortress. I suspect the much more likely situation is that you pick a path through the fortress that gets you to the quest goals. You allocate, I don't know what it would be. Like, what do you reckon the percentage of the tree you'd probably allocate, Mark? And by the time you've leveled up and everything, it might be like 1/3 of it or something, like maybe. Like something along those lines. You probably get like a 1/3 of it if as you make your way to the maybe half. It sort of depends on like how long it's taking you to get up those map tiers and so on. But I'd say 1/3 is kind of
half was more what I was thinking, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, like sort of half to a third, the third half, something like that of the tree. Before we get to that, and so by the time you got to that point, you're sort of ready to be able to go and do all the other objectives. And I sort of suspect that that'll be like most people's general experience, and that's not supposed to take too long. It's supposed to be like a relatively like achievable goal. And yes, it is effectively tutorializing the end game as well, because then you've got the quest version of the Pinnacle, which is hard. Don't get me wrong, it's not easy, but like definitely not.
Good, that's what I want to hear.
But it's like something that you would expect someone to be able to do if they're taking it somewhat reasonably. So yeah, like it is something that probably would expect to do. Now you can go and do the other quest lines if you want, but the one thing you will run into is that you're not allowed to do I believe the lieutenants, whatever this kind of like the pre-Pinnacle is before you've got to map tier. It's 11, I believe. Mark, is that correct? Like map tier 11 is what you have to do. That
Generally 14.
14. Yes, that's right. So you map to 14. So what that means is that if you do that as your first one, and you're a new player, so you don't know how to go through the tiers quickly, it's possible that you'd run into that bottleneck at some point if you just did one of the league trees first, and then have to sort of tear up before you went on. Whereas if you do the fortress first, you're obviously going to be T16, or T15 probably, I suppose, if you're not doing the corrupted stuff, and so therefore you're going to have the maps that you need to be able to do those other ones like all the way to the end very quickly. So yeah, I'd expect most people to do Fortress first in most cases.
Part of the reason for that T14 thing, because I suspect it'll come up and people might be like, why is this gated behind a level? Like, why is it? Like, let me just do it. Is that we don't want the Pinnacles. So obviously there's a quest version and a non-quest version, right? The non-quest is harder. That's what you do afterwards. Drops better loot, right? That's the quest version where it still drops loot. It's not just given nothing. It is still a fixed level, and we wanted all the Pinnacles to be at the Pinnacle, right? Around tier 15, tier 16 difficulty, right? So you'll generally find they're about level 79, whereas the farm ones are like level 82. Now that doesn't mean a lot, but it's just obviously item level of drops, and then obviously, whatever custom difficulty we want to do at those level thresholds. However, because often the pinnacles are not using traditional waystones, as in they don't have a tier on them. We have to gate the thing directly before them to be the difficulty that is the closest. Like, for example, let's say you got to tier 11 maps, you killed, say, Tulanesh, and then you got the Twisted Domain key, and so tier 11, and then you're jumping to level 79. Like, the difficulty jump is just going to be insane. And so it's like, well, I'd rather gate that boss to be literally just one step before the Twisted Domain, so that if you do it, you earn the key, you're probably ready to do it. Like, you don't have to now go and waste your key and go, okay, that was impossible. What the hell was that? So people will often probably run into this block, but it is important that when they kill those penultimate bosses, that they are probably ready then. That is their proving grounds to say, okay, you can try the Pinnacle now. And if we have those be too early, people are just going to be like, okay, what the hell? This difficulty jump is out of control. And then they'll fail. They have to go do a bunch of stuff. It'll feel bad. Or they might just be like, nice balance, thumbs down. I think that the lesser evil was definitely to have the gate. There are a few other ways to do this, but the other thing I didn't want to do is have it that let's say you did them in a different order. Like, let's say it was tier 11, as we said, the restriction on Tulanesh. If you then, and let's say Twisted Domain was T12 difficulty instead of the 14 and 15 that I have them at. If you did it breach first and did it naturally, it'd probably feel fine. Now, if you go and do the whole fortress, you get all the way to T15, you kill the Arbiter, you do that whole quest line, and then you go and do breach. Well, now it's just tier 11 and tier 12, and you're going to be like, well, that was a joke. What the hell was that? And so that also doesn't feel good. And then the farm version's obviously high level. And so I think that's also bad as well. So it's just giving a bit of background as to why I want to make sure the penultimates are T14 and the ultimates are around, and the quest ultimates are 15, and then the farm ones are a few levels higher. And there are, I understand there's a few different things you could do here. You could be like, oh, as you complete each, the other ones level up. And as there's all this kind of stuff, but I don't really love doing that. I think it's quite fun to just get to that boss. You get to literally the pre-capstone of the league, and it's like, all right, now get to tier 14, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, I'm going to go do that. When I come back, I'm going to come back and mess it up and hopefully get my loot, or whatever, or just fail, whatever the case is. But hopefully you get to kill it and get your loot. But I don't know. It worked out, but yeah, I understand. It's been a bit of a conversation in the office where people have wanted it one way over the other and been a bit back and forth about it, and had the levels based on the distance from the start and all kinds. And I just think that what we've landed on is certainly the best situation we have of all. But I suspect it's a question that's going to come up. So I thought clarifying it might be a little bit useful.
I think that's probably the way I'd prefer it, honestly. Of having each of the mechanics, their hard version of the boss be all at a similar level, not have one just be like way easier than the others per se. I'm still hoping we get the ability to keep making the content either a lot harder beyond what the current difficulty is, or we get that sort of solution via making the top end of builds way less damage. Because right now, the current difficulty is you get the gem levels or you get a decent weapon and you're one-shotting the bosses. They do talk about this later. This is a good interview, man. It's a good interview.
Did you guys do any changes to the earlier levels of the Waystones? Because I know in one video, there was a video I was watching where a guy was mapping out and saying the earlier tiers of the Waystones are higher levels now, etc. How do you feel about the earlier level curve of the Waystones? Has that been fundamentally changed though, or are you guys okay with the positioning of it currently?
As in level 65, then 67, then 8?
Yeah, exactly.
Currently the same.
There were some changes to monster effectiveness that happened.
I mean, again, we've done balance all over the place. So it's what do the numbers even mean is kind of a question in itself, in general, I think a common problem people had is that the difficulty difference between the maps wasn't significant enough, and so it was like you just kind of just climb and climb and climb.
Right. Yeah.
We've done some changes around that.
They increased the gap.
We went very extreme at the start of this development cycle, and we've now come back on it substantially. Not to say there isn't still a larger difference than what's currently on live. So yes, the difference between a T1 and 15 on live is less than the difference that will be in 050.
Nice.
As in it gets harder as you climb the progression.
How much harder, Mark?
That
How much
being
harder?
said, a lot of that was also done through because we've changed what the map mods give as well. So they have I can't remember what the exact bonuses are now, but for example, a subset of the mods do grant effectiveness, so quant and life and XP. And then, but what we tried to do is that every single mod on a map was something you actually were like, oh yeah, okay, this is rewarding. I want this. Whereas there were some that were a bit hit and miss before, for sure. So we've tried to do that, and so we've changed some of the outcomes given. But just now, by rolling mods on maps, you'll notice that things, because of the effectiveness, for example, that monsters can get harder, but at least then you can kind of control it, which is better than just, okay, we've moved the brick wall from here to here or whatever. It's like not a great change that we made, but yeah, I would say it's not too far off what it was at a baseline level. But again, that's where also then ideally, when we do have things like difficulty curves like that, it's something that's in the player's control, not like, otherwise again, like let's say Jonathan's build here, he's like, okay, I'm struggling in very early waystones, but and I raised the question to him, I was like, okay, but let's say we did this change here. It sounds good. You'll get to your tier 3 or 4, maybe 5 maps, but then you're going to hit a wall there as well, right? So it's about making sure that we do changes that aren't just like, okay, you've,
Move where the wall is.
you're going to quit 30 minutes later instead. Or you'll quit the next day instead of the day before. Technically that's better, I guess, but it's still bad. So, but it's, I know that there's a lot of people who really wanted it to be that the difference in difficulty in tiers is quite significant. There's a bunch of people who don't necessarily. We tried it. It wasn't good. So having it more as you get more of the tree, more multi-choice, you get the Atlas Masters, and that being fully like agency controlled is definitely a better world than just like inherently every tier is significantly harder than the last, or some sort of more extreme jump like that. So anyway,
Well,
tried and tested it.
Let's talk about the Atlas Masters then, because I'm very curious. There's 2 fundamental changes with the Atlas tree currently coming up in 0.5, one of which is you can basically max out the entirety of the tree. I know there's notables you can change, and that's kind of how you're doing the player agency on the Atlas tree. But also the Atlas Masters are the other fundamentally new, and you call them ascendancy classes for the Atlas tree, which is kind of an interesting way to put it. So what are the Masters enabling you to be able to do that was something you couldn't be able to put on the tree? Why Atlas Masters, and what is that going to help you with?
So there's a couple of things going on here. So I think one of the things that's really important to talk about with that is that why the old tree was a concern. So effectively, the old tree wasn't allowed to have anything on it that could affect content that you could see that you were going to get in advance. And the reason for that is because you'd just respec before you do it, and then be having to respec all the time. And we wanted to get to a situation where you didn't feel like you needed to make those changes all the time. And yeah, the only way we'd had to do it before was to effectively water down the bonuses we could give. And then originally what we were saying is that we want to have it so that the customization that there is doesn't require so much cognitive overload in terms of doing it. And what I mean by that is okay, so the important thing to respec was various more sort of keystone-y type things. There's a bunch of other bonuses, but the stuff that kind of defines what is interesting about what you're doing is really more about those keystone things. So if we can bring all those key choices together in one place, it's going to feel a lot less threatening when you want to change them. And so now you've got effectively a nice little menu on the side of the thing of what one of these do you want to be playing under. And then after that we were okay, we want to do some kind of thing where like in PoE 1 you've got like the 3 specs that you can do for your Atlas tree, and I've never kind of liked that because like I don't know, like how would I just describe like why I don't sort of like that kind of stuff? It's like it feels like it's adding even more complexity. So then I was like, okay, is there a way that we can get the idea of having 3 specs, but like not have it feel like something that feels like it adds complexity, but instead make it feel thematic and cool? And so then the idea of like, well, what if each spec was like a character, and they're like, you know, like this is the stuff that they're, you know, that they're doing, and then it feels like when you're changing between them that you've got just it's just a more interesting and sort of more thematic way of achieving something like that. And I think that's actually worked pretty well. And then, funnily enough, it kind of ended up feeling a little bit like what we have in PoE 1. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you know, the way that you can select a thing when you run a map.
The influence.
Yeah, anyway,
XRP
So,
here, Maven.
yeah, like it just has a sort of a cool feel to it like that. And because you're allowed to select between these things like that, then we can have bonuses that you would want to change between before you run a map, because you can effectively just have like, okay, this is when I'm running this content, this is the master that I'm using. When I'm running that content, this is the master that I'm using, and you kind of like decide those kind of choices up front, and then it's just like one click to change between them. So now then, yeah, we put all those bonuses of like, and even in this case, we're even experimenting with having bonuses that are going to apply to the league that we're actually running right now. So there are bonuses that apply to the Runes of Alder on there, and like we feel like it's okay to do that when it's like the sort of separate thing that's on the these masters, where we didn't feel like we were comfortable doing that on the Atlas tree before. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's a different context of delivery that allows us to do a certain thing, and in this case, the particular thing that it is yeah, like content that responds to like things that respond to things that you can see that are going to happen. So like I see that I'm going to run this type of map, it's going to have this type of content, and I select this master, which is going to synergize with that.
Okay. The league mechanic trees. When I was watching the review, one bit of confusion. Like I know, I at least myself was confused about this, so I was hoping some clarity. Are you actually able to max out the entirety of each one of the league trees? Okay, so what was the decision behind we wanted to make it where you max out the trees and entirely also in the league mechanic portion of it?
So I mean, it's the same exact argument for the regular tree, right? Like it's, we just think that it's important that for the types of bonuses that we can do, it means that we can do a bonus like, now when you kill this boss, it's going to have these additional, these additional features or drops, something like that. There's like stuff like that you just wouldn't be able to do normally, because you'd be like, okay, well, I'm not going to have that allocated when I'm doing this content because I instead have this other thing. If you allocate all of them, we could just do those types of bonuses, and I think it just makes them more interesting. But yeah, so then once again, you've got the multi-choice nodes that are there to control the like, do I want to have this league be like this or like that? The multi-choice nodes effectively serve as those decision points.
For example, there, by the way, like you can have a node that specifically enhances the difficulty and or drops of the Pinnacle boss for that league. You can have one that applies to the lieutenant. You can have, and so yes, before obviously you'd have to then go, I'm about to do the Pinnacle boss, or you save up a bunch of keys and then you allocate those nodes and then run them all, and then you unallocate those nodes when you go back to farming. So even with that, but the different variety of bonuses we're allowed to have invested into, it feels pretty good. It feels pretty awesome where you can be like, okay, I mean, there is the sense of ordering as you're like filling in the tree where you're like, okay, am I going to invest in this now or this later? Obviously, you're generally not going to invest in the Pinnacle boss when you're like, first starting out. Not that it's at the start of the tree anyway. And so, yeah, you're generally going to want to spec into that stuff later regardless. And often in those cases, it's even blocked behind killing the Pinnacle boss to start with, where it's like, okay, I can't allocate these until I kill the Pinnacle for the first time. And then you can go and fill them in. And then when you do the farm, you can get the full loot. But it does create this just like really cool sense of progression of like, you're just like really evolving the loot, and there kind of isn't really a wrong choice. You're not like so scared about whether or not you're allocating A or B and whether or not it's going to be the right thing. And so you can just do it with a lot more freedom, a lot less like, fear of missing out of something. You can, but there's still a little bit of that, like, thinking about the choice and the ordering and which way you're getting it, but it just feels so much less complicated and something you can just fuck up. Of course, that raised the concern, and Jonathan mentioned it, where you then lose your build per se. and this is something we've talked about a little bit, but like this is where the Atlas Master circles in. It's like, we need a system that is your build, but we need that to not be like 150 passives, you know. It needs to be something quite clean like an Ascendancy class, hence kind of Atlas class. It's like, here's your end points you get on a quite small tree, and it's effectively like, okay, as he said, it's boiling down the actual key decisions of how things behave, like meta level decisions, as opposed to just like X% increased something. It's just like a little bit of thing. It's like very game changing, like, you know, enables a mechanic or disables another, gives you, you know, as I said, things that reduce the number of revives you have but increase the loot. And it's like, oh, do I want to risk that?
I'm definitely really excited about the Atlas classes. I'm not sure I'm sold on this every node thing though. I'm still an every node allocated hater. I hope when I log in though, I'm just wrong and I just like it, and then afterwards I'm like, this is a great change. But there's part of me that just isn't
much more meaningful decisions
isn't
all over the
so confident.
Atlas Masters, and because we can have multiple, because you can turn them off and enable them at will, and because it's not like just giant tree of overwhelmingness, it's quite easy to go, okay, I understand what this is going to do. I understand I can try it. I can just turn it off. I don't need to have like multiple respec systems in order to do it, be it gold or some orb. And then I can just go and change it. And then maybe when I'm ready later, I'll turn it on again.
Makes sense. You have the progression versus the choices with the masters.
Is, of course, it allows us to make new ones in the future.
I'm going to try to be open-minded.
New Atlas masters, maybe we sub one out, add another. You know, you never know how these things go. Maybe we do a thing where we, you know, move what's on class A onto class B and some of B onto C, and, you know, you create different combinations of the classes and what they specialize in. Obviously still remaining thematic, because that's a thing that we want to stay bound to. And so there's a lot more like flexibility here in terms of changing, removing, adding, doing a bunch of like cool stuff with just like creating new builds where you can create an entire new in-game meta just by mixing up those classes. And you haven't had to change this entire 600-point Atlas passive tree kind of level grade thing where you're like, okay, like we can create so many new metas with like five changes, and that's it. You just move this here, this here, this here, this here, this here, and it's like, oh, entire in-game meta changed. Now, that's if we want to do that. We don't have to, but that can be a cool level of shake-up that keeps in-game feeling way fresher and whatnot, and we haven't had to add an entire new system to do it. So, yeah.
Reduces my analysis paralysis.
You know, in-game meta and stuff like that.
Definitely will help with that.
The player agency control of the, not just the Atlas Masters, but also the multi-choice nodes we have on the Atlas tree itself, is something you brought up, I believe it was you, Mark, on the Q&A with Siggy D, was that something that you don't have in PoE 2, but you do have in PoE 1, is the ability to respond to market changes by targeting different types of...
All right, sorry, Gazzy. I'm cutting Gazzy off. Goku, I think you got a good point. I understand where they're coming from. Yes, it's removal of choice, but ultimately you could spec whatever Atlas you wanted. And realistically, there are must-click nodes. Yeah, like if I was going to click Harvest, or I want to do Harvest mechanic, I always click the same Harvest nodes. Am I really giving up that much choice there? The choice kind of comes in when you're trying to like come up with a creative solution to get multiple things that synergize well, I guess. I would say is the counterpoint to that, but at the same point, a lot of it boils down to trial and error, or you end up just copying somebody who figured out the best way to do it or whatever. And then at that point, are you making a choice anyways? Or did somebody else make that choice because they figured it out before you?
Drops. So like this is kind of in the topic of combating inflation, which has been mentioned, as well as price stabilization, where you can make those choices to, hey, this is lacking a supply in the market or whatever. And then you can choose to say, well, I'm going to do that farm. And then maybe the market changes. And now the next mechanic is going to be the most lucrative, if you will. And one of the questions is this one of your implementation to help combat your issues with rarity affecting currency and combating inflation in general? Or what's the take here?
It is 100% good at that. And, go for it, Jonathan.
Well, I was going to basically say exactly that, right? Like we are trying to make it so that not only do you have things with the Atlas Masters, but you've also got things with the like which league you're focusing on. You know, like Ritual now being a much bigger source of uniques, for example. yeah, if like you think, like we do
I'm gonna
want
be a
the
ritual
idea
gamer
that things
after I
in the
crush
market
armor and delirium.
are off in a certain way. You feel like you can profit. Going to it or doing a different league,
Find my mage blood.
being a thing that matters more is, I think, pretty important. So that was an explicit goal. Like let's try and make it so that we can get that. Now I don't know whether that's going to have a huge effect or not, but it was one of the things we noticed that was different about PoE 1 versus 2 when we were talking about this kind of stuff. So we thought like, hey, let's add that ability a little bit more.
But like to go further into that again with the response and player agency side, and I don't actually know if we made this. It was in one of my mini spreadsheets at some point. But like, let's just say ritual gives uniques, which yes, we've made that change. And let's just say that there was a master who had somehow an occult, or let's say a multi-choice, and it just said all the uniques offered by ritual are now currency. And you could, with a click of a button, go click, all right, now I run rituals and I'm just getting currency instead of uniques. Not to say that's necessarily a thing, I can't remember. But that's the level of thing where it's like, well, why not allow someone to change that? Now, one might be quantifiably better than the other, but that's somewhat market dependent and somewhat what you need for your gear, for your build, your character, and whatnot. But that is a level of a literal just click one button, click another button. Like if that's a thing you want to do, that we will now be able to do with this, where you can completely transform what you're farming by just the click of a button. And you can do that for many of the different leagues where you're like, okay, well, I want to target this instead of that, or I want to specifically turn
sick.
off A and B because C gives more currency, or I want to, I'm farming more bosses, so I want to make the bosses do this at the cost of something else. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do, and it's so much more approachable and simple, which is awesome. So I do expect that to happen, by the way. I do expect people to be... those who care about it to be dynamically responding their builds to the economy, which I know a lot of people care about, myself included, right? That's what you're going to do. So what you have as a day one build might not be your day two build, might not be your day three build, entirely just due to I want to make the most amount of wealth from an economical standpoint, as opposed to necessarily like what's best for your character, because I understand getting wealthy is often what's best for your character. So, it will happen. Almost
Currency does buy power.
And it's not going to take a whole bunch of gold and unshaping orbs and everything to do it. So that's good.
That's a good sign.
I know you guys put, I think it was in the patch notes, you guys said you put like exceptionos and fracturing orbs are on the Atlas tree now as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
correct.
One more example of it.
That can be seen as taking something away, which obviously it is to some degree. But what it's also allowing you to do is be exposed to the fact that it exists at all, which is kind of cool because you can see the node, you can go, what the hell is that? And you can click the keyword and you're like, oh, I see what this is. That's cool. So you're like,
oh. Which is quite cool. Like you now know those mechanics exist because the tree tells you about them.
Mm-hmm. And think about that angle. Okay, one more question about the Atlas and we'll move on and talk about the league mechanic. Destructive play is like kind of one of my favorite ways to farm in PoE 1, right? And you were talking about the more focus on unique map bosses. It's not really a current strategy in 0.5. Like you're not really going and targeting down, map bosses currently.
Nameless rituals.
Is this something you expect? I've seen you've been giving love to unique map bosses, farming strategy so far from what we've seen on the Atlas tree. So are you guys trying to make that into a potential strategy?
Should ideally be one.
It should to some degree, for sure. I mean, it depends if you think of it as the map boss versus, say, I would say an example is the summoning circles, being able to invest in that and do stuff with that is a way of getting more boss fights. I understand it's not the map boss. There are definitely ways to... Well, I guess you got the Overseer's tablet, of course, which is a way of trying to be more boss-centric. I get it's not quite the same as what you're mentioning, which... is more just like fighting a bunch of ruckus at the same time. But as something that we're trying...
Dude,
there's a little bit of
ruckus, man.
and Jonathan said this to me literally today, which is that fighting multiple bosses at once is almost always worse than fighting one at a time. Like, you just lose that cohesion, you lose that combat feel. Now, you can have a twinned fight that is designed and they're a bit tag teamy and all that, but it often isn't good to just spawn a bunch of bosses on you all at the same time. Because it just implies, it's one of that same thing again, where now you just have to have the defenses to not insta-die because you can't tell what's happening. So adding more bosses is something that summoning circle mechanic tries to do, and there are other ways to do that for sure. There's like a new type of delirium mirror that spawns a cloned boss from a map. So like we want to definitely spawn more bosses, but I don't want to just spawn like 6 bosses in a room all together and just let you deal with it, right? It just, the combat just goes out the window.
Which we do have in the Rite of the Nameless, but in the Rite of the Nameless we do offset them from spawning. Like they don't all just suddenly spawn to start.
Yeah, it's still staggered.
They spawn. They're not like one at a time, but they do stagger so that like you've got time to potentially kill the boss first, and then before the next one. And so ideally, it's kind of like, you know, like it's a bit of a tough.
Nah, that's hilarious, dude. If you have a good build, you get to one-shot the bosses one at a time. If you have a bad build, guess what? You're about to get cooked.
Fight, but you're not, it's not just like 5 bosses enter a room with you.
That being said, we have a bit of work to still do on getting ritual combat to be a bit better, right? Like it is one of the things. Like, I mean, obviously getting that many monsters in a bit of a claustrophobic situation can just be a bit of a mess, and so that's still something we are going to work on, is getting.
Connor was crashing out about this yesterday. Was he like, when he heard that, was he mad that they spawned separately? Because it was like, oh, it doesn't matter if your build's really that good. If you just have a decent amount of DPS, then you're just going to be one-shotting them one at a time. Probably is what he was thinking. I don't know. I did not witness the Connor crash
combat
out.
To be a bit better as well, just as a thing to hopefully do between 050 and release. But yes, in that context, definitely staggering them is the play, because yes, what the hell is fighting 5 bosses, and not now just 5 bosses in the boss arena. You're talking about 5 bosses in this little circle with a bunch of rat tornadoes or something going around. You have no idea what's going on. So we'll try and make that as clean as possible.
All right, well, let's talk about the Runes of Aldor then, this season's league mechanic.
Going on about fear being better,
major, sticking out points is obviously Runic Ward. I don't think many people saw that one coming. That was a bit of a surprise when I saw that one. So what was the thought process of coming to the conclusion that, okay, we need another defensive of some sort, and this time we're going to put it under life? Like, that's pretty unique. So how'd you come to that point?
I think it maybe started. Did it start with the skills first or the ward first? I can't actually remember which way around it was, but I feel like it might have been the skills. And we were talking about like what resource could we consume. I mean, it came together in one conversation, but I'm trying to remember exactly like which way around it was. But the skills and the Runic Ward were definitely designed together, like in terms of what that. Like we sort of knew that we wanted something. And so, okay, for a while we've wanted to have. It's like you start with having it so that all of the skills are limited to weapon types, but then after that, you then break the rule and actually have the stuff that goes between the weapon types. And so we knew for a while we wanted to have, skills that. Can work across, so you can do some interesting stuff, and it like expands the universe of what builds are possible by quite a lot. So
have they showcased many of those abilities, or not really? Just a random little side note. I feel like they like very briefly talked about it, said there was like 20 skills, and then we didn't really see many of them, right? Runic Infusion, Frostflame, Nova, like 2 or 3. Yeah, they said there was like 20 of them, I think, or maybe I'm crazy.
It's just a question of like what can the restriction be so that it's like to make it so that there's something there that we can have that still sort of limits it. Because we were talking about how if we're doing skills like this, we didn't believe that something like mana would actually necessarily work for the type of skills that we want to do it, where it's like
talking about doing a showcase like that.
So then we're like, okay, if we've got another resource and like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like do we make it like Val skills where you've got like the soul thing. We kind of didn't like that either. And I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that.
Sorry, back that up. Did he say Val skills?
And like we don't really want to do life, and then we talked about like do we make it like Val skills where you've got like the soul thing. We kind of didn't like that either. And I'm not sure exactly how we ended up with Runic Ward as the description, but I did like the fact that you've got something that's a hybrid defense and offense, and you can kind of scale that depending on what you do. It ended up pretty well, and I'm enjoying playing with it as well. Like I do now, especially that there's a proper sound when you run into it. Like you do know that it's saving you. So that's been pretty nice. So I'm a big fan of that. But ultimately, yeah, it came from the skills first, I believe. of like you wanted to have a new resource that can power something.
I'm
like that.
committing. Second build I make this league will be Runic Ward.
You know, you mentioned
I honestly can't remember the conversation, but yeah, we started with like, well, PoE 1 has Ward, and we're like talking about things that we could do that are of Kalgurin theming, and we ended up going, it was just like, we're not really satisfied with how it works. Like fundamentally, it's like very niche, it's very endgame, it relies on all these unique mechanics to actually be good, and we need something that's fundamental
Who
to
said
the
I can't stone
campaign
fist with
here,
Runic Ward?
something that can help everyone. And then we went through all, like, you know, as we do, we just have our meetings of design rants, and we went through many iterations and somehow ended up with what we have. And I think it is a significant upgrade over what, you know, if we had just copy pasted from what was in PoE 1 there, it would have not been anywhere near as good. So yeah, it's quite satisfied with how that ended up. But it is always hard to forget these frantic conversations we have where we're just like, it's honestly like sometimes it's 30 minutes and you have like 500 iterations, and sometimes it's several hours and you have like 3 iterations. But easier to remember those ones. This was one of those short and fast, snappy, ruckus conversations for sure.
Dude, Mark and Ruckus, man.
I am hoping that people find use for Runic Ward skills and like whatever build that they're doing. Like I think that probably will be the case. Like we've made quite a few. There's quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones. So Ghazi will be.
The hell, Jonathan? What do you mean a surprising number of minion ones? Okay, when I said my second build will be Runic Ward related, it's going to be one of the non-minion ones, okay? I'm playing Companions first, which is arguably not even a minion build, considering it's totally different. But my second build is definitely not going to be a minion build, okay? It's where there's going to be Runic things that are not minion related, surely, right?
Quite a few ones that are general enough as well, and a surprising number of minion ones.
Surprising number.
So,
How many does that mean, man?
About that, I guess. But yeah, there's quite a bit going on there. The one I'm using on my current build is like honestly pretty fun. It looks simple. It's this thing where you called repulsion, where you it actually, I think when we did the live stream, it was a mark, but then we decided that we liked it as a curse better. So it's a curse that you apply to the monsters, and when they take a bit of damage, the curse gets removed and it does an explosion that pushes all the monsters away. And if you've got large monster density and you use it on a pack, like the monsters just get absolutely like when they just spread everywhere. Like it's quite fun. So I'm enjoying that one, and hopefully we don't need to nerf it because I'm enjoying it. But that's the one that I'm using at the moment. But yeah, there's quite a lot of interesting ones. And I suspect that what I'm hoping is that there might be some like ward only builds even at Endgame, which I think will be interesting. Like we'll try and build one in the office, and maybe we'll even do a video on it to see if we can do like a ward only character, just to see how that goes. But the skills are primarily designed to be used as sort of like extra things that you can use on your other builds as well.
One question about the league mechanic itself is I was re-listening to the Ziggy D Q&A while I was prepping, and Mark, you said that you thought you could get up to 22 rare mob modifiers potentially when paired with the expedition when doing the Ruin of Aldor, right? So one of my questions for you is this kind of intended to be a strategy, sort of like, I don't know, like the Alva Temple, for instance, where it's like, okay, you can farm it for specifically what the drops are, but also like it can be a juicing mechanism where we're building this. So another way to play it is you do this actually just to juice the rare mobs themselves, and you're actually farming the mobs for the drops by adding more and more modifiers on.
That was the intention, yes, that both are a viable option. Now, the example I gave, there's obviously the extreme.
Of course. Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have that happen every time, for sure. But I do want that to be a strategy, for sure, especially now that the mods don't display all vertically down the screen. Those specific mods don't. There's just like a little line of runes under the monster's life bars. And yeah, but my hope is that there is a strategy at endgame. Obviously, it's a relatively high-end strategy, where once you are using logbooks and doing those grand expeditions, as we've called them. I don't know if there's an official name yet, but that's what I'll keep, the big old expeditions, that you are thinking, okay, on some of the remnants, you're like, okay, I want this chase reward. And on others where you're like, nah, I don't really care too much about, this and that. Like, I think I can push the monsters to be more valuable than the things that are offered by them. That you're actually thinking, okay, I'm going to try and pick the highest variety of different runes possible so that you pass them along and try and get as many remnants as possible in the dynamite chain. And then you're just like, okay, obviously each one then passes them on. So you're going to get every monster. The first one will be like, okay, pretty standard rewards. Second one a bit more. Third one a bit more. Fourth one a bit more. It's like, how long can this dynamite chain go? How many remnants can I get in it? And then you get to the point where you're just like, all right, like, what am I actually even fighting now? That's the hope, is that there are still people. And again, because you can control what the mobs are, what the rewards are, what the where the bombs are, the order of them. You can control the difficulty and rewards entirely as you please. One other thing we've changed with expeditions, by the way, which I think has been a significant upgrade, though a semi-controversial internal one, but
I think it's
delay the
I
explosion.
think
the
it's
same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain.
Hold on. I was talking when Jonathan said something. I need to hear what did Jonathan say?
Semi-controversial internal one, but
I think it's way
speak
better. I think it's way
the
better.
same way, which is when you set a dynamite, you got your dynamite chain. When the first one goes off, you have to kill a certain number of the monsters before the dynamite will continue. So what would often happen is that a fast build, when doing the logbooks were before, or expeditions, you could just kill as you're going. And what some people did is they'll just detonate the entire chain and then just like clear backwards almost. And what some people would do is just clear with it, but effectively now they're not even seeing the bombs. Like the bombs have all detonated off screen and they're just following the chain of minimap icons, clearing everything. Yeah. So now, like, it's like finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb goes off, finish the encounter, next bomb. So you're following it, actually following it, seeing the detonation, seeing what's emerging, doing the fight, and you're following along. It just feels so much smoother. Though I know that there's
way more, by the way, like it's way better.
I agree. I think it's significantly better, but I know it immediately had people going, but I like to just detonate the whole thing and then just wait ages and then clear it all.
It's definitely a controversial
going backwards
change
or whatever. And I was like, wow, too bad, because the pros outweigh the cons here, IMO. But it is just significantly better.
One couple other
Vision
changes I noticed was
said this is the way we do
10
it.
runes instead of 8 in the patch notes, right? I think the review said it was like 8 cap, and I think in the patch notes it said it was upwards of 10.
I think the reason for that is because there's a that might have been me accidentally disclosing a hidden thing that was supposed to be a hidden thing about how there's like a secret thing that you can get up to 10. I think I might have accidentally said that. Like, I think the normal limit is 8.
Okay.
But
there's like a bespoke 10 length and 9 length one. They're not like traditional. It's something that when you find, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing.
Yeah. So there's like, that was probably just my bad, just like looking at the table and being like, okay, here's the maximum one being 10. Like, there's probably a few things I accidentally disclosed in the patch
What the
notes
hell?
that were intended
Why is
to be
everybody
hidden,
scooping?
but it's fine. We'll just
My alert's broken?
We'll see.
How do you
By all means, we don't.
Yo, Fubgun, appreciate the raid, man. Appreciate the raid. You enable that emote there? I didn't mind the scoop mode. The scoop mode seems fine. How you guys doing? Welcome. We're looking at the interview because I didn't see this yesterday. Getting a little inspection here, see what's going on. So far, gotta be honest, Big J mapping arc is goated.
We don't mind.
Yeah, spoil it here.
You're 100% winning. Farmer doesn't know any of the arbiter mechanics. And a rage quit. Yeah, people have been in my chat in and out saying that he got raffle stomps 20 times back to back to arbiter. The thing is, the race isn't to kill arbiter, it's to kill the hardest version of the delirium boss. The hope is the hardest version of the delirium boss is harder than arbiter. And also, since it's new, there won't be like a guide video on how to do the mechanics. Either way, I'm not too worried, let's be honest. Okay, am I going to lose to the guy that's main occupation in PoE is Ange? That's his whole like game plan, is just to Ange his way to victory? Nah, I'm not worried. I think this is I'm just trying to help him expand his variety of content. Isn't that you in PoE 1? No. Every league start, I make a ton of money doing various different farming strategies. Like last league, for which it's not Kiefer's, forget in Mirage. I literally made like 2 mirrors on League Start this league doing boss rushing, just doing freaking Relic of Pact Ubers. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sure, guys. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sure. You guys are out of control. You can't be sure of me that. This is crazy. I literally was doing freaking Ubers day 2 on Relic because Relic's OP, Giga Chad League Start, and it was printing. Every time I did freaking Synth Boss, dropped a Scepter, there were like 8 Divines a pop at that point. Every time I did Whisper Boss, he dropped the Whispers Amulet, freaking 10 Divines, you know? They're like the early Ubers, whoo, is money. He undercut me. Listen. You come into my arena, I am the undercut king for a reason, okay? Always rechecking. I'm gonna be the lowest listing. That's how it works. I'm trying to sell fast.
How do you actually decide what you want
No,
to
personal,
like,
just
leak
business.
or show in the review and what you don't? Like, I mean, that's got to be kind of a hard decision on, you want to keep enough hype going, right? Like, you want people to know some stuff's coming, be excited. Like, you got to tease Mageblood's coming. You can't tease what it is, right? So, like, how do you decide what makes the cut on the teaser and what you want to be, like, discovered? Like,
Flips
the
a
hidden
coin, I
ascendancies,
bet.
for instance, like you did with Abyssal Lich.
I don't know really. It's sort of hard to decide, but like there are certain things. Well, okay, like a random example is like not to, like in the patch notes we said there are 3 barracks rings. People are going to make some assumptions about what that might mean.
They totally didn't have taming in the patch notes. The patch notes are they're hiding things. Honey, there's no way they had 3 barracks rings, didn't list the taming, and then he's talking about, oh, there's something special with the barracks ring. There's taming, 100%.
Like things like that we're just like this, like in some ways,
Taming confirmed.
Like it can be obvious to people what the hidden things are, but that can be its own form of excitement because now you're going to be asking, well, how does that work? What do you do? And the way that does work is quite hidden. So
Salvage bench. There's no way he's calling it quite hidden in its salvage bench, right? It's gonna be some weird thing. There's no way it's just salvage bench, right? Trying to think of like what thing you could even do that you could put. I mean, you could put rings onto the breach thing, but I doubt it's that. Use all 3 rings on the ritualist. You think it's put them all on the ritualist? Yeah, it could be.
we'll have to see whether people do that. I know Jeff actually was saying to me, he's like, as a player, I would never find this. So hopefully people do actually end up discovering that. But all it takes is 1, and then everyone will know. So there are secrets like that around. But yeah, I don't know. It just like we want to make sure that there's just enough things where it feels like people have found something. And actually, there's that other whole system we didn't tell people about. Oh, I'm not even going to mention it. No, screw it. There's a whole bunch of like, I would say there's more like. I
don't even know what he's talking about.
No, you do know what I'm talking about. The one that's the most ridiculous.
You have to tell me afterwards because obviously
the one that's the most ridiculous.
Why wait?
The
one that's the most ridiculous. Come on, Mark. Don't you know the most ridiculous one? Big J out here.
But anyway,
just
the
saying
we
things.
actually got enough hidden surprises in this patch that I feel like it's kind of okay to disclose a lot of things because there's quite a lot more of them.
Somebody's
got
to
more
stop
hidden
Big
random
J.
weird stuff in this patch than we've probably ever done. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Mark, but it seems like it to me.
It should be. I'm a huge advocate for pushing for and I just declare it at the start. I'm like, this is a thing no one's allowed to know about, and then I just hope that no one says anything.
It's easy to make mistakes though because people don't know what stuff's going to be hidden, and so I might just randomly, blunder into things and like
there are other things where we're like, okay, but is it just going to get data mined in minute 0 anyway, and thus people?
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, oh, maybe even that in itself is exciting because people don't know if what's data mined is actually enabled or not.
Yeah, there's fake data mining things all the time.
And you put in little things that are just like, to intentionally make people feel the sense of mystery. So even if it is a thing that will get data mined, it doesn't necessarily mean it's there. If it's like, I mean, there are things that are
smoke and mirrors, man.
I don't know if I don't know if the patch notes actually ended up with this, but all of the for example, have we disclosed all of the hidden anoints?
No.
You
They
know,
haven't
like
talked about any of
we
them.
expressed some. We're like, here's some that you get from the.
Did they?
they're not
We
like
didn't list them.
as in-
We didn't.
Yeah,
We didn't
as in-
list them. We just
we
said there's
went over some in the live stream and the presentation, and we went over here's a few examples, but then there's there's a whole bunch undiscovered. And so it's like I wouldn't say that's a secret. It's just like we want people to discover stuff. We want some people, and then there's the stuff like the actual secrets where we're just like, nah, good luck finding this, and we look forward to day 29 where someone figures this out or something. I want some sense of discovery over the league that's more than just like what is your build.
Isn't there supposed to be some like vendor recipe still in PoE 1 that we haven't found? That even like the devs forgot about or something? Or am I just imagining this? That there's like some secret some secret vendor recipe that's still out there. They're never gonna tell us, really. I'm pretty sure. I thought that was a topic at one point. That there was some recipe we hadn't found and we still haven't found it. Remember when the Q was looking for the skeleton jewel? I guess just bait, maybe, yeah, maybe it's just him. Maybe it's just freaking Chris fishing. Yeah, maybe.
What is the meta, like stuff that's actually in-world discoverable things? And yeah, sometimes it gets figured out in like an hour, and you're like, oh well, whatever. Still, that's something. But
it's funny that you mentioned this with the bait thing, because I'm still looking at the data mine of Demon Magus and just waiting for something to happen. Like if that. Oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm sitting here with you balls.
No, it was a real thing. It's not.
It was.
It is
I did have a quick. Sorry.
It will be a real thing one day. It wasn't intended to.
Okay. I'm just trying not to go off on my notorious 15-minute minion rant here after Jonathan's comment earlier. I did have a curiosity about the league mechanic, which kind of weaves into the history of GGG. You guys have never shied away from trying out-of-the-box crazy things, roguelike things like Sekima, Sanctum, Auto Battlers, Todia, DM's favorite TD Blight. And we saw a meteor crashing on the Infinite Atlas. Utilizing the Infinite Atlas for the immersion of a meteor crashing down, it looks really cool. This small little snippet.
That was a good shot.
And then the question I have for this is the idea of changing /and/or terraforming the Atlas something that you'll want to explore further in future updates or even leagues moving forward?
I definitely think that we're going to do more of that for sure. I mean, Doryani does have, as one of the Atlas Masters, does have a light terraforming ability. He's got the ability to change one biome into another.
Say what now? Are they letting us actually choose what map we're running? Doriani say what now?
Like as part of his Atlas Master abilities.
Okay.
All right.
It's not completely controllable. You can't just make the whole world a desert, but like he does have some light ability to do that, and so there's things like that we can do.
It's all soft now. I mean,
but yeah, that actually matters quite a lot with the new Atlas tree, because the new Atlas tree has a bunch of things that are biome specific. Like this is a thing that happens in forest, and this is a thing that happens in deserts. And there's also the ability to say like this biome behaves as this other biome in addition, and stuff like that, like with multi-choice stuff. And so there's like things like that going on that like make the biomes matter more. And then the ability for Diani to then be able to do some terraforming means that there's some strats there ideally that you could do with him. But yeah,
But I mean,
small steps. Yep.
The imagination can immediately
Getting
run
there.
wild. It's like, it's less hypothetical. This has not been discussed before, but it's like, okay, what does it look like for blight using for, whatever blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time. But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the Atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from here, and you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination run wild.
We've got the breach domains appearing on the Atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean the fog bank thing and delirium, the delirious like area. That's
YJ refill. Wait, did he actually refill his cup? I just didn't even see it.
whatever blight ends up being in whatever world at some point in time. But like, okay, why not have actual blighted growths that appear on the atlas and start growing and start like overrunning things? And why not have I don't know, things invading from
You guys messing with
here?
me?
You know, you can do anything, right? I mean, the imagination can run
Yeah,
wild.
we've got the breach domains appearing on the atlas now. That's not like something that happens in front of you, but I mean the
He
fog
didn't
bank
grab a
thing
bottle. You guys are
and
telling me about
delirium,
the bottle
the
thing.
delirious like area. That's kind of this sort of feels a little bit like it as well, where like the atlas gets transformed. You know, this event happens and that kind of stuff. Like I mean, yeah, we're absolutely going to do. Like we want every league to have more mechanics that happen on the atlas. Like that is an explicit thing of like every league should at least have something that interacts with the atlas in a more interesting way.
Because like my mind went completely off when I saw that. I was like, they're probably gonna do something like Catan League or Risk Play, where we're like pushing out settlements. Now
Hell
we're playing RTS
yeah.
on the Infinite Atlas. That's where my mind
Now we're
went, and I was
talking. I like that
can't
idea.
Wait for that.
Well, I do have a discussion I need to have with Mark actually about some 1.0 league ideas. So we'll see how we go with that.
And you guys are adding so much, like, such scale of content.
RTS
like, you're adding
League?
tons of crafting,
Oh,
for instance.
baby.
Just all of the different changes to the Atlas Masters, like you're talking about, the terraforming Atlas. How much of it is it when you're creating something, you're preemptively looking at it and being like, oh, well, this could be a problem. Like, this would make crafting too strong. And like, how much of this is like emergent gameplay, which we're just going to put it out into the wild and like see what the players do with it, and then we'll do changes after. Like, what's the balance like?
Well, so we try to think of everything we can, but we also assume that there will be a million things we didn't think of. So it's kind of like it is really both of those things. But yeah, we do try as hard as we can to try and understand the interactions. But yes, there's just a lot of inherent risk the moment that you add all sorts of stuff like this, that you just do get something that you didn't expect. So yeah, you just assume that that's also going to happen.
That's fair. When it comes to like the progression, PoE 1 has had, you know, years, a decade plus of content and lessons learned and the progression of new leagues and trying things out. PoE 2 has only had, or quote unquote only, it's pretty fresh out the gate, but we have had 2 considered full-blown league releases. And with the 0.3 Abyss and 0.4 Alpha, which we had recently, right? So I'm just curious, what kind of lessons have you guys learned from previous league releases, which has been helpful for the 0.5 one when it comes to PoE 2?
It's a tricky question because, like, I mean, we effectively learn these lessons every time. We've been doing it for so many years. The thing I guess we've been fighting. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking. Actually, is like in a way we've been fighting this content war against PoE 1.
Hell yeah.
Where it's like, okay, it's like PoE 1 has all the stuff. We need to get PoE 2 to some kind of standard. And so that's been like why we've needed to, in these recent leagues, to like, you know, make something that feels very, very substantial. And like 050 hopefully wins the war there now. And it's like, we've reached the point where, we've reached the point where we can say that we're an ARPG that has enough content. And that's why we're now able to say like, okay, before 1.0, we can focus more on like balance and all that sort of stuff. Right. But it's like, I honestly feel sorry for other ARPGs in some way where like they have to, like in order to even get to the point of being able to say you're competitive, you have to first win this like war versus PoE 1 of like the amount of shit that's in the game. So, like that's very hard. It's like, it's weird that how we also had to fight that. But yeah, like, look, I feel like we do know how to make a league at this point and all the things you need to have in it. Like, I mean, in fact, there's a very popular GDC talk that Chris made, which I still think is 100% correct in terms of the stuff that you need to have in a league to make it work. And ultimately, all of it with PoE 2, it's just, we need to just take that stuff, to even better and like get it to a polished level that is like higher than what we even needed to do before and that kind of thing. But like, I mean, we know how to do it. We've done so many leagues at this point.
Honestly, the newest discovery, I would say, that is probably the hardest thing is integrating it into the start of the game.
Yeah,
because the start of PoE 2, like one thing that we didn't want to do, and I'd say PoE 1 has failed at this numerous times, is like all of a sudden you start the game and then you're just in some subzone that's in some other dimension and you're like, what is happening? And it's like, okay, can you really say your game is like gothic horror if you're, going into some person's memory or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, you just, where am I? Like, what's even going on? It's like, can get a bit techie, can get a bit sci-fi, can get a little bit like just out of there. So honestly, when we're thinking like, it's a big thing that comes up now where we were even thinking like, what the hell? Like, can we really just have a bunch of Vaal stuff in the forest at the start
But that
of
one
Left.
was interesting. That one was interesting because we weren't going to do like when we designed that league originally. Going into the past was the only thing. Like we didn't have the past versus present temple, and the present day temple was a response to the fact that it felt immediately strange to walk out and be in Act 1, and then you're randomly traveling into the past in this Val thing. And so like we effectively had to make another version of like a bunch of those rooms in order to make that work and sort of still feel reasonable in Act 1.
Yeah.
And
So we had
that is
that
something we never would have done. We never would have
We had
done that
that
in PoE 1.
For sure, 100%. Because you had that full pristine temple with all the living Val and everything. But like
Yeah.
right now, you encounter that at like second half of Act 3. It's a whole moment. If you just come out and you're fighting some basic zombies, a couple of crabs, and then you're just fighting like the full force of the like maximum power Val armies with you just and then you go back and you're just in a forest fighting a wolf and you're like, what the hell's going on here? You know, and so it was a stupid amount of work because now we had to make undead versions of all the monsters. We had to make and that, you know, some of them needed, and as soon as the thing's undead, it can't use the same animation set. It has to look more death, you know. It's just a ton of work, and then all of a sudden, all the environment art, you have to have a destroyed version, a rundown version of every single room. It's like, and I'm like, why do we do this again? So Act 1 and 2 can, but it honestly makes so much of a difference than just like, you know, the world doesn't matter because I can just, you know, apparently
This is going to be something that in 1.0 is going to be a real challenge, right? Because we're expecting, obviously, a lot of people who haven't played the game before. It's really important that whatever we choose for the league to be, it has to be in every area, and yet it also has to be that it doesn't feel out of place. Honestly, like looking at it now, I'm like the Runes of Elder actually does that pretty damn well, and it's almost a shame that we did that one here and not in 1.0 because that would have been a really good 1.0 league. But we have to effectively somehow pull that off again and make another league that feels like fine in Act 1 and but also fine in Endgame and that kind of thing. So
we have to do it 1,000 more times, right? So
I suppose so, but like it's especially important for 1.0 in my opinion, just because we've got so many new players. But yeah, it's always going to have to be something that we consider that we never really thought about in PoE 1 when we were designing leagues. There, it was just whatever, you know. Like I guess the feeling always was that, like, you know, people have played this a bunch of times. Like, you know, like it's okay to just have like a weird eldritch nightmare on the beach. It's fine. Like we'll just live with it. It's okay.
I mean, we have gotten better at it in PoE 1 as well over time, but it certainly had its moments where I was like, what the hell is going on this beach right now? You know,
Content,
in
Mark,
the swamp with the rowers, and all of a sudden I'm in some other place. It's just
it's kind of funny. It's funny you mentioned it from that way. I actually never thought of it that way, but you're like, it does kind of make sense. Like if you're not really familiar with PoE at all when you play the game for the first time, and you're just like, what the hell is going on here? But speaking of league mechanics, talk a little bit about some of the ones that were reworked here. I got a few basic questions around that. So Breach. We'll talk about Breach for a moment here. The Genesis tree is coming. Big surprise. You know, they brought it back from PoE 1 goes to PoE 2, and it looks even bigger in PoE 2, notably only jewelry, right? But like, what kind of changes and lessons did you have to learn from the PoE 1 to implement it in PoE 2, and what did you know
I like
you
the look
wanted
of the
in
new
it and what
tree.
you didn't want?
A lot of specialization to it.
a big decision we made, and this is like a big, honestly, philosophical thing that could have future ramifications that we end up.
Hold the phone. Why does Farmer call you old? You don't sound old. Because I'm not. Are people actually taking Farmer seriously? What the hell? I'm literally younger than him. No. So some guys like just coming by, looking at PoE 2, thinking about playing. They're like, let's check out this Farmer guy stream. And then he starts just calling me old. This is crazy. I need to sue him for libel.
Having to go back on because it wasn't too long
I am sub 30. I'm 29, guys. 29. I haven't even entered my peak form, okay?
ago where we had, you know, tile loot versus ground loot versus all that kind of stuff, you know, being a thing in PoE 1, and I'm sure it will come up again another 100 times. But
F off, no way. Yes, it's true. You were grilling? What's wrong with grilling? It's one of the best ways to cook meat. What? Only freaking 40-year-olds can grill now? We're gonna put an age limit. You got to be a certain age if you're gonna grill. Come on.
You
It's
obviously
crazy.
you have this thing where, should a league just give the same drops, aside from ignore the bosses and their unique drops, should a league's rewards just be the same as world drops? Should it be at its ceiling worse than world drops? Should it be, there's all these different questions here. And the thing is that what we have decided here, and this is an actual conscious decision we made, is that we wanted the rewards from leagues to be able to be better than world drops. And then thus comes to the important part that comes from it, which is it can't be better than everything. It has to be better than some sort of category for some sort of build. So it's not exclusively better. It's not like, the thing that comes from here is 100% better than everything else. It's like for this build, for that build, these types of characters or whatever are definitely going to want items from this kind of league. Now, I'm not saying it's easy to get. It's not like it's just trivial. It's not like it completely demeans the world drops. But we have made the decision here for sure that we wanted to say, and the Genesis tree was the big thing that we discussed when we were doing this, is like, well, do we want to be able to get things that can be better than what you can find in the world? And now, obviously, you still have to do the league in order to get the crafting material in order to create them. So you can't just fully bypass the itemization as is. But this is a decision we made. And as a result, yes, you get some pretty powerful stuff on the Genesis tree. And
those 100 spirit reservations are crazy, man. Like, yeah, it's 2 affixes, but it's literally 2 affixes of 50 spirit, essentially. Those bases are crazy. Just thinking about it, oh my word. It opens up a lot of possibilities in how you can build your character and stuff.
It's going to be pretty hard to get, but it is a thing.
Super rare though, yeah, it's going to be rare for sure.
But that is something you'll start seeing a little bit more from every league, where some are, for example, the Runes of Elder, and let's say it goes core and all of that. I mean, probably for some builds, the socketables that come from it are going to be better than any you could probably find in world drops for certain gear, certain slots, right?
Wait. Do you think you can put supports on the aura granted from your amulet and get them for free? Like, you know how like when you put vitality on like a 30 reservation, it becomes 40? What's the wording on scepters? What's the freaking wording on scepters? Let me just log into a character that has a scepter real quick. Is it grants or is it something freaking else? It is grants. Now, it doesn't work with like things like malice, but it works with freaking like... it doesn't work with discipline either. It works with all the purities, though. So maybe there's a 50-50 chance it works. Because they haven't bug fixed the scepters. I didn't see a patch note for the scepter bug fix. They removed it? Did you get... I didn't see it in the patch notes. Am I crazy?
There's these avenues for each, and hence why the Genesis tree is focused primarily on jewelry. Like, it just straight up gives some of the best items, especially for casters and some.
I tried today. Did you try with a purity? Or did you try with a malice or discipline scepter? Because those are 2 different, very different things. Because right now I'm thinking you tried with the wrong reservation. I'm going to check right now to verify. Just to prove that this guy is either crazy or the people saying he's wrong are crazy. For science. Real quick. Ban him if wrong. Ooh. Blood. I maybe agree with that statement. Maybe blood is necessary. If he is wrong. Okay, so. We have Purity of Fire. Let's grab Purity of Fire. This support can't be socketed. Can't be socketed. Is there any reason why this wouldn't be able to be socketed? Is there anything bugged about what I'm doing right now? I was testing some different things. I don't know if I just messed anything up. Bum, 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 bum. Doesn't want to let me socket vitality. So maybe they fixed it? Or is it just attributes? I should have the strength for it. I have plenty of strength. Turn off parity. You can't turn it off. I feel like this is like a different bug going on right now. Is it because I don't have... Oh, maybe it's because I don't have enough intelligence for purity of whatever, maybe. Let's see. Is it that? Is that why you don't like this? Okay. So... It didn't like that I didn't have enough intelligence for purity of fire, I guess, maybe. I don't freaking know. Let's take a little checks here, okay? So regen, total life from regeneration right now. Let me go to like a zone where there's actually like, hold on, guys. Hold on, we have to verify it is active on our character. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here real quick. I don't see the aura, but the aura is on my character, correct? Yes, I am getting fire res, confirmed. Life recovered from regeneration is 0 right now. 1% life. I have a CI character. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold on. Give me a second, okay, guys? Give me a second. Whoa. Back it up, okay, guys? Back it up. My bad, okay? My bad. Says I have 17 regen. It take this support off. It does not reserve anything. It is 100% giving me 1% regen. Confirmed. It does still work. Now, the question is, what do we do to that guy? Thoughts? It doesn't work. They removed it, Lance. What do we do to him, huh? Thoughts? Since he wanted to openly lie in this chat with no repercussions? Or he thought. He thought there was no repercussions. What do you have to say for yourself? It did not work on Sacred Flame today. Now, you could beg for forgiveness. Do you want to go with the it doesn't work with Sacred Flame, or do you want to beg for forgiveness? I will, if I check this and it works, ban. Do you understand the consequences right now? If I'm going to take the time to verify your poor testing method, how much do you believe in your testing method? That's what I'm asking right now. How much do you believe in yourself to have properly tested this when you came in here and started to say that they changed it? I'm just speaking on my personal experience. So you believe in yourself. You doubling down. You're full committed, because I will go buy this. I'll go buy this right now. Are we talking the free reservation on unique scepters? Do you want mercy or not? If it works for you and not for me, I'll give you 5 subs. He's buying his freedom. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. He's going with the I will pay you money for my freedom route. Let's find out. Let's find out. 5 subs, that's worth my time. I do concur that is worth my time. 5 subs. I don't have enough intelligence for this because my character's an idiot. Hold on. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. My character's actually just straight up an idiot. Hold on. I need another point. Hold on. Change another point here or there. A lot of dex nodes. Int. All right. Character confirmed. No longer an idiot. Fire res on my stat sheet is very clearly working. Vitality placed in. And oh, look, I have regen. Take it out. I don't have regen. Does it reserve spirits? No, it does not. No, it does not reserve spirits. It is still a free reservation. The facts are the facts. And he was a man of his word. He did give 5 subs. Easiest $20 a year life. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm pretty sure I'm getting like 15 from that. I think I get like $3 per sub, I think, or like 250. It's something like that. I don't remember what the actual number is, but hey, we take those. You know what? All right, we let him live. He's a man of his word, and he paid the subs. Where were we? Where were we? So maybe. The answer is maybe it'll work. Because it does work for the purity skills. Maybe it'll work for the amulet, which would be crazy. Because it's already good if you have 100 spirit reservation. If you get 100 spirit reservation, then on top of that, you get vitality 1, clarity 2, or whatever. Like, you stack them up. That's kind of nice.
Summoners in particular.
Armando, what is this? Parrying a Titan. Armando, why would I want to look at you parrying a Titan? What? I thought you were linking like a GGG clip.
That you'd be able to get compared to things that you could find in the world. And I understand some people are like, I don't want that. I just want the world drops to be better. And some people are like, no, that's the target farming. That's what I want to be able to get. That's what I want. I see that and I want to go for it. And there's a bit of a different crowd for both there. And sometimes it tilts too far where it's like, well, what's the point in doing anything but breaches?
Sure.
Just do the breach and move to the next area, do the breach, move to the next area. So there is a balance there for sure. And it can pretty easily over time tilt one way or the other. So we'll see what happens here, I guess. But the important thing PoE 2 does that PoE 1 hasn't been doing as well at, but is still something that we have a similar philosophy on, is that it should be that at least it's not for like every slot. Like if the Genesis tree could get best armor, best helmet, best gloves, best boots, best weapons, best everything. Well, what the hell why do anything else? At least now it's like, okay, I can possibly for some builds get the best amulet, probably for all builds actually get the best amulet. Sort of.
He's like thinking about that. He's thinking about that amulet. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty freaking good, Mark. It's a good amulet. It's kind of an insane amulet. I like the specialization of loot, and they're starting to like work that back into PoE 1 as well. At least they made a step towards that this patch with like putting fossils back in Delve. Hopefully start putting, synth items in actually synth maps and that sort of thing as well. We can hope, right?
And then for some, get the best rings for summoners and casters, and for, that kind of example, then at least you're wanting to go, okay, here's why I want to do breach. I'll get these items when I have them good, and then I'll do this other league for this other slot and do this other league for this other slot. And that's the 3 leagues you're farming. And then once you've got those gear, maybe you change to some other leagues. All the meanwhile trying to get mage bloods from world drop and to do headhunters and all of that, and your classics. So that is a decision we've actually made here. That is, I suspect, something we've never really necessarily talked about, at least not for years, about whether or not we want rewards from leagues to ultimately be better than world drops or more exclusive, or things that are ultimately exclusive to it. So it's a decision. It's where we're at, and we're going to try it, and hopefully we'll see how it goes.
That brings up 2 interesting challenges for me. One is, how do you educate the players on knowing if there's the best of each of these? How do you overcome the challenge of making sure that the education portion of the players, so they know that you can get the best of each one of these leagues from each? And the other portion is then, how do you handle the situation of things like Alkengo, like the most standard, I'm going to run a map. Like if every other league mechanic has the best of something, does that mean Alkengo has like the worst of everything? Like how do you handle both of these challenges?
From the educational standpoint, well, that's kind of in each's league's responsibility. You'll learn that over time, generally speaking. But that's where the things like, okay, the Genesis tree, you can read the nodes, you can see the helper text, you can see what kind of stuff you can get out of it. You might not know exactly what mods, what tiers, and what values, but honestly, I prefer that to be within the discovery axis anyway. What it does say is your rings can now be X, and you're like,
You
okay,
lost me
well,
my
that-
streak.
like,
I didn't do anything wrong,
some of them
user.
want to
One way people might find that out now is because when they mouse over their item, there'll be a little build guide note there being like, you need to go to the Genesis tree and do this. So that can be one way that people will be finding that out.
Oh, there you go.
Passing off the labor to me and every other build maker. It's your job now. You gotta teach the newbies where to get the stuff. Just kicking the can down the road. Not our problem.
True for sure. And so okay, so what the other thing is let's say there's enough leagues and every league covers every slot. So like let's say with there's 10 leagues and each league is best at one slot. Well, why do I need to do anything but you can't do all 10 leagues at once, which is good. But it is obviously still important that for example, you still have to craft these items. You can't even if you could print the base type, you can't just infinitely now craft that item, right? So that's an important thing of needing to make sure that you're still acquiring all the core currency. You still have to do the content with the leagues in it to do it, obviously. But yeah, this is a risk. For sure, I can see a world where this is just
gourmet TTS.
Okay, well,
all right, sounds good.
any ring or amulet that ever drops in the wild, sure, it can be okay, it can be good, but it can't be the best. That is the consequence of this. It is 100% the actual consequence. And I do believe they can generally be good enough. And as long as that we're niche enough with what the leagues are doing, that it won't be too problematic. But shit, it's easy to cross that line. And now rest in peace, all rings on the floor. Just may as well filter them off and you'll never see them again. It is a fuck up that can occur. It is the actual risk. And as we add more and more content and it fills more and more of these voids, yes, you will reach that tipping point where now world drops suck. You will almost certainly. It is.
That's kind of what Breach is right now, right? The thing is, world drops for a long time have not been it. Breach is just the new current best way to get your early rare gear. Before Breach, it was Expedition / Harvest, Recoms. There's rares just can't compete with a lot of these systems.
To not have happen, but in leagues down the line, yep, probably will. And there's always a way to address it. It's often just some one of those. Then okay, we've done this massive rebalance of this, retargeted this, and this. But it's obviously hard to know when we're not there yet because we don't have enough leagues covering enough slots to actually result in this problem yet. So still quite hypothetical, but I know I can see how it will occur. A year to whatever after release, it will just be okay, whoops, we did it, and now there's you filter out more and more items eventually. You run certain leagues, but at least there's the other benefit there, which is you can only run a certain number of leagues at a time. So at the very least, you'll be varying your gameplay. You're still going to be chasing for and because your tree juice is everything. You're not I'm only because that is another actual benefit, and it's something that suffers a little bit in PoE 1. So let's say on your core Atlas tree, you juice ultimatum. That doesn't do anything to the rest of the map, generally. I'm talking at a general level here. And so if you're fully invested in that league or in League A, B, and C, you'll generally zone and do League A, B, and C. And then because the rest of the map isn't invested in at all, you could just say, I'm going to leave, right? Because the value of doing more of those as fast as possible, assuming infinite map items, which you have probably most of the time, you'll just go farm that thing over and over and over and over again. In PoE 2, because you can get full investment, that map is as valuable as it's going to be. And that league, every league is fully invested, and those leagues are as valuable as it's going to be. And so, aside from tablet modifiers specifically being one of the only access, and I guess technically choice on the Atlas Masters, but those are quite broad, or can be quite broad, you're generally going to want to kill everything, clear everything, and you're not going to have this thing where some stuff is hyper juiced and other things are just at base level worthlessness going on in the map.
Well, I don't know whether it was in the patch notes either, but it probably was. But do people know about the whole thing that we've done with tablets and the random content? I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you guys are aware about this. That's on the same vein, by the way. which is that it was really important to us to make it so that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Because like this is coming back to that idea about like like reducing the amount of time that it takes to kind of get to the point where you can do infinite farm. There was this thing we wanted to say is that once you've filled all your tablet slots, you actually don't get random things appearing anymore, and that means that you don't feel the need to juice everything. Like you can juice the several mechanics that you want to do.
Just target the stuff you actually want. This is about you. When is he going to go back to antagonizing farmer? We might do some prime hate watching of farmer's arbiter attack in a bit. What's this clip? This is Angormus. What's he saying? He's talking smack?
There's a giga difference between like doing it on purpose and like clearly doing it by accident.
Yeah. Do you think it is by accident if you listen to Lance though? Because Lance is kind of hot, not gonna lie.
There's a giga difference between like doing it on
hell are
purpose
they even
and
talking about?
clearly doing it by accident.
Yeah. Do you think it is by accident if you listen to Lance though? Because Lance is kind of hot, not gonna lie.
But what are they talking about? What's the freaking context? All right, screw your guys' out of context clipping.
Well, maybe it's just even one mechanic if you want to. You put all the tablets as being that thing, and then now no other random content doesn't appear, so you kind of don't have that. It's fighting against that same problem again of like needing to, of like making like. So once again, you'd have the situation where if we had it so that to what Mark was saying, where a random breach could appear even though what you're doing is delirium. Then it would mean that
anything. I got baited by Flubgun yesterday
you've got content in the map you don't actually want to complete, and that's kind of the thing we're trying to avoid there. So you still can go the random route if you want by using like a radiator tablets and stuff like that. But if you want to, but if you're just focusing on a specific leagues, you just do it that way.
I had a quick follow-up to what we were saying, Mark, about you have to do the league mechanic to engage with the crafting part of that league mechanic. And as someone who very much enjoys being a hideout warrior, crafting items in PoE 1, just sitting in your hideout and just doing my crafting, it sounds to me like the idea is to kind of like funnel the people into, for you to engage with this quote unquote best in slot items for XYZ builds, you have to engage with league mechanic. You have to quote unquote play the game. You can't just sit in your hideout.
No, Gazzy, you know, Gazzy, did he self-proclaim as a hideout warrior? Gazzy knows full well. Hideout warrior has supreme power and always will in terms of item acquisition. What's the scale from 1 to Palstron? How much did you stall this interview? Are you trying to say that Palstron stalls a lot? Is he really on the highest scale of stalling? I feel like Pal doesn't stall that much. Just check this and it's safe to click. I'm not trusting you guys at all. Palstron, yeah, how do you feel about this? Some guy in chat's trying to say you stall a lot, which I don't know about that. Pal stalled hard today on this interview. Is it true? Nah, there's no way. I could see if this interview was all about totems, sure, he'd probably 20x the length of the interview, right? I'm so efficient. Pal is not efficient. Well, one of you is lying, okay? Because those statements both can't be true. He stalls as easily as breathe. Okay, I think you guys are just being toxic, okay? I know, Pal. He's efficient. Okay, yeah, slander. The slander will not stand, guys. Show some respect, okay? He wouldn't dare, okay? He would not stall whatsoever. Show some respect. Show some respect.
Intentional design, or is that just a byproduct of the current design that you have right now?
I mean, you can still buy the items. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can.
Hideout Warrior King.
Is it intentional? I'd say most of the time it is intentional. I'm just trying to think of all the examples.
5 hours? He watched this for 5 hours. No way. Did he actually get 5 hours out of a 2.5 hour interview? Let's check the facts. Is that true? Let's check the data. Let's check the data. I'm not gonna let this Palstron slander stand, okay? 5 hour stream. He starts the interview. No, he's like watching other stuff. Yeah, he's easily. I have no idea what the hell's going on here. No, it's only. Yeah, it was like 4 hours, and he was diligently taking notes, guys. He was diligently show some respect. He wrote stuff down, okay? Like an avid student, okay? Show some respect, okay? That is efficient, okay? Since when is Catalan so place? I just call like I see it. Call like a Talstron Glazer.
Was Hiveblood the only one like that though? Really?
Paid by Big Pal.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing: like, you can either always shortcut you can either buy the thing to do the crafting, or you can buy the thing at the end, right? Like, generally speaking, some element of, because we try and keep almost everything tradable, but Hiveblood in particular, yes. But then, okay, you can't trade, excess tribute offered. For wanting to do Rite of the Nameless spams. You can't trade, what else can't you? Obviously, you can't trade breach biomes, right?
Right.
So there's like different things of stuff that can be traded and can't be traded. But generally speaking, we've tried to make sure, all the rewards can
Economy.
we've tried to make
king.
sure that Pinnacle keys can be traded and stuff like that. But yeah, there's going to be some leagues where you won't just be able to entirely sit in your hideout to do the crafting. You'll have to just buy the product if that's what you're wanting to do. Like, if you don't want a breach, you're just going to have to buy the breach items.
This is beta right? This
and if you
this
do
interview,
breach, well, then you get to sell
100% certified not bait.
So win-win for everyone. Ultimately,
Big
at the end
J,
of the day.
never
Which
baited
is a
day
cool
in his
thing, by
life.
the way, because it still comes down to that meta market shifting. And I actually think this isn't. I don't know how I ultimately feel about this when I actually will play it in an actual economy. But let's say minion meta. Let's say everyone's playing summoners. Let's say everyone's some sort of minion across the board. Let's just say, well, now am I going, well, I have to run breach. I have to, because the economy is such that it would be bad not to. And when I hear that, it's kind of like, well, now I'm not playing the content I want to be playing. But on the other hand, I'm getting rich. So, like, and maybe I am playing the contents I want to be playing. So there's a little bit of, like, I don't know. But then, like, all of a sudden, let's say a new build gets discovered and everyone's like, oh, this build uses this item comes from this. Everyone quickly change leagues what they're doing, which you can just do. Like, that's a thing you can do, aside from, again, there's some tablet farming you'd have to do and whatnot. But it's quite interesting. And generally speaking, this isn't, even though no one necessarily puts a label on it, that probably is how it naturally works. Like, even in PoE 1, that's somewhat true to some degree, where there's certain things you want to get, but it's just probably on less of an extreme and less of a less intentional level for sure, whereas we're being a bit more intentional about it here. So I think it will have that.
All Mark needs to do is to experience that stream. That extreme is be on the other end of a Fub Gun build, Did you guys see what Fub Gun did to freaking Original Sin and the freaking Shrine Sword this league? Stuff was outrageous. People were paying, I'm pretty sure, at one point more than a mirror to gamble the Damnation card. The hell was that? Sorry.
That impact, and I don't know, like, there's something I like to... I'm happy about that in theory, but I don't know if I'll be happy about that in practice. And so that's an interest. And again, I can't test that internally because there is no economy, right? So none of us can. I mean, the 5 of us trading to one another is whatever. That doesn't matter, right? There's more than 5, but you get my point. And then the idea that I feel like I have to play Breach because of X, or I have to play Delirium because of Y, or I have to play this or something like. Because I'm someone who cares about trade and cares about the wealth of my account, God
save the nerve then did that. He is economic terrorist.
Feel a bit sad at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, I might want to just play the content I want to play for what the content offers, not for the economic value of it. And some people would just be like, play SSF, which, fair enough, I guess, but we'll see what happens. I'm curious to see, now that we're being more intentional about certain builds being more powerful due to certain items from certain leagues, whether or not that's going to then result in a feeling of having to play content you wouldn't want to necessarily play, but now you feel like you have to. So we'll see. Maybe people ultimately like that. Maybe people don't.
Even more mandatory?
No idea.
100% if you care about your character's
Speaking
power.
of really strong items and Breach, the new Absinthe Amulet looks pretty good. Implicit is granting an aura. Can you have any aura on this, or is this a limited pool?
Any It should be every persistent buff skill that is on
Every
the uncut. Yes.
Every spirit reservation you can get for free on that amulet. If you roll it.
What?
There are 3 amulets. There's one for 30 reservation costs, one for 60, one for hundreds. It's obviously harder to get the hundreds. And thus the 60s over the 30s and whatnot. And yes, but again, like there's a little bit of like good luck as well. You probably have to do a lot of farming to get what you want here. But this is what I was saying about when I was saying it does arguably offer the best item. It's just like the ease of like, you know,
Ain't nothing wrong with
rare
that.
equivalent of the mage blood of amulets, you know, is like it is there, and I want that to be something you can get.
The Mage Blood of Amulets, guys. Best item in slot. And the nerve people have to say to be like, I think Mage Blood's going to be bad. I think they're going to take one of the most iconic items, most desirable items of the past 5 years of this game's life cycle and make it bad. Imagine thinking that they would introduce Mega Blood and it wouldn't be Mega Blood. Come on.
Now, does that mean world drop amulets are less valuable? Well, yeah, it will. It 100% will indeed result in that. And the same way that the existence of a headhunter and a mage blood demean the value of rare belts in general. Well, rare belts are in a bit of a set.
Look what they did to Osin in PoE2. The thing is, they knew they made Osin worse, and they also made Osin a lot more common. They have a clue in when they're balancing these things. They made Temporalis the Osin condition, and guess what? Temporalis in this game is essentially a freaking cheat code. Like, they do have a clue on what things are OP and what things aren't, and Mark's referring to Mage Blood as the belt. I think he knows what he's talking about here.
State, hopefully a less sad state anyway, but rare belts are demeaned by the existence of very broad, very chase items. And so there's this interesting, well, do you want the chase items or not? And, you know, there's a bit of philosophy around that, and people tilt one side or the other. And so we're just effectively saying, yeah, here's this freaking OP thing. It should be hard to get, it shouldn't be easy to craft, and it should be something you want to chase. And there's a very clear path to it, not necessarily an easy path.
Hopefully that Delirium amulet is competitive with it on some level.
Yeah, which also very hard to get the right one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't reinstill those at all, right? Like the Delirium amulet, you get the 2 instills and you can't reinstall one of them or something, right? Like you get the 2 and you're locked.
I believe it unintentionally allowed you to replace one, but I did say it shouldn't. Like, it should just be you want to get as many as possible. And when you get the right one with the right 2 notables, you're just like, holy fucking thank God I can go buy 6 or whatever. Like, you know, it's just, you know, you want that really, really like. Again, these are super rare but super chase, right? And
Sure.
you'll get one that has 2 okay instills and you'll still be happy. But like when you get the 2 that are the 2 you actually want, you're gonna be. I want you to really be stoked. So the point where every single time you find this, you're like, holy shit, this could be it. This is
Okay.
this is the, you know, the 5 mirror drop here.
On the topic of Delirium and jewelries for that matter, in Delirium, we're now getting, you know, some additional crafting options when it comes to jewels. Not jewelries, but jewels. And I mean, they're already, let's call it a fairly strong place is where we'll put jewels, at least from most of our perspectives. So how do you guys feel about the balance of standard rare jewels versus something like adorned, as well as time-lost jewels in the current state of the game, or 0.5 rather?
Ooh, jewel question.
Well, the crafting for jewels was mostly that, like, the rationale behind adding that was ultimately, okay, like when you finish like a full sanctum, you end up with just like 45 jewels in your inventory if you take all the jewel chests, and you're like, okay, like 4 of them are okay, I guess. And it's just extreme item saturation just to get the good ones. And it's like, well, we're missing crafting here, really, right? We need something here to help guide it to be that they're okay, especially given that the jewel sockets are on kind of core pathways. You get them, and then you're like, I don't even have anything to put in this for like a while.
To complete
so at
dead
least
node
now,
every time.
and obviously you get some of these in the Act 4 in the campaign. You'll be able to, you know, craft something that at least has 1 or maybe 2 useful stats for your character. If it had 1 by default and you add add one that's decent. So that's just a win for like your more broad player base of just interacting with base jewels as a base level. In terms of the actual jewel balance, well, yeah, you'd kind of just end up with get all the jewel slots. Like there's so many really good endgame unique jewels, as well as just like what you can do with the top end power of jewels, that like you end up with that thing with a lot of passive trees, just like I need to get every jewel slot, and then you end up with these kind of really shitty looking builds, honestly, where they're just not even taking any.
So he kind of could see the problem, right? Because he thinks it looks like crap too. Path of grab jewel sockets and crit nodes.
Thing, and it's like, what's the cheapest stuff I can take along the way, but otherwise it's just jewel slot.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely some problems here.
Life on tree.
How do I feel about it? I mean, I kind of in one end I'm like, well, it's like a very it can be a very satisfying, advanced, and honestly complex crafting system that a lot of people probably like to overall engage with, where their more traditional build ends up looking like this crazy jewel fest. On the other hand, it's got the problem where, every character kind of devolves into looking like a very similar thing. I'm trying to think whether or not I ultimately enjoy it or not as a player. Probably less so. Like I probably think it's ultimately in not a good spot. Like I would say, if I had to not, I would, I don't like the idea that ultimately 95% of the passives on the tree don't matter at all, even though some of them don't matter anyway. Something we need to fix, but I don't like that it just ends up being that. But I do like I want to chase all the really chase unique jewels. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of like a bit, hit and miss on it ultimately. I don't know. I'm curious what a lot more people think about this kind of level of meta and itemization. Because I see a lot of stuff that's quite, I hate jewels, or keep these unique jewels but not the rest, and then obviously timeless jewels are a whole different level of complexity. But yeah, I mean, ultimately going back to
I think it's as simple as the tree is just way too weak. Jewels are also kind of ridiculous, but it's the problem is where it's like you have this jewel socket, like let's say this is the farthest your build goes, and your question you're answering is it worth it for me to spend 7 points? Or what is it? 7 points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, it's not 7 points. The question is whether or not you're going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's whether or not you're going to grab the next 2 jewel sockets. If you only had this jewel socket, that maybe borders on the line of, okay, I should grab nodes near me. But the question is whether or not you're going to grab these 2, and the average cost for these 2 is like 6 points or something. And generally, the tree is worse than 6 points per jewel or whatever it is, right? The tree is just way too weak on average, and most of it is just 10% damage. It's uninteresting stats, whereas jewels give you access to stats you can't really get on the tree. There's a lot of stuff where it's like, if I want to double down on max res, max rage, companion damage, because there's only going to be 4 clusters, what are my options? My options are just more jewel sockets, because there's not going to be enough damage nodes on the tree or whatever it is, right?
The original point here is we wanted to create a thing that's just improves the experience from the average player who's just engaging with a few jewel sockets, more than, thinking about what it does for the end game, you know, the end of the end game, I should say, kind of situation with character builds and itemization. So, because it buffs that as well. It's obviously just an upgrade for them regardless. Which is maybe not a good thing, but I think it's one of those things where that's a thing of like, do you think about every consequence? And it's like, well, kind of, but this is a good enough improvement for, you know, regular players such that, you know, it was worth doing, and we weren't caught up too much on the consequences of what it means for later. But I would expect more changes later, much later, of course, like some point later, to around this kind of dual meta. But I am also very curious to see what you know, what everyone actually thinks about this. Like, do you like it? Do you hate it? Do you, you know, do you like? I guess the bigger question is, do you like that a lot of characters just end up wanting to as many jewel slots as possible and wanting to just have jewels everywhere? Because once you can craft, it's effectively a way of saying your passive tree goes from what we've said it is to what you want it to be based on the fact that you can craft and put in there exactly what you want.
I think it's more of just the tree sucks. There's just not interesting things on the tree, not stuff worth grabbing. And it's pretty much just, you just grab 10% damage everywhere until you can get 20% damage effectively per node because the jewel's that strong or whatever. I think it's literally just tree bad.
And that sounds like a good pitch in isolation. But then when you play it, you kind of have this problem of like, I can't play my build until I've earned some large amount of money and done all this, which again could be good as well, where it's like the builds at the start of the league, the builds in the middle of the league, and the builds at the end of the league aren't the same thing because we had to let the, you know, because enough jewels had to be found and or created in order to create that many characters. So I don't know. There's wins and losses to this, and I'm on the fence, honestly.
Watch out, it's actually Jewel's going to be too good, therefore nerf. I mean, that might end up be what happening. I'm hoping what ends up happening is they decide, okay, tree is... I'm hoping they come to the conclusion I feel about it, which is tree's bad, gear's too powerful, shift some of the power out of gear towards tree and make tree a bit more interesting in terms of how you can diversify your build.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the miscellaneous portion here. We're at over just about 2 hours. I know we're trying to keep it shorter, so we'll do the miscellaneous portion. We got a few questions here, and we have like just a handful of patch notes related questions, and then we can kind of wrap up. So, to start for the miscellaneous portion, what's going on?
One item being more powerful than your entire tree isn't okay, and it's bad for new players. Yeah, Byron, crazy stuff, crazy. You're talking revolutionary words right now, man.
Like where's Toda currently at?
Well, we don't have it. Yeah, like I was really hoping that we would be able to get that the final ascendancy trial when we did Act 4. We couldn't quite make it. We didn't have the time. We obviously couldn't fit it into this cycle in 050. So the question is whether or not, I suppose, whether it comes in 1.0. I think that's looking unlikely, to be honest. Like, I don't think it's as important as some other things.
Rest in peace, Toda. It's over.
We'll see what we can do. It's kind of
Why
come
Jay
down to
said
whether
no.
or not we can somehow make what that does sort of merge with something else. I suspect. If there's quite a lot of work.
What we've been trying to do is, you're talking about the merging, is similar to how Runes of Elder is a kind of like expedition Kalguran thing. Yeah, to be whether or not like it's like kind of like, are we able to create a kind of Karui league that links into Tota somehow, and thus we get to double dip on the content.
Exactly. So if we're able to make a Karui themed league, then that will mean that we can effectively share some of the monster workload and like boss workload across both, which would then make it more viable to do alongside some of that other content. And with Runes of Elder, we got to effectively do an expedition upgrade at the same time as what we were doing as doing a league, and so that kind of like really helped with that. Like, and part of the reason we did that for this one is because we had so much other stuff going on with the other leagues as well that we figured making the core league be integrated somewhat with one of the leagues we're upgrading would help quite a lot.
Appreciate the sub, man.
But yeah, maybe we we might be able to squeeze Tota in if we were able to, do a similar, if we were able to do a similar move like that. But otherwise, it'll probably have to. If we can't do that, then it would have to wait for like a 1.1 or 1.2 kind of situation. Yeah.
It's quite interesting when we look at Tota, because when we made it for PoE 1, we were obviously still developing PoE 2, and we were like, oh, this will be cool to kind of be able to then use there later, and like, you know. And then now the quality bar has risen so much that when we then look at Tota in the context of PoE 2, like we thought all of the animations, the models, the art, the combat and everything would be able to just like, we can just copy paste it, it'll be fine. And now when you go look at all those monsters and like just how long it's been and how much we've stepped up our game with stuff, it's like these don't hold up at all. Like we have to, and so we had intended for it to be a way easier thing to just, you know, transplant from one to the other and like do some, you know, some polish, some touch ups. So now it's like, okay, we have to like effectively reanimate all of these. We have to, and so it's a ton, you know, you've got the multiple monsters of each tribe, you had the 10 chieftains, and let alone all the story moments and advancements we've done there. It's like, this is a shit ton of work, where it's like, you know, I mean, it's the monster work of, it's probably like 75% of an act levels of equivalency of actual monster work. Like it's quite a lot. Obviously an act, a lot of it is the unification of the environment, the monsters, the narrative, etc. Whereas like obviously the part that is easier for Tota is it ultimately takes place in one arena with one back room, and thus it's faster to ultimately make. But in terms of just raw animation work and raw effects work for all the different skills, all the like scripting on the game design side, it is a ton of work. And so it's just been, again, when we were like, okay, is Tota being missing or the end game not having goals? Well, obviously the end game. And so when we're just coming up with the stuff, we're just going, what is the most important thing we need to do now? And Tota has not been it, given like it would be different if it didn't require a ton of work. Sure. We could probably chuck it in alongside one of these things, but it just somehow is not held up at all.
Tota's like 5 years from now, guys.
If it weren't for just straight up being too much
It's
work,
gonna be after
be
GTA 6 confirmed.
Like, it just is an insane amount of actual work to do. That is going to cost some pretty important stuff.
I appreciate the answer.
That makes sense.
Tota is just a personal favorite of mine because that was the league I joined, PoE, actually. It's my first league ever with Tota. So I was curious. Go on, Gazi.
Well, I was just going to move on since we're kind of over the time already. I do apologize for that. Appreciate you guys sticking around.
They stayed for another 30
the
minutes.
Next question I have is kind of a twofold question. I'm going to start with the first half of it, which is more about the design philosophy of unique items in PoE 2. PoE 1 has their version, and PoE 2 seems to be more build-defining options in terms of the unique items. So just a little short tidbit on what's the philosophy differences here? What's the focus?
Well, this changed a lot in recent time, by relatively recent, I mean the last couple of years, because we had a bunch of uniques. We honestly believed at the start that we would be able to just take a bunch of PoE 1 uniques, modify them slightly, and put them in PoE 2, and that just completely 100% is not a thing we can do. Like, it's interesting because the combat systems in PoE 2, working the way they are, had a way larger influence on what's an acceptable unique than what we kind of expected. And it's honestly surprising because like you'd still think, oh yeah, why can we not, like, how is it not that there's just like 50 PoE 1 uniques we could just literally take and just put in PoE 2 if we wanted to? And then you go through each one and you're like, okay, well this one can't be for that reason, this one can't be for that reason, like the dominant stat would just totally have to change. Like it's weird how it sort of ended up that way. And so even also when we did add a pile of uniques in I can't remember what patch it was like after 0.1. There was like a patch where we added a bunch of uniques, and those uniques, which were kind of like more in the PoE 1 design scale, have not really held up either. And honestly, we're going to have to go back and probably like remove and or change a bunch of those as well. Like, and this is like the sort of issue that we have in the kind of the sort of mid campaign kind of like, you know, like those uniques. They're just like really not holding up. And yeah, it's just funny how we just no longer have the ability. Like you kind of it feels like we've kind of got to have a skill or something on a PoE 2 unique in order to make it sort of somewhat worthwhile. So yeah, like I don't know I could even necessarily say exactly what it is particularly that's caused it to be that way, but for whatever reason, like when I look at a, you know, like a PoE1 style designed unique at this point, it just does not rise to the level that we feel like you'd actually use it. And so yeah,
I mean, it doesn't need a skill, it just needs to be like have something that makes it competitive in the slot. Like you can go through the list of uniques, and like the reason they don't hold up is like a boot slot with bricked movement speed. You're not going to want to put that on. Like they have to have some baseline level of value. If they don't meet that threshold, they cancel themselves out. It doesn't have to have a ability tied to it though. So if uniques having skills tied to it, yeah, I do. I am not a big fan of skills tied to uniques at all.
Yeah. I do want
Because then you're forced into that thing. Like for example, Raven Flock, very interesting skill, completely dead on arrival because it's tied to a staff, in my opinion. That like, and the staff is bad.
wonder if one
Don't get me wrong, people are gonna force it. They're gonna kill things with another skill. They're gonna pretend it's a Raven Flock build when they're doing damage with something else, whatever. But like,
reason can be that I sort of suspect it's got something to do with the fact that in PoE 1 build, you tend to just optimize one skill and that's all you're doing. And so then, like, in PoE 2 context, we've got to care about more about that. Like, the larger build, like, there's a lot more going on with with a PoE 2 build, at least that's the intention. So I sort of have this feeling it's got something to do with that, but I don't know if I can necessarily promote exactly why it is that we do feel like, yeah, a unique has to be just a significant amount more going on.
Well, that's fair. The follow. Sorry, go ahead.
I do got a thing there because like what we're making now, like a lot of what we've been showing with 050, like a lot of the stuff you've seen recently, this is kind of this age of uniques is probably it's not something we've done before really. Like all the uniques we're making are definitely the most expensive in terms of development costs that we've ever made. And as a result, they are more build defining. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you do have then the uniques that they kind of have their single special stat. It's kind of like 4 stats. One of them's a bit special, and it probably just has some sort of end game when combined with 6 other variables as a thing. And the problem with those is that they don't hit for like most people when they get them, they're like, what the hell? Why would I want that? And they just end up being these really like hyper niche end game things. So that was a type of philosophy
Francos,
we had where
Otis,
they were effectively
get a
meant to
room,
be the
DM each
puzzle
other.
piece, right? And you need multiple puzzle pieces
arguing
in
in
order
chat.
to do the thing. Those uniques are generally failing when you find them. Like generally speaking, and Jonathan did this exercise with me yesterday. We opened up that same character when we were looking at something. He showed me every unique. We went through all of them, and he just goes like, and he was like, "Why would I want this? Why would I need this?" And I was explaining the like end game build used with them. And he's like, well, how the hell, like, okay. But then it drops at level 23, you know? It's like, and so there is a problem with that. And so our new philosophy has just been like, let's try and make these way more, for full of fantasy. Because that's my biggest thing is just, I want you to feel like, you know, and that you saw that with the grenade launcher thing, where it's just like, I just want you to just be a freaking grenade man. Like, just running around spamming grenades. Come on, right? And then like the facebreaker thing, obviously recently is pretty cool. You had the like, the Raven and more summoner like delirium things. It's like, what if you were like Tang Mizu himself? Like you had his powers. Like that's a cool fantasy where you can like create mirrors and illusory things and like bend reality, and like that's a cool fantasy to me. You know, so some can be more narratively driven, some can just be like fire grenades everywhere. And that stuff is resulting in way cooler things. Like way, way, way cooler. Also way, way, way more expensive to make. And so what I want to get better at yet, I think something we haven't nailed. So I think we've now got the puzzle piece side. We understand what that looks like. We understand what the other end, which is the more expensive fantasy fulfilling build defining thing looks like. What we don't have is the middle ground where there's that kind of not as expensive to develop, but pretty impactful, just not like ultra impactful ground that we still need to do as well. And I think once we've figured that out and we've got our understanding of all three, now you are going to see generally that middle ground and higher ground. You're probably not going to see as much of those original set, and we're going to have to go back and honestly raise the bar on all of those, or a lot of those at this point.
Yeah, they are getting upgrades to some extent due to the Calgar and like unique upgrading things, so that has helped. But there's still some of them that are a bit unsalvageable that we just need to do something with.
And by the way, there are unsalvageable uniques in PoE 1 as well, right? It's just that there are 1,500 of them or some number, you know, and so they kind of get lost in the weeds, as opposed to right now, the I would say, you know, there's a mid ground of them where they honestly you get it and you're like, I don't know why, I don't need it, you know. So there's, to me, so I think what we've now made is like a lot of what we've made is so epic. I really love them, and like, you know, even talking about them and doing the videos, and there's so many more that haven't been, you know, talked about or found yet, which is awesome. That just keep going, and some secrets, and, you know, the barracks and all of that coming in. So once we get like, now that we've got that rhythm and we're working that, we're just going to get more and more efficient with it. But I honestly think, and this is a thing that I've said to Jonathan as well, where I'm like, I think maybe our number one problem in the game, like after 050 comes out, now that if Endgame's in a good spot, now that we've sorted that and we have a good progression, we've got goals, my personal number one fault with what we haven't got doing well, especially because of our reputation, is that I think that our thing that we need to step up and do the better at, that we currently have done very poorly, is our unique items. Like, I straight up think that we were meant to be the like weird epic in terms of ARPGs. Like, we're real good at items and itemization and uniques and crafting systems, and like I do believe that we generally are, and I don't think PoE 2 is an accurate reflection of what our capability should be. And so now that we're delivering like real cool shit, I just want to go and just fix up all of them. And so that's another one of these like 055 but 050 and between 1.0, I want to be like, nah, we have to save the uniques. Like, that's a goal I have. Now, obviously, different people have different levels of understanding of what's important to the game or the most important to the game, but like, I would be shocked if that's not on like most people's top 3, top 5 list of like things that are the most wrong with the game currently.
Most wrong with the game? Uniques. Would I put uniques there? How many uniques am I using on this character in the end game? Like a couple? Plus jewels? 100% in the top 5. I definitely put tree above uniques for me in terms of priority. I definitely think I still put crafting above uniques in terms of priority. They've done a lot better with crafting the past couple patches, though, which I do appreciate that. I probably would still put both of those things above uniques for me. Uniques is up there? Yeah, uniques definitely is up there. I'm trying to think if it would break my top 3. I'm trying to even think about what is my top 3. I think for me it would still be, I mean, we haven't got to try the new Atlas, right? So it's like I say new Atlas, but like reworked, having goals, having these new league mechanic changes. For me, the end game, like replayability, wanting to keep logging in and doing more stuff. We'll see if this patch changes that. And if it does, then maybe uniques would be above that.
Sir, can you share that interview link, please?
The interview link? Yeah. There you go. Please, people, this game is incredibly unbalanced. Make sure you play a starter that is good. Don't fall for baits. Snappy Gemkins, are you just going around doing like a PSA or something? What the hell's going on there? Love to see the end game. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, before getting to play it, I can't judge it, but I definitely would like say end game is more of a priority in my mind than uniques. Uniques is definitely up there for sure, though. There's a large amount of uniques that are just straight rubbish, unusable, bad for various reasons. Not like either A, they don't have an interesting stat. B, they might have an interesting stat, but they have a different stat that makes it unusable. C, they might have an interesting stat, but they compete with another gear slot that's just overpowered. Example being like gem levels on items makes most weapons irrelevant. That sort of stuff is usually like, it's in like one of those 3 categories where it's like this unique can't be used or has an issue, uninteresting, too weak, doesn't have a stat you need.
There's a lot of really good.
Do I ban this guy on YouTube, guys? What do you think? He's just like messaging one letter at a time. Do I just take this guy out? Because he's covering up my chat right now. And I'm kind of irrationally annoyed right now that half my chat was that guy sending one letter messages. No, he's cool. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a lot of chat
really
space got taken up right there.
And we can't have that. And I think the biggest thing, like to give a more specific example.
I'm so sorry. All right, I'll let you live for now.
A lot of our uniques are level 1 to 30, right? Level 1 to 30-ish. And a lot of them are the puzzle piece. Some are good, some are not good, some are whatever. Hit and miss. And we've got this like now Endgame band that we've added, and we've added a bunch to the new Pinnacles. We've got a bunch of things you can farm for the different leagues. What we don't have now, and I think this is a huge problem, is between level 30 and 60, there's kind of just nothing. There's kind of, honestly, it's like barely any start to drop. And I don't mean the level requirements, I mean when it can drop.
And the annoying thing about that as well is that often, like when you're in that band, the things you're getting are the ones that are like level 1 to 30.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up feeling is like you get these and they just feel like they suck, because like if you'd put them on at level 20, they would have been fine. But you're putting them on at level 40 and it's kind of like, well, this is just garbage.
Yeah. Because of how our uniques work, our unique drops work, where it's like, first I'm going to decide if I'm dropping a unique, then I'll figure out what the unique is. It's like, I'm going to drop a unique. And then it's like, okay, let me go and find one. And it just so happens that every unique lower than that level is between 1 and 30. It means pretty much any unique drop between level 40 and 60 is just going to be bad. Like, our niche cases aside, like,
who cares about mid-game uniques? The devs do, and people running through the game do. Like, anybody playing through the game for the first time ever, if they're dropping a unique at level 45, do you want them to be dropping a level 1 unique, right? Because it matters.
some jewelry in some cases, but like that is a big problem where pretty much every unique you find in the current mid game, and thus ones leading into endgame, you have very few ones that allow you, like, get you set up for endgame. Like there are some, again, there is a few, but like it's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near. Not even in the right, you know. We're like 20% of the way to good enough there. So, you know, I don't often talk about what I consider to be, you know, because generally when we're talking, we're obviously talking about, you know, what's new, what's happening, but we don't really get to talk about what's like just fundamentally wrong. And I'm trying to be a little bit more transparent about some of that stuff, because that is the stuff we're aiming to fix and address and really try and salvage and save and get perfect between
I love these devs, dude.
050 and 1.0.
So yeah, we're hoping to fix that in one of the kind of economy resets that we'll do between 050 and 1.0. Is here just like add a shit ton of mid-game uniques.
On the topic of fixing things, my follow-up questions that I really was curious about this. I do first want to say that I'm a big fan of the Kalguran upping your uniques. This is the first time since PoE, 10, 12 years ago, I think, since I'm actually considering using Shober Chabber on a build. So, I mean, that's just because of the Kalguran upping. So that's funny. But my question is, regarding these build-defining uniques that you're adding, they're supposed to be interesting and impactful, giving you a skill, and people make builds around them, like the Grenade Man, for instance, a prime example. A problem that I've seen being discussed a lot in the community has been that your main skill is supposed to have maximum sockets. It's a quote-unquote 6 socket, but it's actually only 5 sockets, right, in PoE 2, but maximum sockets. And
level 19 implicit.
That is gated behind a level 20 version of the skill, which means it's going to cost more if the item is popular in the market. It's going to be rarer to find. It has a higher level requirement to drop, and all those aspects. But there's already a power scaling difference between having a lower level skill of the skill itself and having a level 20 version in terms of what the benefits are. But the socket difference is so massive. So I was just curious if this is something you haven't thought of, or if it is a design you're happy with moving forward, that the max sockets is only on the level 20 version.
Good question, Gazzy. Good question.
we've discussed this many times, just FYI, like it's come up a lot, but I think for 050, and I'm hoping this gets done in time, and if not, it'll be shortly after.
Ooh, mid-league patch?
I was adding, like, as a kind of, like, in an ideal world, you'd just be able to either, well, at least you'd be able to just, like, okay, why not just allow using a perfect jeweler's orb on it, for example, and then just...
I was literally about to say that. Why can you not just jeweler's units?
But for now, you can't currently, but that will be the goal. But for
Is
now...
there a reason we can't allow that?
I think just time constraints, but, I mean, feel free to look into it yourself, but...
Big J's
like,
about
really
to get something done.
I don't know.
I have no idea how it works in terms of the way the storage is, but there should be a way.
Exactly. I have absolutely no idea, so we can find that out. But
this is
We might be able to just do that, honestly. Like, it might just be possible.
Being that, if that doesn't work, because that is the ideal solution, at the very least, I was going to get a temporary, just like recipe thing added where you can get a level 19 item, a level 20 uncut skill, and a perfect jeweler's orb, and then level 20 and 6-link the item. As a thing that we were just going to enable. That is
So just doing the perfect jeweler thing. I feel like that would be. Surely we can make that happen. I don't know.
Well, follow up on that if you want.
Big J's signing.
Either way,
He's
multiple
signing
solutions.
checks. I
We
don't
will
know if he
hopefully
knows
get
he
one
can
of them in
cash or
time.
not.
All right. Well, one last question, and then we're going to cut out the patch notes related and some of the other ones here, since we're kind of at the edge of the time. If you want, we can do just a couple rapid fires from chat, and then we can call it there. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay. So I want to follow up on something that Ziggy D asked, very selfishly of me, admittedly. I'm playing the Spear Walker. I think it's the funnest looking thing, like, in the entire review that I saw. And
Yes!
It's about Tame Beast. And he mentioned that Tame Beast is like a level 9 cut gem. However,
what the hell?
you can ascend and take the node that lets you capture beasts way before you can actually get to the cut gem. And you mentioned you might have a solution to this because it's a little bit of a noob trap, right? You take a node that you literally can't even use for like 10 levels or something. So I was wondering, when I saw the patch notes, it still said the gem starts at level 9. So I'm curious, do we have a solution for this coming to 0.5?
I thought we were going to just change it. I thought we were going to change it so that the uncut gem was lower level. I thought we were going to make it so that Tame Beast was just a lower level skill, but that's what the last I heard about it.
Certainly, the last discussion I had was that we were going to move it down to a lower level skill tier. So it could be the patch note was wrong. It could be something caused that to not happen. But that was definitely both Jonathan and I's understanding of the last of that conversation. So, but yes, we don't want that to be a problem. We will do something about it.
James just messaged me that Tame Beast min levels is level 7 now. Patch notes missed it for some reason.
Perfect.
So he just messaged me that. As we're talking. So that is the answer to that.
There you go.
All good.
Well, unless Ghazi got a last question for him before we start the rapid fire and wrap it up here.
I was just wanted to have some sort of curiosity into your minds with basically the progression of what's going to happen between 0.5 and 1.0. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I'm curious because you, Mark, mentioned something that I keep referencing, and that is the plugging the holes. And I love that. I don't know why I love that comment, but plugging the holes and getting balance fixes and changes between 0.5 and 1.0. So my question, just to keep it short, is what are the things you want to prioritize in the updates between now and end of the year during this time frame?
So
which
unique
holes
items,
we plugging?
as Mark said, very big one. A lot of skill balance, a lot of just like character
hell
balance.
yes.
Adding some skills to existing classes where necessary, and or changing functionality of how they work for just like where we're going back and just making sure that everything that we already released in the in 010 is like in a better place, like just like all of that sort of stuff. Like that's big. Passive tree reworks, just like improvements there is like another big one.
Good.
And I mean, I guess that's probably the main stuff, really. Like, yeah, I think. And then
it's a lot of the other chaos damage, getting that to be better, and thus acolyte, ignite builds, burn damage over time in general. Just all these things that we've been. And honestly, it's come up in a few expansions, and it's just like, well, we just haven't
Firewall
got
nerf. My 3-hour act one.
As I said, the passive tree, the base types, the bloody hope, the general. More replayability improvements certainly would also be good if there's any new one. Like, I've been really nice after people play through this and get a feel for it. To obviously identify the new evils. What's bad, what's annoying. Like, now that people are going to be replaying through Act 4 for the third time,
That's 100% a thing, right? So like, is that like Act 4 didn't get a huge amount of changes in this patch, and I suspect part of the reason for that is because we haven't had the time. Like, there hasn't been a like resurgence of people saying I hate things in Act 4 because people haven't necessarily replayed it that much.
I mean, like, full stop. Act 4 is like pretty freaking good. I'm trying to think of like zones I don't like in Act 4. Like, it's basically just like abandoned prison, and that's about it. Is it? I don't know. I'm an Act 4 enjoyer. I like the variety of the different islands. Most of the layouts I feel like are pretty chill, except for prison. I don't like the Wakapano Island. Wakapano Island, you can definitely wander around a decent amount. I don't think I mind it too much. I think that maybe just like the atmosphere or the vibe of it. It's an outdoor area, beachy, tropical vibe. That probably like, I'll put it this way: if you put the layout generation of Wakapano, but gave it the textures of prison, like the dark, rainy, I probably would like it less. That probably does impact it a bit because I'm in a good mood when I'm wandering around a tropical beach island.
So like, I'm sure there'll be things in Act 4 that after this patch, people will be like, "Oh, this is the horrible thing in Act 4 that I don't like." So we'll see. We'll just have to see what that is at that point.
I'm not sure if they'll come sooner or later, but I'd like to do sooner. I'd like to, when we have our like next economy reset between, that we have either the third ranger or the third druid ascendancies come in. Like, it'd be nice for all.
Come to Brazil, Mr. Lance? Hey, that I'd have to leave my house for that. Okay, that's a big ask.
Existing classes to have all ascendancies before the full release. What else? You know, it's just the things because they're just missing, right? It's just clearly like, okay, they're just missing the class. So as much of that as possible would be really, really ideal. And yeah, I don't see much else. I'm sure there is.
Just wanted to verify.
Oh,
you said that economy resets. That just to verify that I heard you right. There will be economy resets leagues.
There will be economy resets. So there will effectively like there will be leagues. It's just that they're not going to be like they're not going to be the same as what a like a proper, you know, like it's not going to be an 06 what an 060 would be. And the reason why we say that is because we don't want to set the wrong expectation, and like it's not going to be like the giant mega content release in that way. Now there will be content, right, because we're talking about adding uniques and skills and all that stuff, but it's not going to be quite the same. I think like I wouldn't expect necessarily to be like you know, like the on the other hand, we're generally pretty good at taking little and turning it into a lot. So I guess we'll see what we end up with there. But I mean, the thing with
focus up,
eye
on the prize,
release stuff, right? Where you just take some existing stuff, you jumble it around, you like come up with a few things. Like hell, maybe you freaking add an Atlas Master or do the jumble and Atlas Master stuff, like Mark was saying earlier, like as a league, and you know, just little stuff like that you can do that doesn't take too long to make it sort of worth playing again. But really, the main reason we want people to be playing again is so that they can test all the new balance and changes to kind of core systems that we're changing.
Whatever the league end up will be something that has the least amount of impact on the team doing the balance, right? So as long as we're not using their time to then not solve the things they need to solve, that will be a big thing. But you know, just things that are hard to even think about. If there is an economy reset, well, then we have to look at Runes of Elder, how it succeeded, how it failed, and integrate it into core. If it's fully successful, add an Atlas passive tree for it, you know, all of that stuff. So all of that will be happening around the same time. And, you know, then we'll have here's what our minus the 1.0 league, you know, it's like, here's what our end game is and what our end game looks like. And, you know, so we'll just...
Which is the other thing, right? Because who knows what random end game changes we might then find we need after this is released. And then we have to make it, you know, we have to, presumably any patch we do is going to involve improving that, whatever problems might end up being. Like, it's just stuff like that we're going to have to do.
I had one quick follow-up to weave into this last question. So I'm going to keep it real short. You guys have done an excellent job in the past, you know, track record history of shaking up the meta with character balance changes on a consistent basis, where people are not just playing the new content, but we're playing the game in a different way very often from league to league to league. So the question then goes to the changes coming from 0.5 or between 0.5 and 1.0. Will they also include character power balance and meta shakeups?
I mean, that's a priority, right?
That's one of the big focuses.
It's like 2/3 of what it will contain is that.
Balance.
Nice.
That's the goal, right? It is 90% of the goal is, and because uniques are ultimately about this, is just how characters are built. Well, let's say 80%, whereas 20% is like improving the content more. So most of it is going to be more oriented around character builds, character powers.
Be interesting with the baseline character power.
But you know, and
yeah.
even to the degree of like, okay, you know, there are some skills that
I'm
don't
hoping it gets
feel
a lot
good to
more evened
use.
out.
There are
Twister
some,
mid
you know,
league
so it's
nerf?
not
Yeah,
just
probably.
power; it's also
Well,
feel. How these
it'll
things
be a
feel to play. Are they
economy reset
rewarding
when
to
they do it,
play?
right?
When I do A, B, C, D and do my combo piece, does it land or is it just like meh? You know, so going back and revisiting even some of the effects and some of the audio, and obviously the numbers, you know, like whatever we can do to really just go and say everything we've now, or maybe it's like, you know, there's an A and a B, but we need the C, you know, you need the finale piece to it. And so we go and add that. So you have new skills, modified skills, changed both aesthetically, cosmetically, and in balance, potential new classes, a whole bunch of new uniques, I'm hoping, with a bunch of uniques being rebalanced, you know, like all of this stuff across the board. Normally, you know, when we have a big reveal, we don't talk about all this stuff because we like everything to be, you know, new, but like it's pretty easy to talk about all the things that we need to make better. And so that's really what we're going to do. And we'll just hopefully be able to get through it all. But you know how these things go. We don't stop development. So even though
It's really nice to hear that the balance is their big priority for between this patch and 1.0. You guys really think they're going to nerf Twister? Nerfing Twister probably not happening before the launch of this patch, but I would imagine between the launch of this patch and 1.0, yes, is I think the thought process. The overreaction to Twister is wild. I don't think it's much of an overreaction. It's just people realizing, holy crap, that's so much easier of a campaign compared to some other skills. I think it's just like, in PoE you have mountains and you have valleys in terms of power, and Twister's up here, and all the way down here you have Flame Wall, where it took me legitimately over an hour to get to killing freaking Lachlan. Like these two things are not remotely comparable balance wise. And nothing on God's green earth is going to make them remotely comparable unless GGG decides to make Flame Wall not trash on its own right and Twister a little bit worse. Like that sort of thing. Anyone saying that they don't think Twister is strong, I think you haven't played a mid-tier or bad tier skill.
release occurs, we're going to still then
You
balance.
just
in
don't have
1.1
perspective
and
on
1.2
how
and
bad some skills
1.3
are.
and you know, it's just never going to end. So if we don't get 100% right, you know, we'll just keep going.
All right, so we're going to do a couple rapid fires here.
Lost TM's audio there.
Oh, how about now? Am I back? We good?
There we go. There we go.
All right. Yeah, sorry about that.
Good.
I was typing.
I think PoE had 1 or 2 has more noob trap skills than PoE 1. That's because the balance issue. That's because of this. That's because there's just a ton of skills that are just horrendous power wise compared to all the rest. PoE 1, outside of like the extreme cases, like I'll use Penance Brand of Dissipation when it was initially launched. Outside of like extreme, like they added a new skill, the guy doing the math added an extra 0 and it was 10 times stronger than every other spell in the game. Outside that, the difference between the top skill and the bottom skill in PoE 1 is way closer. The difference between, for example, in PoE 1, it's more like this, where let's say you have a skill that's like over here, like Ellie hit, and then you have a skill that's like maybe over here, right? Blight. Not really at the top of the peak, not at the bottom of the valley. They're actually not that far apart. And one skill, even though maybe it's slightly worse, you know, just have a slightly better player, and all of a sudden they can kill the hard boss before Ellie can. You know, just a little bit of a skill differential. You know, there really isn't that much difference between the mid-tier skills and the skills that people think are good. I'm just saying, like, that it's way more closer. Like the skills people think are bad versus good, it's way closer.
typing in the chat to tell them to put their questions together, and I hit the mute button.
It also helps there's 50 times the number of skills in PoE1. That in no way, shape, or form should help this. Having 50 times more skills to balance would be 50 times the like number of things you have to balance. They've just balanced them over a lot more time. And like the whole point here is they haven't had time in PoE2 to really focus on balancing a lot of this stuff. And that's why I think that's why it's their priority, right? Is to try to like address
Okay,
this
so we're
issue.
gonna rapid fire from the chat here, and then we're gonna call it a day. So first one here, is there anything added to the game you guys would consider to be like aspirational content? Basically, they're saying extremely difficult content coming to the game, like Ubers, etc.
Look,
They made Flame Wall weak on purpose because it's meant to empower other skills. I just think Flame Wall is a bad example. I disagree with you completely. Yes, I agree in the fact that, okay, Flame Wall is meant to add some damage, but that's no reason Flame Wall can't be useful or usable on its own right. Flame Wall in PoE1 does the same thing it does in PoE2, where it gives some flat damage to projectiles. You can use it as a combination. But guess what? It can do its own freaking damage where you put it on a monster and it kills the monster. In PoE2, why do they even have the number on it if it does nothing? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the purpose of saying Flame Wall does some damage over time if its damage over time is literally a 1 per second? Like, that number might as well not even be there.
everyone has their own definition of this, I assume, to some degree, right?
Sure.
Some people are just going to find the farmed pinnacles to be that. In terms of Ubers, we've specifically made sure to not. So you obviously have your quest version, your non-quest version. I didn't want a then Uber grade of that, and the reason is that, not to say it won't eventually happen.
It did that in 0.1. They weakened it. No, it freaking didn't. There was like some bug abuse, or not bug abuse, but there was freaking like the SRS where you're using it to summon the things. That wasn't it doing damage. It was just proccing the condition.
Is that it puts a bit of a difficult skew on what is considered an acceptable character at a fundamental level, because now they have to be able to do the hardest content.
Hey, that was ethical? No, it wasn't.
And
shut up.
with so much incomplete character balance and stuff we still need to work on and fill the gaps and everything, I wanted to make sure there wasn't just stuff that is like for the, the most OP of the OP of the OP builds, because it was, and this is something that it already was doing, where all of a sudden the viability of a character was being judged by some people against whether or not it can kill a pinnacle, some whether it can complete maps of certain tiers, and some where it can kill the Ubers, and it creates a bit of a difficult thing where it's like, what is considered acceptable? And so the new pinnacles are hard, like for sure.
How hard, Mark?
All the fights are pretty damn difficult, and as I said, you can generally reduce these things and do there are ways via the Atlas Masters to take them to slightly next levels. There are things with the different leagues, with the different league trees, to both add rewards and make them harder in the form of multi-choices. And so there are ways to do it, but they wouldn't say they're classically defined as Ubers anymore. I wanted to get away from that. We'll get everything stable, we'll get everything good, and then we'll look at re-adding some of that stuff back. Be it either via an actual Uber fight or be it via, a master or something like that. We'll see.
Quick question about Recombinator was moved out of the game, so we're kind of curious about what's going on with that.
I just kind of didn't like it, to be honest. Like it's always been in this annoying balance position where like the numbers that it has to be like to not be completely cracked and broken never been satisfying for the players, and we've never been able to somehow like get that right. So we just decided, you know what, screw it for now. We'll see. We might revisit that again later if we can find some way to change it in some way. But yeah,
I think all the new runes we added, all of the Runic ward, it's just so much better. It's so much more understandable, so much more broadly usable. Like not insanely.
Big J didn't say it, but I think we were all thinking it. He probably saw a short of Farmer just never leaving his hideout, constantly recombinating T2 ES with T2 ES to then slam to put on his Walmart freaking sell tab for 5x the value and then sell overnight, quote unquote, to definitely real buyers. You know, and he said, you know what? Screw this. It's gone.
Overcomplicated. They're just better. So we were like, look, it had recombinating. It just doesn't need it. Like, here's all the stuff that we can do that is clearly better. I mean, at first we kept it because there's like a little bit of a loss aversion thing, but it's like, okay, look, we're at like, do we really need it at this point? So ultimately we just decided to axe it, noting that like everything we're adding in its stead is just significant upgrades IMO.
Okay. I'm assuming similar logic with like the expedition shops. They're still in the game, but they're kind of like not the primary
Nope.
focus.
They're gone.
The
Expedition shops are dead.
Oh, hell yeah. Those things suck.
I mean,
They were basically just taken from PoE 1 and like they never really were proper stuff. And
well,
yeah, we just.
It was taken and then downgraded and then kind of like, oh, we don't want it to be. They were just not good. So again, it was like.
Nothing of value was lost. Yeah, nothing of value was
Let's
lost.
get rid of the stuff that's just clearly subpar and replace it with stuff that's just clearly better. Like, we don't have to be so attached to it. And, you know.
Sure. Okay. On to the next one here from chat. Corruption. So you guys made like a fairly significant change, actually, the corruption, where instead of it like
Big change.
randomizing it, it's like a multiplier, right?
Divine
so you
orb
divine
sync.
first before you corruption. Would you like to speak to that change, Will?
Well, that is what we did. Yes. What was the goal there? I guess ultimately. Liked the idea that when you get I mean, I agree. I understand why some people are going to be like, no, I have to use divines now. Well, yep, that's what you got to do, right? You got to make a much more, a bit of a harder decision to decide, am I going to divine this item to be its perfect role and then do it, or am I not? And I guess, I don't know, I just prefer it more. It's a bit more hardcore. It's a bit more Val. It's a bit more, costly, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of that, as opposed to just every time I find this, I just Val it no matter what. Which, I just think it's personally better, but I can see people not entirely agreeing with that, and you're right to that opinion.
Div's a lot more common. I don't think they said a lot. I'm pretty sure it said more common. They did not say a lot. I think you're reading into something there, buddy. Let me just check here real quick. Just find the note for it. I'm pretty sure you imagined the a lot. Now more common. Yeah. There was no a lot. He said more. Watch the video. Are you kidding me?
And too bad, I guess, is my answer. But I just 100% prefer it, and I'd say most of the people we spoke to definitely preferred it. As well,
I've seen it overwhelmingly liked. I haven't really seen almost
good
anybody
change.
saying they
Yep.
Well, in that case, then win.
In previous interviews we've had, a conversation has been brought up multiple times, has been inflation and wanting a divine sync, and every time the comment has been, we need more uniques, we need more interesting uniques to divine orb, and I never really felt that it really did that job enough. And I think that with this change alone and continuously adding more uniques, you might actually hit the spot where this is doing exactly what we've been screaming for the past year.
Right.
Speaking of divines, one thing that came up was divine orbs that are now more common, which was one of the patch notes. I mean, small line, big decision. So is that there to balance out like the changes of the Atlas, unless Quan is really not that more common, or what's that line mean?
It's definitely more common, divine orbs. I'm almost tempted to not mention the reason why we did that. But I don't know how you feel about that, Mark. Sure. All right.
Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah, all right.
Give it to us, Big J.
So
what happened?
Basically, okay, so this is going to sound ultra dumb, I suspect, to some people. So we'll see how this goes. But okay. So the temple, right? The temple had ridiculous amounts of loot going on due to snake strategy and all that sort of shit. So there was stuff like going that, right? So basically there's this concern that we had that people are going to be like, okay, so the temple is obviously nerfed, right? Like snake strategy, no longer a thing. Like, it means that like, and so then what we believed was going to happen is immediately people are going to be like, oh, previous league I got X divines per hour and now I'm getting Y divines per hour, and like just annoying shit like that. And so we're like, if we just change the drop rate of divines, nobody will be able to make the comparison anymore. And there won't be like this ability to say.
So it is a lot. Wait, what? Wait, are divines actually going to be like worthless next league? Wait, what?
Like this thing about that. So now I just want to know I just want you to know, by the way, that the troll answer that we legitimately thought we might do for a second is, what if we just removed divines from the game? That was like a legitimate troll answer that we had as like the opposite of this. But instead of doing that, we're like, okay, no, let's make them more common. They're not like, it's not like they're dropping like candy or anything, right? But they are like, you know, they're an amount more common that is like such that, you know, that doesn't make them quite comparable anymore. And yeah, that's just down to the fact that divines, for whatever reason, are the thing that people use as the sort of way that comparing loot. So
All right, it's Wild West. The way they're talking about this right now, divines are not going to be the main currency next league. Like, how much more common did you make it? 1.5x? Nah, dude. The way he's talking about it is friggin' 50x or something. It's something else. It's something else. Annul stocks may be up. Greater or perfects. I don't know, man. They did add a sync for it, but I don't think it's gonna be,
because the loot is kind of like all like, there's a lot of changes all over so the loot everywhere. You'll kind of you know, you'll I guess it just makes the whole thing less comparable, and yeah, that is truly part of the reason why we did that. But yes, we do want to divine syncs as well, which is the vital orb thing. So, you know, yeah.
All right, well, I'll do one more here, and we'll call it right 2 hours and like 35 minutes here. So just a real common one that keeps popping up.
divines never had real value though, so probably good they aren't the main currency. They do have real value though. Dude, every time people they have a very specific purpose, and it is useful. If it was not useful to re-roll mod ranges, they would have no value. But it is.
Up as people are just asking about performance improvements. Like with every league, you guys typically do quite a bit of performance improvements. Are we expecting that going in 0.5? I know you talked a little bit about Steam Deck, you know, for instance, but console, PC, all of it.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, look, there have been changes, but I wouldn't say that they're revolutionary to the point that I would call them out specifically as like we made big performance improvements. Like there's just the sort of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things that we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is, but like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back, like that thing. And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it. It's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. Is like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work.
What the hell are they talking about? Back it up.
Of usual iteration that we do. One of the big things we've been really trying to fight has just been this annoying freaking driver device removed thing, which maybe people don't even know what that is, but like sometimes the game will freeze and then it reboots the graphic stuff and then it all comes back, like that thing. And like we haven't fixed it yet. We're still looking into it.
Is this the thing where it like freezes your whole PC and you have to shut the PC down and restart it? Is that what they're talking about? Or is it something else? No, yes. Isn't just a freeze? No. It's something else then. Okay. I had that thing and I basically had to go for like an older version of Windows, and that was the fix I had to go through, and I've just never updated anything since then. Freezes then reloads to cogwheels after 30 to 40 seconds. Okay. I don't know if I've had that too much.
But it's just been like the engine team has been just banging their head against it for so long now. Like we're actually at the point now, by the way, where like Nvidia told us a couple of days ago, we want you to ship us, like air freight us a PC that reproduces this. Is like the thing. So now we're going to steal one of our PCs and send it to Nvidia to see if that will get the ability to work out what's going on. But like, yeah, there's been a lot of trying to sort out like this kind of stuff and like work on crashes and that kind of thing. So there's less like performance in the sense of like, you know, frame rate higher. But we still will be doing more about that and like the 05X patches and that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, you know what I like? One last kind of random question here, which I don't know if you have an answer for, but I'm going to try, okay? I know Hex Blast was the skill people were using before. It got changed at one point. It really hasn't hit a point in which it's really seen much use. I know it was beloved by some people out there. I know you might not have the answer off the top of your head, but could we see some love for Hexblax or Fix or Revert or anything at some point? Like, where's your stance on that skill?
I have not thought about that one for a while, I have to admit. So it'd be one of those things that would look at an 05X timeline, I would say.
Sure.
Because it's just if it's not working and people aren't using it, then that'll be one of the things that we want looking to buff, I suspect.
Okay, I'll just throw that there. All right, well that's it. Oh, go on.
I was going to say the chaos hits and chaos dots just needs a whole bunch of love, and reviewing all the skills and the mechanics adjacent to it is just part of that. So, you know, there'll be some adding skills, some changing of roles, so like anything could happen really, but it is on the radar for sure.
Adding skills. Let's freaking go. Let's hope so. Because right now, chaos dots is literally just essence drain and then contagion. That's it. There's no depth or variety there.
Well, there we go. You know, I mean, we could go all day, but we're 2 hours and 40 minutes in, so I think we'll call it here, boys. I would say thanks for your time.
Good interview.
You guys went really in depth on a lot of stuff, and I really enjoyed the conversation. So
Big J might be my new favorite version of interviewer. When he's got the wine, that was peak interview right there. Fully sauced, dude. He was just like, hey, let's just do the perfect jeweler thing, guys. Yeah, why not? He was out of control, man. He was out of control. Now, I was informed partway through looking at that video that we have some prime hate watch content. Don't mind me, guys. I earlier on people said he died to Arbiter or he rage quit to Arbiter. I listen, prime hate watch content. Come on, think about it, guys. Think about the value here. Okay, let's just go over here to when he starts Arbiter. Nothing personal. Okay, I'm just curious. You know, I want to see some prime hate watch content. I don't know about anybody else. All right, let's go. Let's see. What do we got, Farmer? What do we got?
Also, like, I'm coming down with the bug right now. I'll make that clear.
Oh, he's sick.
Don't chicken out.
I'm not checking out. I'm just saying.
Wait, did Fubgun bully him into trying actual hard content with his like leveling character? He's watching Fub.
Like my throat is like actually really hurting a lot. It's distracting.
Yeah, you
me.
went pretty hard last night.
Wait, are you to me? You're making it sound like I sucked your dick though, so it's still like fucking sus, man.
He has like insane DR at the start.
Is this just Fub flexing on the fact that Snipes OP on early game? Is that what I'm about to see? Is just Fubgun one-shotting Arbiter? Did they make a wager about who could kill Arbiter with their leveling character? Is that what happened? They bet for 5 subs?
Like, what are we saying, brother?
Yep. That's first phase.
Get this out of the game. What is this garbage, dude? Where is the nerf? The 100D bow? Did he actually have an OP bow, or was it actually like trash gear? Is it day 1 to 2 bow? No, it was trash. It was trash. Yeah, take this garbage out. Dude shoots like 5 times, procs the freeze, and insta wins. Like, come on now. Come on now. That needs to be out of the game.
It's fine.
Noob down, noob.
Wait, he died?
Oh, I forgot the mechanic.
Oh.
That's fine. It's fine.
Oh, next time. All right. Oh no, that's number 1 thing you learn about Arbiter.
Okay.
Messed up a mechanic.
Why are
Classic.
you doing this, dude? I literally phased him.
Oh no.
That's bullshit.
All right. Let's see. He obviously gets the kill, right?
Okay, we got him.
Yeah.
Second try. Now let's see you do it now. Oh, we got perfect jewels and a scepter.
All right,
My build
Farmer.
can do
Let's see the content, Farmer. Let's see the
also,
content.
this boss isn't good for us because we can't generate power charges here. I feel like I'm making a lot of excuses. It
Wait,
sounds
so
like,
isn't like next league all about doing all the new pinnacles? So if you can't generate power charge, isn't that like a pretty big downside?
Someone's never had to do
back.
the fight.
Power
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
matter.
bows have had
Okay, okay.
OP
I feel like POG
damage.
bosses are pretty
like, every
important for
patch
next league,
Power
right?
of the
the power
game.
rivers don't matter. The power rivers don't matter.
Unless you're gonna buy carries for
No,
bosses.
no. I would
Okay.
never do this.
Okay.
I'll be doing the carries.
Oh,
what you
okay,
meant?
okay.
Yeah.
Farmer's
You
not
need your
doing
Sensi
carries.
Just hit me up.
He's gonna be making
Gotcha.
guides on how to scam
I always
noobs
set my channel
to
first,
make
right?
Fub gun
I wanna have
gears
you gotta lock
excuses for
in.
this one.
and sell them on Ange. Day 3 is gonna have a video about how he made money selling items for
Alright.
Fub Gun's build.
Turn that off.
Yeah, he has Dior at the start, so like you can go all in.
All right.
All right, Farmer, let's see it. Let's see it. I mean, that's not half bad.
What?
All right, does he do the mechanics?
All right, mechanics. Mechanical god.
I'm not sure I'd call that a mechanical god, but sure.
Whoa.
You have damage.
Wait, my belt.
Wait, where have you bell?
No, the belt.
That's
saw that
respectable
belt,
damage.
right?
Yeah, that's some pretty decent damage.
You might be like one of the people that's seen the mechanics of this boss.
Okay, hold up. Sorry. Hold up.
Dude, why does he keep sprinting?
And relax.
All right. Still phase 1.
We'll have two bells next league. Don't forget that, or 3 bells.
Yep.
Very important thing to remember here.
Not all the time though, right? Like
You look, you walk the
Pretty
opposite
much all the
direction
time,
every. Yeah, but he's got good movement speed boots, I think, probably,
okay, second phase.
and or sprint.
What is this?
You know this mechanic?
No, that was bullshit. Like,
Okay.
what was the counterplay there?
So
Like
you want me to tell you to do it?
Like, he literally.
Is Fub gonna tell him how to do it, or Fub gonna be like, "Hey, man, just one shot and then you never have to do the mechanic"? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, you want me to tell you
One
to do
shot
it?
at the area that you needed to stand in.
Yeah, do you want me to tell you to do it?
What do you mean tell you how to do it?
You're supposed to do it in a certain way. You want me to
Alright,
tell
talk
you?
to me. Yeah, tell me.
So you wait for the blast to go off, and then you go into it. The ball explosion happens last. So he does his AoE in front. You wait, and then you go
That's actually true.
Yeah.
He's actually giving correct advice.
All right, second try.
So, what was their wager? Whether or
What's the
not
mana
my
cost of the
God.
skill?
Farmer could even do the fight?
Oh, we're not fire res capped.
Yeah, I see that.
Fub really just wanted to bully him. Is that what it
Fucking
was?
Oh no.
Death count, I'll keep track. What death count I won so far?
We don't need to keep track of that, you know?
Well, yeah, still in the carries
God.
next patch, right?
Oh god.
Fub just wanted
Hold
to do
up,
it, so he
hold up.
bets Hubs that he
Hold the
couldn't do
goddamn phone
it.
here.
Okay. Fair enough.
What?
He really wasn't able to do this fight.
Okay. I'm out.
This part's easy. This is fine. Like, there's no way you die here.
Don't say that, man.
Like, he has
no,
pretty
yeah,
good
yeah,
damage.
I have
It's
died
so
here many
easy.
times. I've died here many
Yeah,
times.
they
so
improved
don't-
like the visual clarity so many times.
Oh, how many times does he do this shit?
Apparently, Farmer has a 20D staff and Fubgun had campaign gear, no ascendancy. That's what I read from chat.
Oh no.
If I
They were
was
saying he
res
had an
capped, this would be
essence
fine.
bow.
What is
I don't know
this?
about Farmer's staff, though.
Still in phase 1, man. Oh, he's doing this again?
Most people won't
Oh
be
my
able to do...
God. It's like, this is not my fault. This is actually not my fault. This the boss's mechanic
deaths
countered
two,
my
deaths
build.
two.
Okay.
Only 2 deaths.
No. Like I think we've all seen. I think we've all seen enough. You know, like there's no.
No,
like,
no,
I think we're
we're
good.
not.
I think we're good.
No.
Keep going,
Like, hold on,
Farmer.
I think-
Keep going.
Oh, you know what? I'm missing some. I'm missing some gems. Some support
Oh,
jewels.
no, go back to town right now to make a portal.
Is he gonna go 6-link himself?
Yeah, put your 6 links in. All right, you need the help. Put your 6 links in.
That's true. I'm also only on 5 links here.
Yeah, put him in, Farmer.
Yeah, go back to town. You can go
Let's
to
see how
town.
they do.
They really say that you shouldn't do that.
Let's not try to weasel our way out of this.
Wait, what do you mean weasel? Oh, you know what? I have the wrong support gems
if
in
you
here.
don't do this, no one's gonna have confidence in your build. You have to show them it's arbiter viable.
I have the wrong supports in. Hold up.
Is Farmer a paid actor by GG so we can see boss mechanics?
Hold up.
Is Farmer
Are people really saying that? Is Farmer a paid actor at GG so you can see boss mechanics? Dude, people are so toxic, man. His damage isn't half bad. Assuming his gear is like pretty mediocre or whatever. People are so freaking brain rotted by some skills that aren't balanced at all, i.e. the snipe one-shotting the boss. It's crazy, man.
all actually decent at boss in Moxie? Not really, but once you have gear, it does one shot.
You're the most toxic person to Farmer? Nah. I'm only slightly toxic. I don't know what you're talking about. There's people being more toxic. He's failing to dodge? Yeah, he's definitely just failing to dodge right now. His staff is 600 PDPS.
I almost got him. You almost got him.
I mean, that's pretty solid. You're not going to get a 600 PDPS staff too cheap early league.
He's legit making me change my league start.
No, this is budget gear, chat.
Make sure you dodge this. Okay.
I'm lagging. Listen. Like maybe we should do a different boss.
I mean, is he doing this with like negative fire res? I feel like he should, with 3K, he shouldn't be just getting one shot by like every attack. He definitely has like terrible fire res. He isn't capped. Yeah, that's kind of what this looks like. Because if he had 75, he wouldn't be getting one shot by a lot of these. Like
Arbiter counters me.
A lot of things hit him really
There's
hard.
gonna be like 8 new bosses
here, okay? We're also not critting. Like I'm
40%,
like,
yeah, so he's taking like double damage.
Put a talon.
Yo, Farmer, get back in there.
Yeah.
We have Hall of Almond-Tree.
Hey, let's get real supports. Let's give you like a real chance. You get real supports.
Hold on.
Okay, there is a new GG post, but it's not that important.
Let me get my Rocky Autos real quick.
They're doing a free weekend. You know what that means? EU servers, Lamau.
Don't forget the 50% off, dude. There's gonna be some people that play because that 50 that buy it because of that 50% off, right? 100%.
What's the cosmetic?
How gleeful he is. Listen how gleeful he is about everyone else's sufferings.
And he's got a point though. EU servers are cooked.
By you, actually.
Get your support gems. Get your support gems.
Let's
die one more time, Farmer.
You're next.
Get back in there.
Not to say about.
Ice on the first attempt for each boss. So like, it's not that bad.
Wait, is that
you
the
will
case for
eventually
Pinnacle
kill it.
too?
Yeah, it's next patch is only 2 difficulties. The story one and the one after the story. And the story one's infinite tries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, his fire res is trash.
Infinite tries won't help him. Big broadcaster, bullying Timu, cute dog.
He's got the charge staff.
Okay, we have no.
Dude, this mana seems rough, man.
The mana?
Yeah.
We'll have less plus skills next.
Are you only level 17?
Wait, one more. Last
Is
one.
Arbiter
Last one
profitable?
before
I think he is.
Yeah, last one, two subs.
Oh,
No.
No, you're not. You can't check it out unless you do 2 subs, man.
Is that number 4?
Like, you guys have to understand. Like this is.
Did he actually die 20
I do it,
times?
you would do it.
I'm doing it. Hold on.
This guy makes Quinn look like an actual god gamer.
Don't do me like that, please.
Wait, you have TikTok guides for TFT?
Oh my god, I used to, yeah.
Duh.
He's also doing this on Zero Ascendancy. So they're both doing Zero Ascendancy.
Hold up.
The thing is, his damage is fine. It's just he's not dodging
Auto?
a lot of the one-shot mechanics.
This is a lot easier. I remember like this was like impossible when this shit first came out, no?
It's just a do you have good movement speed boots check.
Nice, I like
They
the
did make it
TikTok.
slower too, I think.
God.
Wait, why was your voice less manly back then? What happened?
What do you mean? My voice has been the same level of manliness.
You get a new mic? You hit up Pirate
I did-
Software?
I did get a new mic actually.
Looks like it's a second slower. Yeah,
Don't die.
they probably
He
nerfed it.
phased. He phased.
Doesn't the boss fight because he's used to just one-shotting it? Is he really standing on the line there?
Okay, that's not how you do it. You stand out of the circle, the beam
I
goes
thought-
off, and then
I
you
thought
go
if
in.
I thought if I stood on the edge of the circle, it
No,
wouldn't reach
you
me.
can't stand in the circle.
Okay. We're learning. We're learning boss mechanics.
Plus one
here.
death.
He literally told you how to do it. It's hard to. There's so many circles. It's hard to tell which one is like the stand in the circle and which one's the stand out of the circle one.
He has to be trolling. I get hit by that one too, I think. I'm bad at telling when he's doing that ability versus just the other circles.
I see scuba, I type scuba.
Yeah, they definitely made this slower.
You guys posting in chat. Amy Pie, this shut up on my no more Twitter. Am I cooked? Holy.
Just wait until they introduce a memory game. Memory
That's
game's
winning Amy Pie.
based.
Holy shit. Wait, so what's the thing? He puts a circle.
He has more damage than Steel with Twisters. You guys said it's a 600 PDPS staff with plus levels, right? Like, that's not cheap to get early league. And he has a 6-link.
Down and then like he blasts it right before he.
Yeah, you stand out of circle, he blasts.
And as extra. So he has like an insane weapon. So he basically has the weapon that requires you to start with a magic base with a high percent fizz that you essence, do the special essence to get gain, then do the other essence to get battle. So he has like an insane weapon. That's never a day one. No, not unless your day one is a Karn day one where it's 40 hours.
And after the blast is over, you dodge
Plus
roll
2
in,
gloves
and
as
then he
well.
jumps into the circle, so you gotta get out again.
What is this?
So wait, okay, let me get this straight. Was he just like he's doing his runs where he gets the maps, dies some repeat on T5s, then he's like, let me trade league some gear with OP damage, does some T15s and says, I'm good to go? He's gonna get cooked.
He's
gonna get
Have
absolutely
you never
cooked.
done this fight?
I've literally never done this.
Get the
fight.
orbs.
I got the orbs.
Okay.
I've never done this fight in the capacity.
Frostblades all over.
I thought he
Yeah,
only did
it's
one
also
slam.
After that, no, that's a different mechanic.
Oh my god! How
Oh
many
my
mechanics does boss
goodness.
have? Normally, what are
you
you sending in my
okay?
chat?
Exactly what he did. Wait, is that actually what he did? Died repeat on T5s, bought some OP trade gear that's not going to be available on League Start. I'm feeling more and more confident by the
Are you
second.
okay for the new bosses next patch?
I think Lance actually might win. I'm actually getting kind of scared.
No dip, I'm gonna win. Are you kidding me? You think? I don't take bets to lose, my guy.
Scared now.
Yeah, I think Lance actually might win. You know, Lance has actually done like
Oh
Gauntlet.
god. Oh god.
You're gonna lose to Lance again.
Actually bullying a
You're
child.
scaring
He's
me,
older
Bob.
than
You're
me.
really scaring me.
Okay, come on. With his amount of gaslighting, it's somewhat deserved a little bit, right? 50-year-old. I'm not 50-year-old. He looks 18. He's like 35. Okay, no, he's like 32, but still. With the amount of gaslighting, there is some amount of bullying in response that is deserved. You have
New
3
ones are
kids?
probably
That's
harder than
impossible?
this.
No, it's possible. I was there for
No.
each of their births. It happened. That's a
Farmer
thing.
Harbinger.
Cardboard curtains? At any point, he could have upgraded those, okay? That's on him.
This one's good.
Please let him die. This corner seems so much slower than I remember. He has way too much time to walk.
Wait, hold on. Hold the phone just a minute
No,
here.
this is normal arbiter. It's not Uber.
I swear, the way this maze used to work, I swear it was like if you went the wrong direction for even half a second, you were dead. Why does it seem so slow?
It feels like Uber.
What Atlanta Farm racing towards? First to kill all Pinnacle bosses, the new ones.
They made it way
Well, it's
easier?
slash
Okay.
Played time, / played.
I think they made it too easy because it's like...
Man, I was excited for a monk frowny face in your chat.
I need to go. I need to go eat.
Really?
Like, I'm not giving.
I was told I was going to get to Alk LFG 20 times. That was only like 10 times. What the hell, guys? He only died like... That wasn't even 10. That was probably like 8 times. Go watch the mapping section. Was the mapping section some good content? Oh, yeah. This looks like it's good content, too. Hold on. Let me back up a little bit.
The way you just... Bro. Okay, you didn't die, though. You didn't die.
Ah!
Please don't die.
Okay, but the damage is there. The damage is there. We need to fix our resistances. We see the damage, okay?
Okay, I'll do my crypt. I'll do my
let's
crypt
see you
now.
do it.
6-1 map.
I'm also worse. I'm campaign gear.
Your weapon's way better than mine. And weapon's the most damage in the game.
His weapon sounds the same. Wait, what was Fubgun's weapon? Is there a way we can like check Fubgun's weapon? Because you've described Farmer's weapon, and it's like legitimately just like the tier under Mir tier almost in terms of like base damage you can get reasonably. Not under Mir tier, but you get what I'm saying. It's pretty freaking good. T3, T4 Fizz plus 3 levels. They both showed. Okay. So Farmer's is definitely way better if Fubguns didn't have gain damage either.
The damage is the same, I would say. Like we have to run the same amount of damage.
Damage is not the same, dude.
Wait in.
I'm not res capped. That's the problem.
Okay, I have temp change on. Guys, if you had temp change, you log out, log in. It's off. That's
Oh
attack.
my goodness. Are they bug fixing this or not? Okay, did I miss it in the patch notes? I think I missed it in the patch notes, right? The freaking cooldown reset, log to get all my HP back, log to get debuffs off.
All right, show us the rare damage.
The rare damage? I just killed a
Yeah.
rare. I'll kill another one.
Where is it? You missed some
It's
light
a boss.
bulb.
We need a boss.
Fubgun has ascendancy? Yeah, Fubgun does have Dead Eye.
We need a boss.
You missed some white mobs back there, by the way.
Okay, you want to go back?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
He's literally just going to one-shot
No,
this.
fight the boss. Fight the boss. You're good.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm
Just
on
land
delay.
tree.
I'm on delay. My bad. All right, let's see it.
He's specced out of it? Oh, for the Arbiter? I mean, he has Tailwind now, right?
Yep.
Frozen.
Stability.
Dead.
I'll go to a rare. Yep. Max stability. I'll go to a rare.
Remove that from the game, man. Remove that from the game. It's just you should the amount of damage some of like these skills do is just ridiculous.
Palmer, are you there?
Barrage? Yeah, barrage is a big problem for sure.
Farmer? Hello? You still there, right? Farmer?
Can I do this with Perfect Strike? Good freaking luck.
Hello?
You lost Farmer Folk when you lost him.
I see you.
I feel like the
Someone actually
One thing to
map.
consider is
map.
He's gonna show his staff. I want to see it. I
throw.
want to see the staff. I want to see it.
What fraudulent?
He's going
What
back
kind
in
of
for the boss.
Joke, guys. I love my European viewers. Guten
He
Tag.
hates you guys.
Wunderbar. Wunderbar.
All right, take him out, farmer.
Heals this damage.
Okay.
He's got him. I think I said he died to every boss.
I mean, it's not bad.
I mean, this times 3 though for next league.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's not time.
Who's telling him he's gonna have times 3 damage? Three bells. I mean, he just doesn't want to factor in the time it may take to put down those bells and how long they'll last. He tried other bosses before this. Candlemass is kind of one of the easiest bosses in the game, isn't it?
It seems kind of slow. Like,
Let's see him on this guy.
Is it fixed attack time?
Yeah, it's fixed attack. Okay.
Okay.
How is this character so paper?
Slow, like without been. Is it fixed attack time?
Yeah, it's fixed.
He's just ignited and he has no fire res, and then this finishes him off. 1.6k life, well, he has 1.6k life and 1.6k ES, but his ES is always just like instantly gone because he has no fire res. Sand Shark, does he take on Sand Shark too? All right, he's doing the Chimera.
All right, let's see the
let's
boss.
see the Chimera.
This boss is gonna kill you. Oh, that's some damage. Not bad, not bad.
He's going. He's
got
flying
fire.
mode, like,
Oh,
that's
he's
not my-
cooked. He's cooked. He's got ignited.
I swear if he died.
Dude, it's literally just the fact he has like 20. Are you guys serious about the 20 fire res thing? It's literally just why did he not cap his res? Like 100% he's just chain dying because he has no res. That's just literally just what it is. It's fire every time. He shows the fire res. At what point does he show his fire res? Is he gonna die to fire again in this fight too? It was 20. Yeah, so he's literally just taking straight up what? 3x damage, 3.2x damage every time he runs into fire. Just every single time.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait. He died.
Okay.
Okay. He died.
You don't get it, Lance? He isn't going to be doing 3x damage. He's currently taking 3x damage. This is bullying. This isn't bullying, guys. We're just checking out the competition, okay? Doing a little bit of research. Are they going over their gear right now?
Show jewels.
Here's my jewels.
Show
I
family
have 2
jewels.
jewels.
All right, back it up, back it up, back it up. They're showing gear. They're showing gear.
Do you have, by the way? Is this 4 ascendancy?
I'm full ascended. It's low 90. Full ascended.
Okay.
This is like my character where it's like I feel like anyone can acquire this gear. Like maybe not day one because average play or whatever, but like it's realistic, right? It's extremely realistic gear that anyone can get.
Let's see the
You say you're
realistic
hiding your
gear.
jewel-
So his bow is, I mean, that's a pretty freaking good bow. That's a pretty freaking good bow. That's day one. That's Fubgun 25 hours in bow.
Jewels for me.
So technically it is kind of his day one, but it's it's a lot of slash played. to get that bow. That is not a bad bow. Helmet's kind of whatever.
Go jewels.
Let's see the body armor. 1600 evasion's pretty freaking high. Bad
Here's my
life though.
jewels.
Show family.
2 jewels. Tool here. It's 2 damage props.
Proj damage, LE damage, reduced slow potency of debuffs.
It's proj LE damage. Those two
Additional projectile when forking. Does he
Doesn't
have
matter.
forking?
Double damage, max roll. Holy shit.
It's like, bro.
Holy shit. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Here.
30-hour day one. Yeah. It's the old I got the headhunter on day one. Well, okay, he did this league with the chancing, but like a lot of times when he's like, "Oh, I get it day one," it's like, "Come on, man, you played 30 hours. That's not day one. That's not day one." Attack speed, LE damage.
2 prop
Yeah, I mean,
jewels.
All right.
That's kind of whatever, Jules.
That's
Fair
it.
enough.
All the jewels I have. This is my tree.
Okay.
That's how days work. 30 hours is one day. Today I learned.
So this is no crit swap. This is no hybrid swap. This is like very basic bare bones
This is just snipes OP. All right, confirmed. Snipe
character,
OP.
right?
I mean, yeah.
Like it's realistic. I would say probably in the range, maybe like 4 to 5 divines if you brought all the gear outright.
The bow is more than 4 to 5 divines. I don't know what the rest of his gear is, but you're paying more than 4 to 5 divines to make that bow. Stop the cap.
Somewhere in that
Like,
range.
come on now.
How
Let's do a powerful map boss here.
It's T3, T4 fizz. Did I stutter? Essence of Brazier, perfect battle essence. Those things cost currency. Perfect essence of haste. All those things early on are expensive. Not to mention the most important factor of that whole thing is you need a magic base with 140 IPD to start. Which I hate to break it to you guys, but on day one, that's not common.
Where's your
Forge sucks.
Where's your offline headhunter though?
I got that day 1 on stream.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah. I mean, I can show you. Here you go. Here we go.
I agree. I'm just saying the people just have like no memory or perspective of what things cost when it's early league and what the supply of actual like a lot of these things are, because the supply is non-existent.
Day 1. Yeah. It's on stream. My gear on this character is better than this, by the way. This character
Okay, to be fair, this was also the league he chanced the HH in 2 chance orbs, okay? That headhunter might as well not be there, okay? That was... we all know that was a cheater acquisition, okay?
is better gear than this test character.
I'm crazy, right? This bow is just worse than his current bow that he's showcasing. The only thing better about this character's gear is his headhunter, which he got for a chance orb, right? If everyone really values the crit, yeah, fair enough. The crit is definitely nice, but like... It's freaking like half the base damage.
Like, look at this quiver.
Quiver is 40 damage, some flat.
Double flat increased damage, double crit. I was crit already. Crit bow.
That's like really low rolls for crit. What was his quiver he showcased? Does he hover his quiver?
Jewels.
Show
I
family
have 2
jewels.
jewels. Average player.
Is this 4 ascendancy?
I'm full ascended. It's low 90. Full ascended.
Okay.
This is like my character where it's like I feel like anyone can acquire this gear. Like maybe not day 1 because average player or whatever, but like it's realistic, right? It's
I
extremely
just want to see what his
realistic gear
quiver
that
is on
anyone
this
can get.
character.
They're saying you're hiding your jewels from me.
Okay, he does show it.
Anyone
I
can
have to
acquire
like
this
pause
gear.
very
Like
time
maybe not
to
day 1 because
pause.
average player or whatever, but like it's realistic, right? It's extremely realistic gear that anyone can get.
They're saying you're hiding your jewels from me.
Bow damage, attack speed, better dex, worse flat. So this is like only slightly worse. But not by that much. He's got better dex. This attack speed roll is better than a terrible crit roll. But he has worse flat and slightly worse percent damage. Way worse because crit. You guys are looking at a 10% crit chance roll and you're going, oh my word, it's crit. Newsflash, the crit roll goes up to like 40%. It's like the lowest freaking tier. It's close to might as well not be there. Like, what are you guys talking about? Crit multi? Yeah, it was a 15 crit multi roll, guys. It was a 15 crit multi. It was not good crit.
Show jewels.
Here's my jewels.
All right.
It's like
All right.
Just Shark owns character, right?
I mean, yeah.
Where tell you?
All right, when does
3% crit, like triple res helmet rarity?
For sure.
Yeah.
what was okay, what's the evasion on
Double
this?
resist, some life, double flat. Like this gear is like better than my character. 1900, like
1900 evasion and deflection rating. Yeah, this definitely is better than the one he currently is wearing. Since you use day 1 profile, I'm good, man. I'm just saying this is a funny conversation. All right, when does Farmer show his gear? Yo, what the hell? Unveiled cost efficiency 2. I mean, Fubgun's bow, he was definitely underselling how expensive his bow was, but this is so much worse just because of this mod right here. And of course it's T2 Fizz, not T4. T4 will still be hard to get, but this mod means you have to have a Omen Essence, which we know those were giga expensive on League Start. You need the special Omen Essence in order to force this mod on. It's a really good divine too. It is a really good divine. It's like perfect almost. Did he divine it? He might have divined it, or he got really lucky on the essence. That smile, yeah, he knows full well this is gonna cost a lot to recreate this on a League Start.
900.
It's not that good. It's 600 DPS. It's like not even that good. Trust me.
Not even that good, yeah, huh? Has anyone ever claimed to choose what I build around? Nope. People keep threatening to make me do terrible things, and I keep raising the price.
All right.
See the rest of the gear.
We have only 1 suffix. Like we don't even have onslaught like you guys, right?
Yeah, but you're way more damage than that staff than our ethical weapons.
No. Okay, think about it. Like you have 1 perfect essence. I have 1 perfect essence.
What is this gaslighting? Look at these two guys freaking argue about their weapons being ethical, and they're freaking neither of them are. My weapon's cheap. No, my weapon's cheap. Meanwhile, they're both holding like best in slot early game insane power items. +5 won't exist? Didn't the plus levels on the bow got nerfed too? They both got nerfed. Am I crazy? Both things got nerfed, right? I think bow attack levels got nerfed too. Perfect X's of battle is now +3 instead of +5. Where does it say for the other ones? +2 for one-handed melee weapons and bows. So yeah, +3 goes to +2 and +5 goes to +3. Fub wasn't using a +5 though. He was using a bow, which is a one-hand weapon, which is a +3 on a bow. That's how it works. Bows are considered like they're in the one-handed item category for gem levels. Fub was +3. That's the same thing. That is the same thing. They both require perfect battle lessons. I'll literally log in. Currency exchange. Perfect battle essence. Okay, so all of the people who think +5 is different than +3 for bow versus two-handed melee weapon, read the second line together. One-handed melee weapon, or, and this is the key part, bow. +3 to all attack skills. All right. Now, the third line, two-handed melee weapon or crossbow, +5. Same thing. Are we good now? But his was a +3. Fob gun, my ethical cheap bow guy. Are we good now? We understand they're both full of crap.
Essence, right? We're both.
Yeah, but your perfect essence being nerfed more. Yours goes from 5 to 3. Mine goes.
Oh my goodness, this. Your perfect essence is gonna get nerfed more. What is this conversation? What is this conversation?
Goes from 3 to 2. Yeah.
Neither of them can
18?
agree. They both
Okay,
have
18.
bows
That was
they're
my
not going to have
question.
on
Is
day
this
one.
+2 melee gloves unethical?
Flat damage +2, flat damage T1 dex. He does have a fire res rune. Is that his only fire res on his like entire character?
With double flat.
Wait, you have +2 melee gloves with double flat.
I swear to God, I out them. I swear to God, I out them.
I mean, it's unethical considering that battle essence is going down +2 levels as well. Right.
Okay. So I have a level. Okay. How about this? Gem. Okay, wait. I have a question. Is this
considering that
gems then? 17s to make it more ethical. This is fine, right?
you have Chile
Gain is okay. It's like some bullshit shenanigans.
younger than you.
9.
160x.
Can you show us fire res?
Is that what we're doing
think
now?
it-
He says. Hey,
Where's the
I'm
fire
gonna do
res?
my shit.
You do
Show
it
me
all
the
the time.
fire
You don't-
res.
1 second.
They aren't an SF? No, neither of them are
Silence.
SSF. They both have cheesed OP bows
My
and they're
chat.
pretending they're cheap.
Check
I
his
don't read
jewels.
my-
Oh, yeah.
Wait, double like fake ascendancy.
Oh, we'll take all the
I,
points
no,
off
I
them.
literally don't have an ascendancy.
Oh,
on.
you don't have a oh, sorry. That's a weapon.
This is in. That's it. So,
All right,
yeah,
well,
all my gear is pretty.
let's take a look at some of this gear. Let's take a look at some of this gear. Ring, res, life, flat. I mean, that's okay. It's not terrible. Other ring, flat. Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad.
8 divine item and everything else is like
Body armor is almost 200 life with movement speed. 270, 700. That's pretty freaking good. For like, that's a pretty good chess piece. Pretty low defense stats. His flat's not great, but the more important stat is the percentage increase on this. And he has like T1 life with triple res. That's pretty good.
Actually, my body armor is decent.
Fabian's body armor
yeah,
is
I mean,
decent
that's fine.
too.
That's not. anything
That's
insane.
like
What does he have for the helmet? Helmet's pretty whatever. 200 TES with 60 life. Double res. Wait, how is his res
all
so
my gear is
low?
pretty trash.
Multiple of these gear pieces have fire res. Are you guys messing with me
Besides
right
your
now?
weapon.
Does he have something that's
Besides my
actively subtracting
And the
fire
gloves.
res?
We offset the gloves with lower level gems.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So, okay, no ascendancy.
Let's see.
No, they're
Finish out's pretty bad. Okay.
this breach. You're gonna understand.
Is this true?
We only have no
Like, okay, set up already.
done. Yeah,
Like, we all know.
I think I just missed the part where he did the character stream.
Okay.
Yeah, we just missed it. All his res rolls are 15 to 20. Yeah, but he had like 5 of them or something. Surely that'd be more than 20 res on the sheet. He had like, I don't know, there's like 3 or 4 fire res rolls. He had 65 when he fought Arbiter. Really, dude? He was getting chunked. I don't know though. I don't know though. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about the situation. Look him up on PoE Ninja to see the res. How on earth will I search for him? Whirling Assault. Click. Tempest Bell. Click. Acolyte of Chayula. How many players do I have right now? 220. What else should I search for? What else would be a good search for thing? I know he had a rare body armor. He used the shout. Did he use Infernal Cry? All right. Which one is he? Nope. Mantra. Yeah, he's not either of these people. Was he showcasing? No, this isn't his character. None of these characters are very high level. No, it's not that one either. Yeah, none of these are the right level. It's probably just not up to date if he leveled it up today. Who knows? Either way, this is a good sign. 0 defense, chain dying. That's what we want to see. Hopefully, Tang Mazu, hopefully Delirium is some rippy content. That is the dream. All right. Tomorrow, we will probably have to progress our plans for League Start for getting the Tame Beast. Now that we know the Tame Beast can be acquired at level 21, I got to find out if I got to ask myself, do I have what it takes to swap that early? I'm a little bit worried about swapping that early because the passive point tax that early on is the travel is a lot more like devastating to your overall like functionality of your character. Because at that point you have like your entire tree is travel nodes. You can make fun of me if you don't. Yeah, we'll have to think about it. Either way, that's a problem to solve for tomorrow. Good interview with Mark and Jonathan and Gazzy and DM asking some pretty solid questions. Big J is quite possibly my new favorite. He goes hard when he's got the wine out.
Wait, I have to.
I'm gonna send you guys over to Connor. And hopefully you guys have a good rest of your evening. Make sure to give Connor a nice big J when you show up to his stream, or wide J. And I'll catch you guys all later. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one. Take care. Take care.
Go. What does quality even do on Sigil?